Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by LS for what are 5 more matches to go of the regular season. We are very, very close to joining the rest of the world in playoffs. I don't believe LPL's there yet, but of course, Europe and North America are well and truly into it, and we want to be there as well, and that is going to be happening very soon. But still, we have 5 more matches to go, 3 of them happening here today. The beautiful 3 best of 3 day, and I'm just really happy to have you by my side, LS, at least on the internet.
Right,
you're not actually here.
Yeah, I'm not actually. Contrary to the photo, we are not currently holding hands. So
Yeah,
that's
although
not
we
something that's
haven't
happening.
we been moved a little? We've been moved a little. It's
We're a
not
little
overlapping
closer.
anymore.
Yeah.
We've been taken away, but I like to think that we're still holding hands. As these are the standings, and there's a few of these teams that are going to be playing today as well to work out who's going to be towards the top and who's going to be towards the bottom. Because Sandbox, they need to win against Dom1 Gaming if they're going to stand a chance of escaping the relegation zone. This is crunch time for this team. And theoretically, they can do it. APK with still a game to play, Harmor Life in the same boat. But they're going to have to lose, and Sandbox are going to have to win. Sandbox just has to win this game.
Yeah, Sandbox, they need to win today's series. Now, Genji, well, Pog standings, as you know the deal today, Atlas.
We're shilling.
Yeah,
We're shilling hard.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
I don't even know how we're supposed. I think we just have to make sure we never vote for B2D, right? That's got to be what we do. Just give them all to Clid. It's like, I thought it was the other guy. They look so similar.
I'm already putting down Rascal in the group message.
Well, interestingly enough, Rascal really has been dropping in performance. I felt a bit silly. I watched the Pog state again and went on a little bit of a rant about Rascal and how good he was. But in his last series, he barely managed to show up. So very much looking forward to seeing him turn around that performance and really figure some stuff out as they get onto the Rift. Because, yeah, it is crunch time right now. And if Genji want that top spot, they have to win here and they have to win strong.
Yeah, they need to win, and this is honestly, it's a little neck and neck with all 3 of these teams. So if Genji loses and Dragon X wins and T1 wins, everything sort of flops, or flip-flops. If Genji and DRX both lose and T1 wins, T1 clinches first. Have we ever had this close of a top 3 all potentially getting first and getting that first seed into the playoffs? I don't think so. I don't think
been a really
this
long
neck
time.
and neck.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't. Nothing comes to mind when it comes to a top 3 like this, and I'm very excited to see how it actually all unfolds. As also KT, are looking to separate themselves from Damwon, get themselves in good standing. Currently basically locked in 4th place. I don't think there's any chance that they're going to be moving. Theoretically, Afrika can still knock down Damwon, assuming Afrika can beat T1 and Damwon loses to Sandbox. Actually, no, they can't. Never mind. That is all locked. So, never you mind. We are going to have 10.7 upon us, though, ladies and gentlemen. And Wukong and Fiddlesticks are going to be globally banned. So we don't need to worry about those. I don't know. Wait a second. Why are we highlighting Fiddlesticks' updated abilities when he's not allowed to be played? I don't really know. But now we can finally talk about the magic shield on Galio's ult. Isn't this exciting?
That's a really big one, actually. Even the Ivern buffs as well as the Nasus. I was not... I thought 10-6 was locked globally.
That's what I thought too. I actually didn't. I wasn't expecting this at all. We are as surprised as you guys are at home at 10-7. So excited to see what's going to happen here as far as the change-ups, because already Kai'Sa was slipping into the meta. Galio was definitely in the meta, as was Akali. So these champions getting buffed means that they're only going to be further solidified. And it might mean that the bans are really interesting, because I don't know whether we're going to be like banning out those 480 carries like we would normally. And we'll have to see how it changes everything as we move into our final 5 matches.
Yeah, I mean, the Galio change, we've already been seeing him a little bit inside of the split. In some of the recent weeks, he's been coming in as an answer to some mid lane matchups. The champions that are all on the bottom, not really expecting to see them, even though they did get some pretty good changes. Kai'Sa, another champion that has been popping up a lot lately, as well as Akali. So clearly that's probably why they are highlighted there at top. And I feel like we could see Galio actually just come out here today, even though his buff might not be that applicable in the game, because again, it's only the magic resistance shield that's granted over. Champion nerfs. Nocturne not really going to do anything. This isn't EU, and Vedius is not in the game, as
he is not.
Garen is not here. Garen, Talon, and Wukong are also here, and obviously Wukong is going to be disabled. Talon and Garen, we haven't been seeing them. Anyway, conditioning, I don't believe many people take this rune. That's another rune that we don't really see in Korea. We see it a little bit in the LCS and the LEC. Phase Rush did get a bust, but I don't think, again, that it's likely to be seen, at least in terms of how it was buffed for the melee champions.
I don't think it's going to change who's going to take Phase Rush. If you were already going to take Phase Rush, you were still going to take Phase Rush, right? But it's still a good quality of life change for the Phase Rush users around the world. And we'll see whether that helps bring back some of our, favorite Phase Rushes that haven't necessarily been seeing as much play, such as the Rise and things like that. But only time will tell. As the champions nerfed, entirely irrelevant, and I think that it's only the buffs that are really going to come into play, which I actually find really fun. I think, like, nerfing strong stuff so that you can let everything else try and catch up and you have the strong stuff be less fun, I don't think that's as cool as, like, buffing other things to really mix up what's at the top of the table. So I like that. It's a little bit of a philosophy taken from a different MOBA that we're not going to mention here. As we are going to go into our first match. So, points of the match for Gen G versus KT. This is a big one. Hanwha Life's Butterfly Effect is a really interesting way to start it off. First place competition is total chaos. If Gen G wins, they head to the finals, but if they lose, they fall to 3rd place. And of course, that can once again be picked back up again by T1 if they lose to Afrika, and DRX if they lose to APK. So theoretically, the hierarchy is Gen G has the hardest match here. They should still win. T1 has the less hard match, they should win, and DRX has a match that if they don't win, everyone who is a fan of that team should definitely stop. Because it's not okay to continue down this road of inconsistency for DRX, and if they lose to APK, then that is a disaster for this team.
Well, some T1 fans are probably a little bit upset at the 3rd point, by the way. Ruler, lots of blunders in this last series. Can he expect to do well against the best ADC in the West Side bracket? Well, Teddy just he got a little angry.
The best? Is that what we're saying? Aiming?
That's what the points of the match said.
Well, I mean, statistically, I think he's definitely up there.
He's doing pretty good.
On the Eastern side, I don't think he really stands up to Hybrid's stats necessarily, but We'll see. Having a look at some of the stats here as far as teams are concerned, the average loss time, Gen G take a long time to lose. That is definitely a thing. And team goal difference at 15. This is where KT has been slumping. When they were in their dream run, that was a stat that was definitely very, very high. But now Gen G seem to have control over it, as Kellen is going to be moving into the support role. We saw their last match that was a bit of a disaster on Gen G's side. That was all with life. So maybe Kellen's going to be the one that can really bring things back around for Gen G. But I think the top side really was where things started to fall down. That was where we started, like, the gangplank was falling off the ship, you know, and all the passengers were falling out. That's sort of how it worked.
Well, no surprise on the lineup for KT. Now, actually, I want to go back to one of the points that was brought up earlier. I said that Riven changes probably wouldn't mean anything. So on, I believe,
he's a one trick.
His claim to fame actually was a Riven. He was being a Riven one trick, or predominantly a Riven player back in the day when he initially came out. So when a lot of people think of Korean Rivens, he's actually one of the first people that you think of. Although
well,
maybe
apart from the Shy, we definitely need to think of the Shy first, but then it would be so on. In my mind, I completely agree with you.
So maybe, given that they are on red side, and Riven really likes to pick and choose her matchups, not just in isolation in the top lane, but also the team compositions, we could maybe see her come out there again. Key player matchup, however, going to be Ruler versus Aiming. And Aiming does have some pretty good stats.
Yeah, he's pretty damn impressive. And falling down to, as far as damage percent is concerned, number one in that role is, of course, Hybrid. He also has the highest DPM, highest KDA, so Hybrid certainly got a lot of these first places. But the fact that Ruler still manages to do more damage than Aiming, when Aiming has close to a 90% kill participation, is absolutely insane. Because it shows that Gen G have been going to late game more, and they're able to play around Ruler, even if the early game isn't necessarily about that. And that is due to BDD and Clid really controlling the early game. And they're going to have to continue doing so here today, because otherwise, you're going to have this gentleman right here really take over. And so we'll just have to see what Gen G can actually do to try and mitigate Aiming's performance. And Aiming wouldn't be anything without Tucson there on the bottom side as well. And with Gen G switching up their support so often, I think this does help give KT a bit of an edge also, because Tucson and Aiming have been so stable.
Looks like first ban of the game is going to be Trundle. Aphelios now getting hit. Global ban there on the Wukong and the Fiddlesticks. Now, even if Fiddlesticks was open here, I'm pretty sure no one would play him.
Yeah.
Wukong, however, definitely would have gotten some love and attention.
Been seeing him a bit in the LPL. Certainly is a bit of a silly pick, to be perfectly honest. How do you feel about the old Black Cleaver Trinity Force style of play? It really bothers me. Overriding the rage passive, it just makes me upset. I feel like there is a lack of synergy there, but it does seem to be what everyone's going towards.
I think it gives him everything that he wants in his kit, and I think it synergizes really well. He's not really always looking to utilize something like Blade of the Ruin King as like an early item, so there's a limited range of options that he has available to him. And the Trinity Force Black Cleaver, we've seen it on other champions as well popping up lately, so I think Wukong utilizes all the passives of the items pretty well. And yeah, you're right about the rage passive, but sometimes champions, they'll neglect a certain feature of an item, much like Set, who doesn't use mana, but he builds Trinity Force.
Yeah, well, Gen G are going to lock away the Callista here, looking for that Callista Taric on the bottom side. Kellen is a pretty practiced Taric player, actually. Was even on his former team, was playing a fair bit of Taric, even when it was a little bit off meta, so I do like the idea of going for this one. KT probably considering something like a Varus here, but we'll see whether they do attempt to steal away the Taric that Tucson does like a lot. Because Bono's pick is going to be where things get really interesting. Because does he lock away the Jarvan like he always wants to, or do they try to deny the Callista Taric? That is going to be the question here.
Well, see if they do pick it up. Varus, he can get a lot of value by getting counter pick support with him to really just control the pacing of his lane. Jungler pick here on R2 probably make a lot more sense. Now, the Sejuani's coming in blind. Interestingly, this is the Ivern patch. We're probably not going to see it, but I do just want to spit it out there. Ivern, historically, really good answer to Sejuani.
Also trying to remember back to whether Clid played the Ivern when he was in the LPL. I don't think so, but I don't know. I didn't watch enough of Clid's games back in the day. was now about a year and a half ago. So it's been a while. As now we're going to have Gen G locking away the set. This will mean that it's a solo lane set as the Taric has already been locked in. And now KT can look to get some sort of counter pick here if they'd like to, unless they want to just lock away the Azir. Sejuani Azir is certainly a prized combo here for KT, but instead it looks like the bottom lane is just going to be shored up with this Braum pick.
Well, they're going to take that, they're going to pair the Braum and the Sejuani together with that Varus, but as it stands right now, the raw on engage and the short range on the side of KT, because that's not likely to be a lethality Varus, means that they're running into Kalista, they're enabling her more. Set has 2 targets as it currently stands. Taric ultimate is invalidating what KT's trying to achieve right now. So as we move into the second pick ban, you have to be feeling really comfortable if you're a Gen G fan. Gen G, they ban away the Aatrox, which is a bit surprising because I would imagine that something like Aurelia would be more so on the chopping block, because Set does pretty good against Aatrox, even though people opt to take the champion against him. But if you let KT pick him, you're bolstering the effectiveness of your Taric, of your Set, and even Kalista really good against him in the later stages.
Yeah, I think it is a bit curious. Is now Gen G thinking about what they're going to ban away next? Could be a mid laner. I wouldn't mind seeing, yeah, okay. Yep. The Zillions is all right. And Kuro not going to be on that one. As now, Kuro was our big Galio player. And this is a composition that could work with a Galio, but this is what the composition has looked like it's been building around, and the Azir does make a lot of sense. Sort of a more comfortable blind mid laner, but nothing's really comfortable into BDD, and we'll see what his answer is going to be, as that's the Jace locked away. A flex pick here between Soan and Kuro. Might be some mind games played by KT, because you know that Kuro is sitting on that Vel'Koz pick, and their Vel'Koz composition actually works pretty well. With the Varus there able to lock down targets for the Disintegration Ray, and Bono and Tucson being able to peel relatively effectively, as there is the Sylas. Oh my god, is it happening? He gets released in TFT and then immediately gets played in the LCK?
I think it might be happening. They're hovering it.
Nah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be the Vel'Koz.
Okay,
it's gotta be the Vel'Koz. Perfect.
Vel'Koz ends up getting locked in. Xerath almost looked like he was going to get locked in. I've talked about that a lot in recent weeks. A joke saying that we would see it in the LEC finals. But
I mean, that was like the old matchup. Even before Corki Azir was the thing that took over. It was always Xerath versus Azir, like the Shurima battle in the mid lane. Now we've got Void versus Shurima, and we'll see who's going to be able to make things work better, because this pink eye of Sauron is really able to do some pretty good things into the Pigeon Man.
Yeah. And as it stands right now, Gen G, with Set, Sylas, Azir, Kalista, and Taric versus KT's Jace, Sejuani, Vel'Koz, Varus, and Braum. The one champion that sticks out a bit like a sore thumb is the Jace. He is able to put a lot of damage onto some of Gen G's members, but Taric there going to be able to heal some stuff back up, and he's the champ that seems a little bit out of tune with just protecting the Vel'Koz, and I'm curious to see if Aiming's actually going to go lethality here to
yeah,
sort
I'm
of try to be a
about that too.
comp. And these are very interesting team compositions. I think the edge goes to Gen G just because there's some off theme on the side of KT. The Jace is very out of tune, and the Vel'Koz, while he is really strong, Sylas is there too, and getting a hold of the ultimate and so many other key ultimates there, I think it's going to be really hard in the later stages to really reliably protect Kuro.
Yeah, that's going to be what it's all about here, as we've got some emote spam onto the Rift here for game number 1 of our first best of 3 of our final 3 best of 3 day of the regular season. Only 4 more matches after this, guys, and we are still with no idea who's going to take that top spot. Theoretically, it should be Gen G, because theoretically they should win this game, T1 should win, and then DRX should win, as Aiming's found Ruler off to the side. But this is the biggest one. This is where Gen G could really trip up, and Kuro is going to walk in and find clear. There's some autos coming down here. Tucson going to come in, but Ruler going to take the worst end of that trade as Hail of Arrows comes down. And Bono now going to put a ward down and then head home, I believe. I think his ward's down. No, it's not. Where did he put it? He put it north.
A little, so there's some stuff that's really peculiar here. First is the Glacial Augment on the Vel'Koz. So he's going to be going for the Glacial items. But the reason that that's so surprising is because he can't reliably auto-attack the Azir. And in the later stages, he's going to be struggling to reposition as it is because Genji is going into KT, not the other way around. So I would have expected the Comet on the Vel'Koz because they're just going to be poking. That's the way that Vel'Koz is going to play out the fight with the Jace. However, Scorch on BDD, we've located a Sinner Atlas.
Yep, and there's Sinners on both sides. Someone also sinning to high heaven. Up here on the top side does have that buffed phase rush, so we are going to see our first one here. As we'll just see how this Jace is going to fare in this lane. Of course, it was Sowan's pick of choice into the set. And we'll see how Rascals adjusted his play after a bit of a disappointing one last time around, where Cuvée really got the better of him over and over again. It's going to be fun to see as Kuro, lifetime LCK total 8-2 on the Vel'Koz. He's pretty good at this champion, guys.
Yep, 80% win rate. And we'll see what he can manage to do here. I mean, only a 12 KDA though, Atlas. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, why not 12.2 or something, you know? Like,
yeah,
should have tried a little bit harder.
We're not impressed yet. That's totally fine. As we've got a little bit of engage here towards the bottom side. Kellen not going to get stunned just yet. Walks into the brush as now Ruler's going to turn it around once again. They're trying to get the stun here, but they're not going to be able to, as there's the Ren for some extra damage. Ruler and Kellen, 100% win rate so far on the Kalista Taric and the Ezreal Taric.
Yep. And Kellen and Ruler, they're just shoving in right here. Now, if they did this a little bit faster, they would have been able to get a cheater recall off. But I think as it stands, they're just going to maybe look for a dive instead because they have Clid in close proximity. This is a little risky.
I don't know how much they want this, as there's the flash. They're looking for aiming now, who does move himself out of the way. He should be taken down, but Clid very close to getting stunned, and Kuro late on the teleport, so they're going to lose even more off this one.
And you can see Azir in mid lane. He's going to try to crash the wave. Now, Bono is there in somewhat close proximity, but you can see BDD basically moving over to say, hey, you're not going to get any of the XP. You're not going to come in for the gold. And a little bit surprising. BDD didn't move over to the left-hand side to check on Scuttle. Maybe would have been able to deny it from the Sejuani, although I wasn't totally looking at Jace's position in the lane. And you take a look at aiming. It was a really nice flash away attempt, but he kept running really far away from the turret rather than just hugging it in proximity, maybe giving Kuro a little bit more time to perhaps be able to use his flash to follow up on something. So as it stands, Genji, they have 1 kill under their belt. Gold score at the top, though, is only 100 different, which is a little bit bizarre. So we'll have to see the CS everywhere. So I guess
slight advantage here for Sowan.
Yeah, so Sowan has an advantage, and also Kuro has a lot of CS, even though he teleported.
Very surprising, actually.
Yeah, BDD's missing a lot is the only thing I can imagine.
Well, these are some pretty good stats.
Yeah.
BDD sort of letting the team down a little bit here, but otherwise no one has lost. And Kuro 2-0 so far on this Vel'Koz, and Sowan sitting at 2-0 as well. So very happy as far as those champions are concerned. And even Bono able to have a decent scoreline at the moment on the Sejuani, which is not necessarily his flavor of champion here in the LCK. Certainly is the Olaf Jarvan man. Is aiming in Tucson back in the lane, trying to get themselves back into position, but so far you've got Ruler and Kellen in great standing right now. Cull already in hand, and the lane is well and truly under their control.
Well, the emotes are available. Not quite the Pengu emote, but...
I actually really liked the Samsung Galaxy emote that Ruler was using. That is, that's a good throwback. Big fan. As of course, that is where the organization came from. Not called Samsung anymore, but still is very, very similar. They went from Samsung to KSV, now to Genji, which is a very different organization. Don't make as many phones on the side of Genji.
Oh. Speaking of Samsung and MVP, I made a tweet a little bit earlier about my early struggles on the Korean Peninsula.
Sounded very interesting.
Yeah, it was very rough, basically.
Living on $200 a month is something that I can only understand in the context of living in Korea. If that was in Australia, it's like, well, you could pay maybe half of a week's rent, you know, maybe.
So the old Samsung white and blue team did help me out a lot back in the day. Lived with them for 2 years. And yeah, so that was a bit of a throwback.
Yeah. Well, glad things have gotten better since then. Mr. LS has Tucson over to the side. Not going to be able to find anything. Has his blast cone taken away and is going to replace that controller that he put down before. Kuro going to be very comfortable clearing out these minions in the mid lane. Can just put down the Void Trench and everything is totally fine.
Everyone just really playing ping pong right now. Vel'Koz going to be able to shove in the wave. Azir almost back. Not going to miss too many minions. And Cloud Dragon being the first one of the game does mean that we should have an exciting dragon on our hands as we get a trade up here in the top lane. Not going to be
one out there by someone.
Yeah. And, okay. Bono here as well. This is a bit of a problem. And Rascal flashes
the
left.
And does have the shield from that Haymaker, but not going to be able to find the kill as Sohan couldn't tank up the turret. And naturally it's going to be starting on this Cloud Drake. Thankfully, no Cloud Soul here today to start things off. Fantastic. As I believe last time around, there were like 1 million Cloud Souls all day. It was just awful.
It was super, super rough for teams that were maybe looking to really just end the game outright with a Soul Capture. This time around, Gen G, they pick up the Cloud. It's going to be an infernal second. They should be the ones that are still in the driver's seat by the time that second dragon comes up, so they'll get that. And then if you are Gen G, against KT's team composition, both Ocean and Mountain are really obnoxious. I think that you can easily make an argument for Mountain to be really good because it would help invalidate the Jace, and it would also even hurt the Sejuani and the Varus, for instance, as they don't tend to build a lot of penetration, but Jace would really get hurt by opponents having little bits of extra armor than they should normally have inside of a team fight, and then Ocean does not need an introduction.
Yeah.
It is it's pretty imbalanced.
To be perfectly honest, though, Ocean is very abusable by poke compositions. And so if KT gets a hold of it, I know it's not going to be the lethality Varus, so they're not all in on the poke, but Kuro's just going to be able to spam for days. If they get a Cloud Soul, then, an Ocean Soul, then, you know, he throws down a couple of abilities, gets all of his health back, and they don't even need to worry about it. So as far as longevity, it's going to be very, very frightening. As Tucson and Aiming are just going to move into the mid lane here. We're looking at trying to take down the Rift Herald. As just going to clear out the minion wave. Kuro does so very, very easily. And now Bono has already started things up here. So we'll see what the trade is going to be. You can see already very far away from the turret is Ruler and Kellen. And Aiming and Tucson just going to move all the way back down. But on vision, as Gen G not even going to approach this Rift Herald.
Oh, KT does pick up the Rift Herald. I mean, they're going to most likely look to utilize that in mid. I can see a world where they will just plant it up in top lane with the Jace trying to accelerate him, but I think that would be a much weaker choice because without getting any chip damage onto Azir's turret, you're probably not going to be able to raise it without the assistance of either the second Rift Herald or something going catastrophically wrong in this game for Gen G, because as it stands right now, both parties are just continuing to coast, and this is going to be pretty beneficial for Gen G because they're going to pick up the Infernal Dragon most likely, as they should be in a pretty commanding position to do so. And then,
yeah, unless Bono can utilize this Rift Herald to put on pressure enough. It looks like he is going to plop it down here towards the top side. And I like the idea of getting it down before that Drake can be there as an answer. As Sohan's going to get a bunch of plates from this. As BDD moving up towards the top side, but look at that. All of that plate gold coming in. And Sohan not even going to miss out on too much as far as getting hit by that Haymaker is concerned as well. So very good news here for KT as far as getting in that extra money, but it's still a 600 gold lead approximately for Gen G, and a lot of that is to do with the bottom lane and Ruler's 21 CS advantage.
Yeah. So everyone just continuing to play ping pong. Alice, as how was your morning?
It was lovely. I overslept a little bit, but I went and got myself a burrito, got back on track.
Okay.
And feeling real good. Feeling real good.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
Right.
Reminded me of the
I
old
actually had a burrito
days,
today too.
Did you really?
I really did,
my
actually,
God.
yeah.
Burrito synergy, I love it.
We're basically one and the same at this point.
Yeah. That's why we hold hands, because we know what to have for breakfast. That's how it works.
That's it. I mean, you literally found it. So minute and a half until the Infernal Dragon is going to be coming up on this map. And there's not a whole lot to talk about from a strategical perspective. We have Bono, he's going to come in here, he's going to look to try to make something happen. There's no real camps up in the jungle, and so it's really all that he has to do, as the cleanse was utilized right there by Ruler.
Yeah, so able to get something, but wanting to get his flash more than anything else is KT. Is 1 minute's time, the Infernal Drake will be available. And currently KT with a fair bit of vision control here towards this area of the map, as BDD is going to have to move out of the way. Gets slowed down, good knock-up attempt there, but Shifting Sands will get BDD out of the way, as Bono just scanning the rest of the map. And KT pretty happy to move their bottom lane around just to try and lock down objectives. It looks like this CS gap isn't going to be going anywhere anytime soon, because Aiming isn't even focusing on trying to pull that CS margin back.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really too unusual happening, as Rascal activates his W a little bit early, misses the face breaker.
Yeah, not a bad trade there from Soan,
yeah,
who does already have his Ghost Blade completed.
He also has the teleport available. Rascal doesn't, but you can see that Bono, he's moving over to the left-hand side. I think they want to try to dive Rascal up here on this top turret, so we'll see what he can do with the face breaker as well as the body slam.
Well, ulti's going to go wide, as does everything else, as there's the ultimate out of Rascal, going to be utilized. Facebreaker comes in, Soan intelligently doesn't hit him, but now they're going to try and find it. Flash comes out, Shock Blast is going to pick it up. Cool guys don't look at explosions, but Gen G will be able to take down the Infernal Drake, and that's going to be the trade for the top outer turret.
Yeah, so they're going to get the top outer turret. This Jace is going to get further ahead. You can see Soan dancing a little bit, just waiting patiently for the next wave. He's there with Bono. They're going to get the first turret of the game. That's going to go over to them, but it's happening at a really early point, and now with Dragon down, Rift Herald down, this means that Rascal is going to be under no danger. There's no threat. So the Jace gets opened up. He has a lot of gold, but where is he really going to go? Can't go mid lane. You'll start sharing XP and gold, I guess, with Kuro, which is going to be a little bit dangerous. And at the end of this, we'll take a look. So Bono whips his ultimate, and then Rascal has to flash to get the ult, and then doesn't chain the Facebreaker to pull the Sejuani back in. Almost manages to bring down Soan. So pretty valiant effort. A little bit sloppy by KT. They end up getting the kill in the end. But the big picture is, what does Jace do now? He's going to constantly run back to top lane. There's not a real way for him to threaten the set anymore. And Gen G, having won out on the Infernal Dragon, they bring themselves 2 Drakes away from Soul Point. Things get really scary. The Callista winning quite nicely down in bottom. Sylas continuing to power up. It's not that bad of a situation for Gen G, even though KT have managed to get this Jace a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it's like, how much of a return on investment are you going to get with Jace being this big? And I see your point. It may not necessarily be enough here for KT to really get themselves any noticeable leads, but Soan has been playing relatively well, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to take command of this early game, transition into a good mid game, and then take down some of these Ocean Drakes, because KT now have the option of stacking up 4 of them, and that would be absolutely terrifying. But they need to get map control bottom side, and that is where Gen G is currently the strongest. That 21 CS lead is still there for Ruler. He now has his Blade of the Ruined King. It's been answered by Aiming's Blade, but he doesn't have the boots to go along with it. And of course, those boots are very, very powerful on the likes of Callista's Cliff. Down here on the bottom side, they are going to clear out some of this vision, hijacking himself the Chains of Corruption. And now I don't think just a Braum is going to be enough to save this Varus, but looks like they're not going to go for any sort of dive attempt at this point in time.
Instead, we're just going to have some posturing going on. And we'll see what KT are thinking about doing here, as they are looking like,
And the chains not going to land there from Clit, who's got many of them, as ult comes down from Tucson. Now we're trying to turn it. Disintegration Ray is going to land onto Kellen. I loved it. Go for the target that doesn't have the defensive ability, as now Rascal does eventually get the Haymaker. Showstopper comes into towards the backside, but Emperor's Divide does absolutely nothing. And KT have smashed this team fight so far. Tucson actually thought that maybe they were giving up, but Bono decides not to. Shock Blast is huge, and so on. Locks down that kill. KT get everything and should be able to get here into the mid lane and really get some work done on this turret.
Yeah, they're going to actually manage to perforate the mid-tier 1. I'm a little perplexed as to why the team fight just happened, because there's no dragon. There's no, I mean, there's a Herald up, right? But the fight's occurring on the opposite side of the map. I don't know why Gen G just opted into that team fight in the way that they did. And KT, they were in position to capitalize, and they just smacked Gen G, and they swung themselves into a pretty advantageous position as it currently stands. Just take a look at this. Why is Kellen fighting over vision that isn't useful for 2 minutes? Click goes in, he misses the chain, but even if he hit it, there's no possible follow-up from that corridor. You have Jace coming in from the top side. Your set was trying to power up and farm on the top side. He teleports in. Someone was already here. And then you see the Azir and the Silas, they're still trying to fight, and it leaves me scratching my head because this is really weird.
Well, split communication is what it looked like. Half of Gen G wanted to disengage and the other half wanted to fight. And so Rascal, just off in his own world, decides that he wants to go in for something very aggressive and finds himself in amongst 5 people. BDD using his ultimate purely for disengage. And the Jace now 2-0-1, building towards his second lethality item. And this early game is in a great position here for KT. Aiming's even going to pick up the Rift Herald. And they're now going to be able to use that to keep knocking down these turrets. Gen G still haven't taken anything as far as structures on this map.
And as it currently stands, it seems like it's going to be pretty hard for them to actually do so. I mean, Kalista shoving in bottom, but Jace running down there. You can see the bot lane for KT. Braum ends up resetting. You can see Kuro coming over as well. He has the ultimate back up, and this is a very dangerous team fight for Gen G because you can see Ruler, no flash, BDD, no flash, Clid, no flash.
Whoa,
whereas
another
KT,
disintegration ray came out. Yeah, Clid just got downloaded there, but not going to be standing in too much of that ray. Now Bono looking over, not wanting to go for any engagement there. As soon as this poke lands, it's very scary. These shock blasts are really hurting in this mid game with the lethality Jace. And with the Ocean Drake live, I don't know whether Gen G are in a good enough position to be able to lock that one down. Turret is going to fall there in the mid lane. It's going to be Shirley that picks that one up. But Gen G, this is super dangerous if you are going to go for it. Of course, it is Ocean Soul Point, but I don't know if it's a fight that this team can necessarily win unless Rascal gets the god tier flank. As you can see, Kellen's just getting chunked here off to the side as now Sohan has found Rascal. And this might give KT an opportunity to go for a fight. Chains of Corruption do land as Clid has to get himself out of there. KT over in. Looking for more as there's the Cosmic Radiance. Emperor's Divide is huge into the backline as the Showstopper comes down as well. Ulti's going to be traded, but it's Sohan who gets into the backline and eliminates the Kalista before she can do anything. The Ocean Drake is still fighting, and none of KT have gone down just yet. They'll take the Drake, and now they're looking for more. Clid's going to go down. Sohan having one of the best games of his career as he's just going to die. That is going to be just the ultimate caster curse, but that doesn't matter. They are going to get the ace, and KT are dominating this game.
KT are completely choking Gen G in this game number 1 as the kill score 2-9 right now. It's a 5,000 gold lead. They're the ones that pick up the Ocean Dragon, so there's no aid coming. And you take a look at this, the angle that Gen G is trying to do this dragon from, they're slowly trying to apply Ren stacks so the Kalista can maybe do something. Everyone is on a different pace, they're literally in different galaxies with their ideas in this team fight because they all just get torn asunder. There's no real way for Azir to fight here. The Vel'Koz poking from such a long range, making it very difficult, and if Gen G tries to pull the trigger running into KT, that wouldn't work out that well. They were already withered down on their HP values. Jace does end up dying in the end, but this is a Windows mode, first person view of Kuro.
Yep, he does like to get into that window mode just a little bit. That was good old Koro. And gets his Super Soaker down, and I actually really like how the Glacial Augment Vel'Koz works in these team fights, because he can just stand back and control the battlefield. And against something like the Cosmic Radiance, where you really want to be able to understand exactly when your opponent is going to engage and then counter it, it's very good to be able to, you know, have all of that extra CC, extra slow to be able to lock things down. Yeah, he still has that R button, and he's just going to use it here for fun. And against BDD, he takes down that kill. So a bit of extra money there. You can see 2,000 in his back pocket as now Rascal's in trouble. But Sohan not going to be stepping too far forward as he has 3 serrated Dirks worth of items right now as far as that lethality is concerned. He's very scary. Yeah.
And at this point, KT, with this advantage, they're in such a commanding position because the champions that should be able to jump onto that Vel'Koz in the mid-late transition, they're not going to be able to because they're all stifled at this stage of the game. 2.5 minutes till another Ocean Dragon comes up, but the Azir is struggling to get any sort of meaningful items. Also, Black Cleaver on set. I'm not going to waste my breath on it anymore. Lost to Shopkeeper strikes once again.
Yeah, thanks, Shakarez, letting us know exactly what the right term is. It's 5,000 gold is going to be the lead. Baron is available, and it looks like KT are just going to walk over to it. Vision now there for Gen G, but it looks like KT just want to make sure that Gen G are in the area, opting in for a fight that they can't take, and Ruler definitely can't. He's already down extraordinarily low. A lot of buttons missing there on KT's side, though, which is going to mean that they have to back away. As Kuro just being a bit of a squiddy there. I like that when Vel'Koz goes too fast, he is absolutely just the Sentinels from the Matrix. Yeah. Just 100%. Yeah. Even if he's not using the skin, that is absolutely the Sentinel from the Matrix skin.
I'm really happy that we're seeing Vel'Koz here, though, again. And I really hope that we're going to see Xerath, too. These are champions I know on the LCK broadcast have been very vocal about for months now. Are possible. They are meta answers. Took a while to see Kalista. That was another one in January talking about her. And it's nice to see slow evolutions that are happening to the meta. And it's good to see that Azir might actually have to finally become afraid if people can really start piloting the Vel'Koz and the Xerath, because those are the two champions, they'll straighten Azir up.
I actually think it's really cool that Kuro's playing it, though, because he's always been a Vel'Koz player, right? He's always had this in his back pocket. It's very similar to when we see, you know, BDD and Ixu picking up the Zillion. They're sort of our resident Zillion players. I think everyone can remember back to when Faker was playing it a whole lot as well, but hasn't seen very much time in the meta and is one of those champions that requires a bit of playtime to really figure out, you know? And I think Vel'Koz does fit in a very similar vein because he's so squishy. It's all about positioning, and that's something that Kuro's always been good at in his career. Being able to stand back, be patient, and then take the opportunities when they're safest and most intelligent. And seeing now over to the side, not going to be going for any sort of fights or anything like that, but this is once again like a specialty pick, which is what we want to see more of, right? Because it really does give teams different identities based on the players that they have. It's not just everyone playing Aatrox, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that champion falling away along, as well as the jungle starting to really round out. Not as much Lee Sin and Elise all the time as it used to be. The Sinners they're fading away.
I like it, but there's a big Emperor's Divide. Huge flash right into the backline there as Bono's looking for something. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but interruption immediately. And Kuro's not going to be able to do anything in this fight. Gen G have answered back, and they've answered back strong as there's the flash in from Cleared. They are not done yet. So on. Still very powerful, but Gen G look like they want to be taking down this turret, and we'll see where they're going to go next with only 2 members alive on KT's side.
BDD with a hero play in the mid lane right now to put Gen G back on the map. They're going to finally raise the mid-tier 1 turret. And remember, Alice, the top and bottom tier 1 turrets still exist. That is a lot of standing gold that'll eventually get picked up. So the gold score at the top is actually going to be really even. This kind of a one team fight, bringing the game now to Soul Point, is really crucial because they got shutdowns as well. Now take a look at this. Kakarot himself going in, putting everything on his back once again. As Rascal comes in, he gets interrupted by Bono, lands the superplex, has the flash to reposition for the face breaker. The Jace just can't do anything in this team fight, and it was a really opportunistic capture by BDD inside of that team fight. I mean, I want to say that he won the POG vote if they win, but
oh, no, you can't do that, Kenny.
You know how it is. Who else can we give it to there?
I think that was all about Rascal. Landed a really great ultimate. Got his haymaker. And look, BDD can't get it because he died, didn't he? So it's not very impressive. So, yeah, that's my justification. There we go. Shilling complete. It is going to mean that Gen G are certainly, like you were saying, right back into the driver's seat, and that was all BDD. So unfortunately, if this game continues down this path, I don't think there's going to be any way that we can say anything otherwise. So let's just hope that KT win. I think that's where it's going to have to be from here.
I need Gen G to win. I predicted that.
Oh no! Whatever happens, someone loses.
Yeah.
And it's mostly Chovy. As KT looking to clear out some vision. And once again, playing around this Baron. They do have a lot of control wards in this area. But now we've got 3.5 minutes on the clock, and Gen G will be able to split the map very effectively against KT, because KT cannot let an Ocean Soul go without a fight.
Yeah. So 3 minutes until that comes up. Kalista trying to get to, I believe, the Vampiric Scepter. I would be very surprised, actually, if Rula picks up a stopwatch and just goes for the Guardian Angel next as a means to still have relevance inside of a team fight. The problem is this Vel'Koz is going to be so hard to get onto for this next fight. So Sun Turret raised here in the mid lane. KT going to try to raise that really quickly. And
should be able to take that down.
Yeah, set full armor and HP right now, although he does have a null magic mantle. He's going to start building towards magic resistance soon. Gen G clearing out vision on the left-hand side, and if you're KT, it all comes down to this next dragon. They're going to be on the back foot, and they need to probably win 3 or 4 more team fights to really end this game. Whereas Gen G, if they win 1, they end. They're just going to get the Ocean Soul no matter what, because every single fight will be conducted either around Baron or it's going to be around Ocean Soul. Both of which, if Gen G gets it, they can close out. KT gets Ocean once, okay, it doesn't do enough. If they get Baron once, Gen G is still going to be able to hold on, bring the fight to yet another Ocean Soul fight. And then KT, they have to keep winning them over and over and over. That's the scary thing about Soul Point.
Yeah. And now aiming, he's got his 3 items, but Ruler is hot on his heels as far as that is concerned. We've still got only 1 turret being taken down here from Gen G. You mentioned the standing gold. That is something that Gen G are going to be able to continue picking up as this game goes forward. Klid has his Zonya's Hourglass completed. Actually going to be very late on the Proto Belt, so not going to have the dash cannon available too early. I find it interesting that he's still going for it. It might actually be something like a Spirit Visage instead, because I feel like it's a little bit too late for Proto Belt to come in, but we'll see what Klid does decide to do. Is now Kuro just clearing out minions here towards the top side. And he's very close to picking up his Rabadon's Death Cap, which will actually be a really big power spike for this Vel'Koz, who's already got a couple of items already completed. But I think that observing what Kuro's doing in these next fights is going to be so important.
Yeah, the Vel'Koz is really the king, or if you're a chess fan, the queen of the KT team composition. Maybe Vel'Koz is both. Maybe Vel'Koz, he has so much knowledge that he's every piece.
He's actually an entire monarchy. He's just a monarchy.
He's the board itself.
Yeah, exactly. He's even checkers. He's not even just chess. He's also checkers. He's like every possible game on a black and white square board. As KT move back towards the bottom side, we've got 30 seconds before they have to fight for their lives once again. And let's hope that they're going to be able to make it a little bit more of an exciting one, because last time it was just BDD sweeping them under the rug. And now I want to see KT be able to actually fight back. I want to see one of those big disintegration rays from Kuro. As Bono is getting into position, and Gen G losing out a little bit on the K-Ram.
Yeah, this is a bit peculiar, the positioning. They might actually just try to say, you know what, hey,
That's a big flanking teleport. Good double knock-up does come down as Kuro wants to stay safe, but there's the face breaker once again into the back line. The big sweep onto 3 members as it's Ruler that's fallen down. Klid also going very low. The tanky boys in the back line are really tearing apart Gen G. PDD now trying to get around, does manage to take down the Varus. Goes golden as well, but this is a quadra kill. Almost the penta, and it is for So1. Well deserved for the Jace player. And he will be able to take his team to Baron and deny the Ocean Soul.
And so they end up winning that. So1 is actually just going to solo the Ocean as it does currently stand. So he's going to pick that up as well as the Penta for himself. And that team fight, Rascal had a lot of options that he could have gone for, but he went for one that I think actually hurt his team more, and it gave KT good positioning. The Vel'Koz was completely unthreatened in that team fight. Jace also able to rain down so much damage inside of that fight as well. And now KT, you can see Gen G, they're barreling over towards the left-hand side. There's not a whole lot of damage on this Baron. It's taken a lot of time to end up getting it. They finally capture it in the end. They're probably going to go to replay in a second here. So take a look at this. KT, they come out of the river. Taric ultimate comes in. Look at VDD. And pay attention to Set. Hello? He goes for aiming. Aiming flashes to reposition rather than the Vel'Koz. And then immediately just Vel'Koz gets to do everything. Gets to throw down the CC, gets to throw down so much damage. Jace is able to do so much as well, because Varus is going to be the most nimble of them all in terms of being able to reposition and do things. So a little bit bizarre. Take a look
Yeah,
at
we're going
the
to have a look
replay
at
one
his
more time.
perspective, and I think you're right. I think the Superplex was a big problem. The fact that the beam was lasting so long, and it meant that Gen G just had no health bars, and this was a dream scenario for this Jace. He was able to get a cheeky auto attack on a control ward in the middle of the fight, and was still able to get a pentakill.
나이스!
He came over with
칼이 노플이었던 것 같은데?
Molnor?
Mjolnir?
Mjolnir?
Is that
Okay.
like, is that Thor's hammer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have, you know, if Valdez was here, he wouldn't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, but yeah, I think we might have both butchered the pronunciation.
Yeah, we probably did.
Yeah, my Norse accent is just not as strong. I've watched a lot of Vikings and stuff like that, but I don't think it's quite enough, to be honest. As we've got a bit of a siege here towards the bottom side, and we'll see whether KT can break the base right now, as you got BDD lying in wait. KT probably not going to be giving up any ground at this point. 3 minutes still on the clock, and still KT have a lot of pressure on them. They have a 7,000 gold lead, but that Ocean Soul is still so important and still something that Gen G can use as a crutch. And we'll see whether KT can get themselves an advantage to the point where it's going to be impossible for Gen G to actually move out of their base and attempt to take it. As you can see, the poke is really starting to be a problem, as KT with their 2 Ocean Souls are able to keep themselves healthy and just stay in a phalanx and take down these inhibitors and inhibitor turrets just via War of Attrition.
You can see they're trying to move towards mid lane. So one of the things I want to talk about here is because they didn't have any other champions in mid to immediately push, this Baron doesn't do as much damage as it could have. And what I mean by that is they raised the bottom inhibitor turret, but that's going to be the lane that Gen G are always going to be in close proximity to. So this is actually the invert to the Baron for the blue team. And okay, hold on.
Yeah, it does depend whether Rascal just dies or not, as he does get a Haymaker out eventually. Don't know whether it's going to be enough, though, as there's the flash from Bono. He should be able to lock this one down. And good night, Mr. Top Laner. Rascal, again, it feels like the jitters that were ensuing in their previous series are once again there for Rascal. He's just seemed on a different page to his team throughout this this series, as well as their previous one.
Well, the one upside, though, is that he did get the flash out of Bono. So even though he died, we have to ask ourselves what really occurs inside of a Death Timer. They should be able
Whoa, that's a big ulti.
Okay.
Got a bit of an engage here, but it looks like KT just using that aggression in order to take down the inhibitor turret. 2 inhibitors now. It's gotten more difficult for Gen G to fight for the next Drake, as 8,000 gold is the lead here. A very cool hat on our Void Monster in the mid lane. And yeah, Jace needs absolutely no introduction at the moment. Does have himself his stopwatch and might actually just have a GA on his next back. As this is a good pickoff, but what was Rascal doing here?
Well, that's a pretty frequent question sometimes, especially in this series for Gen G, as the one upside is that Bono did need to flash to get the kill, so he will be flashless for the next team fight. So maybe that's an upside, but it did come at the cost of losing the mid inhibitor. So these are the 2 lanes that Gen G are always going to be in close proximity to while trying to protect and fight for that Ocean Drake. But if they end up losing it, it can definitely spell the end of the game. So while they are in position right now, they have also a lot of time. As you can take a look at the mid and bot minion waves. Still pretty...
KT? Oh, they're looking to try and win the game instead of fighting.
They're going to try to do the Hanwha Light. Oh, what?
And Gen G going to pull back. Everyone's going back because they realize they can lose the game. And now KT going to go over to the Drake. I actually like that plan, because now Ocean Drake has just spawned, so even if Gen G had stayed in the area, it would have been an impossible choice to make. It's like, do we lose the game or do we take the Ocean Soul? And the answer is going to be losing the Ocean Soul this time around. So Soul Point for both teams, and triple Ocean Soul just in its own right is going to be very frustrating, as Clit is going to be able to at least get his big Raptor, and KT looking for one last reset before they fight over another Baron.
Yeah, and this is really nice to see. For KT, they've managed to bring the game all the way back. And the Jace, I know that we said very early on that he wouldn't really be that relevant. Well, when he has 9 kills and a massive CS lead over his opponent, and full build here.
6 items is pretty good, apparently.
It's all right. Not you know, not the end of the world, but he is monstrous inside of this game. It's a 7,000 gold lead right now for KT. In terms of what that actually means, though, I mean, it is a lot. It's mostly the Jace is where a lot of the gold is right now. Everyone else is on pretty even footing in terms of where their items do stand. The Vel'Koz is monstrous inside of this game. So KT are still going to be favored at the Baron, but as the timer draws on and on, gold leads start to mean less and less because all item completions are coming in, or at least relevant ones anyway.
Yeah, and it's going to be all about execution. And what this game has been telling us so far is that KT have been executing very, very well. And I think the top difference is a big problem here for Gen G, as someone is so incredibly huge inside this game. Of course, set will always have relevance, but it's whether or not Rascal's going to be able to get on the same page of his team and get the fights happening exactly as they want. As in goes Bono, BDD instantly cleanses as ulti traded for Summoner Spell. Sun Turret going to help take down these minions as well, as KT are just going to move on in here. And this time they have the Varus, so this will be a much faster Baron this time around. As you've got KT, they're starting it with a couple of people, and we've got Kuro and so on as bouncers in this area, but they have got so much vision. As I don't know whether Gen G are even going to be able to get here. There's the Spooky Ghost. Clid getting taken down very, very low. There's Redemption to come in. Teleport pretty late there from Rascal. We still have the turn from KT. Tucson does nail the knockup onto only BDD. The flash is going to come out there from aiming, but Clid just going to steal away his ultimate, and they are going to run. KT using a lot of their precious buttons, and Gen G not actually losing out on too much. Kuro having to flash. That's a big deal as well, but no one's to die just yet.
Oh, Gen G are absolutely posturing right now, trying to just wait to continue to wither them down. As
the bot
every
lane
shot
inhibitor
class
might actually just fall to minions.
Yeah.
As KT just waiting around here. Set looking for a flank, but not going to be able to find it. And KT go back to all of the vision control that they had built up for themselves. Another minion wave going to pile in towards this bottom lane. And Gen G, this might just be a last-ditch effort to try and stop this Baron, because it's likely that the game is just over before we even get to the next Ocean Drake. As in goes Clid.
What?
A little bit early on the blast cone there. There's now Tucson still looking for more. Cosmic Radiance is available. We don't have Chains of Corruption or the Glacial Fissure on KT's side. Bono has his ult back up. Now Kellen going to get knocked up. Fate's Call will be available. He uses it pretty late there, but does soak up a lot of damage. As Rascal can't actually quite find anything there on the backside, as Kuro is going to be still alive here, and BDD is going to fall. Disintegration Ray going to work towards the very end there, but aiming has already fallen. It's 2 for 1 so far, though, and KT still barreling, looking for Rascal, who gets slowed down. Bono still needs to try and catch up. There's the Facebreaker. Good knockup comes in, as Haymaker's not going to be able to keep him alive for too much longer. And there's the Permafrost. Bono goes golden, as now Clid's trying to fight this one out. Tucson very, very low, but not going to be falling just yet, as now Ruler trying to dance around this fight. Bono back in once again as the Jace grabs the kill. Great knock up there from Kuro. He's going to lock down that kill, and now the ace comes in. It is the double kill for the Vel'Koz, and that will be game for KT.
KT are going to, I mean, come into this game, and they fought back really well in the early stage to then take over in the mid game. They just outmuscled them in a team fight right there, as Kellen, he ends up respawning. BDD is almost there as well, but the other members from the side of KT have joined the fray. Sun Turret and then a Shrima Shuffle could come up. It might not be... No, it should absolutely be over.
Yep, this is 100% the end of the game. As there's another Disintegration Rate. BDD is going to go into his Zhonya's. The exhaust comes out, but the Birdman is definitely going to die. Emperor's Divide comes in, but the Nexus is already dead, guys, and KT will walk away with a Game 1 victory.
And, well, that was something for a game number 1. The Jace managed to really get a big swing in power around that random team fight 2 minutes before the
random
Ocean Dragon.
pentakill.
Yeah,
and this, I think this is the first pentakill for a non-AD carry in the LCK.
Yeah.
for the 2020 season. So congratulations to So-On. A very easy POG choice this time around. If it's not 9 out of 9, then something really weird's gone on. Because that was very impressive. KT continuing to look better and better. And the really cool thing about KT now is that they get to go into the spring finals in 4th place, so they'll have side selection all the way up the gauntlet, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no. So they'll have side selection in the wildcard match, and then they won't for the next best of 5s, but they'll be able to stay in the playoffs for the entire time if they're actually able to win everything. And that's great practice moving into a final. We saw T1 do that only a couple of years ago, where they were able to just run the gauntlet. This is a great look for KT if they're able to win game 2. Of course, we are getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit, but today, KT look like the better team.
Yeah, I mean, KT look like they are much more coordinated than Gen G. And the other thing for me is that Rascal looked so off.
Yeah.
That was one of the most... trying to think of a... I can't think of anything that would be apt to describe the gameplay that came out in that game number 1. Really just seemed like he was having an off game. Sure, let's go with yikes.
Yeah, it was a bit yikes. And it wasn't necessarily like his mechanics were off or anything like that. It felt like his communication was just not there with the rest of his team. His teleports were weird. Like, he actually played this situation relatively well until the Flash ultimate came in. And So-On not picking up the turret aggro was something that he wasn't necessarily prepared for. As KT were eventually able to grab that dive. But there were just a few of these team fights that just worked too well for the KT composition when theoretically Gen G should have been able to do well. I mean, this Emperor's Divide was fantastic, but then So-On diving into the backline and eliminating the Callista before she could do anything was just honestly the end of Gen G is what it felt like in this game. From this team fight onwards, it felt like KT had all the control. Yeah,
KT after this team fight, and this was fought over, I mean, remember, the initial pentakill fight, or not the initial, the right-hand side fight that was over nothing was surprising. This almost managed to bring Gen G back into the game. And it's very surprising that they got this Hail Mary, but then still kept getting outmuscled in future teamfights, because that's not what Gen G is really known for. They're the super conservative, safe, calculated team that we've seen so far out of the top 3.
Well.
Right, consistence, the other very important one. As this was another one, he had all the time in the world to plan who he was going to suplex. He brought aiming into the fight. There was no way to actually capture him, and then Varus would be the best at repositioning and trying to do something meaningful
and
inside
actually,
of this.
Congratulations on the Penta for So-On, but I feel like the way you want to play Set in a game like this is to pick up the front line that is trying to peel and then throw him into the back line and do that extra damage onto these squishies that rely so much on repositioning. Of course, hindsight is 2020, but it just might have been that Rascal had the wrong idea of how to play out these team fights that that KT were picking up control of very consistently. And it felt like Bono was fantastic in the front line as well, able to keep himself alive for exactly the right amount of time, to gather as much aggro as possible, and make sure that Kuro and Aiming could do what they were designed to do, and So-On as well, of course, who had a fantastic game on the Jace. And I really like when picks like this Jace that we're seeing right here with his gigantic damage numbers. But when we were in the draft, you were talking about him seeming off theme.
Yeah.
But this was So-On just feeling himself here today, and it didn't matter that his champion didn't necessarily fit. He played it exactly how KT needed him to, and really managed to take his team to a victory. So this was a game of the top side of the map really carrying.
Yep. The Jace it exploded in that mid-game fight. As you can see, the goal difference over time really does paint the picture. I'm really happy that we get to see Vel'Koz. That is another thing that I look forward to. We'll see if we get any more exciting picks in game number 2 and how Gen G is going to actually manage to try to bring this back, because it does look scary. It looks like KT can just stand up to them and maybe even smack them here 2-0.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that, as we will have a bit of a side switch, so maybe Gen G will be able to utilize that as we move into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, just after this short break.
올려라 승용보 올려라 머리 매너 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 망가 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 5, 6월 설이 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬치 우주 도동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 Spring LCK. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by LS and KT have just upset the big dogs in Gen G in game number 1 of Gen G and KT's final game of the regular season. And yes, you might be saying that, look, KT aren't playing for anything right now, but Gen G, they need to win this if they're going to take the top spot in the LCK.
Yeah, they need to bounce back in this game and try to take this down, because game number 1 couldn't have been feeling too comfortable, especially not if you're Rascal. So he's going to need to make sure that he comes into game number 2, doesn't let game number 1 get to him, and then try to bounce back. This time, KT might not be that surprised, at least not by any sort of counter picks or matchups like that, like the Vel'Koz coming out. They're going to be on the blue side. So Gen G is going to be the one to perhaps have more control over what picks they're going to take, what sort of edges they can find inside of the draft phase, and see what they can do with that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As it is going to be someone that picks up the player of the game. If this isn't 100% of the votes, I will eat my hat. I don't have a hat. That's just how confident I am.
I'm going to buy you one.
Oh, thanks, man.
All right, well, take a look at some of the highlights here. The Jace just always dealing pretty much free damage onto the opponents. He did have to reposition right there briefly because of the Azir Sand Soldier. He's trying to give him a big old hug. And ends up sniping with the Shock Blast right there. Inside of this team fight, pay attention to him on the left-hand side, as he was just cleanup crew. He was the janitor in this team fight.
Love it.
Hammer smash down onto the Sylas, and I really like how they gave it to him with the hammer to the face, no doubt.
Yeah. Misses the Shock Blast, but the rest of his team know that they're not supposed to be stealing away a pentakill, and that is just called synergy right there for this squad. So really good to see here from So1 and from KT as their final match of the regular season comes to a close potentially in this game number 2, but they still need to keep themselves together, and Gen G are a team that can bounce back after losses. And I'm just hoping that we're going to see a different side of Rascal, and one that is what? Okay, so it's a top lane substitution, but it's for KT. Okay.
So I would have thought that he would feel really... Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. This is such an important match for them. And you know what? Maybe that means that they have something planned. Again, they're moving now. The peculiar thing about this is they're moving to the blue side. So if there was some sort of like special picks or something, it would probably be better to use them on red side rather than blue, so that you can really make sure that they slot in without being able to be answerable. So I'm really curious what this could possibly mean. Kellen coming out, Life going in. So this is very strange, Atlas. If there would have been any substitutions going on, I wouldn't have expected any to be coming out on the side of KT, but they're the ones with more subs.
Yeah, they're also the team that are locked in their particular position. They're not going to be moving from 4th, so you could understand that they're just saying, well, I mean, this doesn't necessarily mean too much. We may as well get as much experience to our players as possible. But,
yeah, but
I don't know whether I like it that much.
If you're DRX or T1, you don't feel that good about that.
Yeah.
Because there is still a lot riding on the line for those two teams. And so I believe that, well, I mean, I can understand that that's totally the mindset, right? Try to get your players as much experience because it doesn't change the standing for themselves. But when the result of the match can change the standing for others, you still want to try to do your best. So maybe they have something in store and we're just undercutting them before the game even starts. So we'll have to just see.
Yeah, and we have to remember that Gen G actually don't give up possibility of first place if they win 2-1. They're too far ahead in points, so it doesn't actually matter whether they win 2-1 or 2-0 in this particular match. So in theory, now if Gen G just win the next 2 games, then we're still back to exactly the same trajectory as we were before game number 1. So it's a really interesting scenario, but I just don't see how subbing in Ray and Malrung is ever going to be a good idea because they've proven that they haven't been able to do too much winning so far this season. If we have a look at Malrung's stats, he's currently 0% win rate on everything. It's just he's lost every game. Ray has won a couple, but that was, of course, with Bono there in the jungle. So look to see what KT actually have planned here. It might be a 10-7 exclusive, but we'll just see. Not enough really has changed to warrant, you know, subbing out top and jungle just to try something crazy. So we'll just have to see. KT now on the blue side will be banning away the Zoe from B2D, and there is the Trundle. Even though it's Malrong, they're still going to be banning that one away.
Well, one of the things that I do want to highlight is that very early on and throughout the middle of the split, Ray was one of the few Korean pro players actually spamming a lot of the non-conventional champions. So I'm curious to see if we're going to get something of that in tonight's match here in game number 2. As right now, the bans, they're pretty standard for the most part. Genji with the Senna and the Trundle. We'll see if Aphelios or Kalista ends up biting the dust, and neither actually. They're going to try to just weaken the Kalista by removing the Taric, and KT say, okay, we'll choose Aphelios, and I think Aphelios B1, I've spoke about this a lot recently, I think he is vulnerable. You can control him with long-range mages, or even mages in the bot lane are really valuable against him, especially because his support's going to happen to come in blind. You can get a lot of edge in that regard. Champions from the mid lane like Azir, Orianna, and whatnot, they really control fights against him very well. Genji, though, they're hovering set for Rascal.
Yeah, once again, that's going to be locked away. I think this is dangerous, as Kalista is going to be picked up. This could be the bottom lane, actually. We could see Ruler and Life on the Kalista set. Set does work quite well with a Fate's Call above him. But we'll just have to find out as this draft keeps going. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see KT lock away at Braum. I think Tucson had a great game on it last time around as Malrung back to his old habits here on the Jarvan. And he's going to lock that one away. And now KT, do they take a solo laner here, or do they try to shore up this bottom lane and give nothing away? And I assume that that is going to be where their heads are going to be at.
Jarvan, and oh man.
What? The old favorite.
This could be it. Lock it in. No.
Nah, not happening.
You lost me.
It is gonna
I'll
be the
see you
Braum.
later, Alice. I'll be back for series 2.
I think it's a little bit too dangerous to pick Soraka at that point, because, you know, they could flex the set anywhere and then crush the Soraka on the top side of the map. They could even put Rascal on the Kalista potentially, and that would still be a bad time. So I don't mind pivoting for a little bit more safety in the draft. Is now cleared, going to be heading towards his Rec side by the looks of things, to try and farm up the early game, and are pretty stable there as far as Genji's pickups are concerned. We'll see where the bans are going to be heading, because there's a fair bit of flexibility here on Genji's side. So KT going to have a bit of a rough ask for what they want to be banning away, and it might just be that they look to the mid lane and try to stop B2D from getting on anything that he really wants to be up to.
All of Genji's champions right now are very melee and heavy focus on the engage. Zillion getting banned away now by Genji, even though they would have the counter pick available. So if they do, maybe they want to retain Set as mid-top support flex as it currently stands, and so perhaps they don't want to actually just pick support on R4, and they want to pick another flex champion so that they can contain whether or not Set or what lane Set is going to, as Rakan gets banned away.
Yeah, that's an interesting ban. Of course, Life has a lifetime very, very high win rate on the Rakan, and we did see, I think it was a Life and Ruler that debuted Kalista Rakan. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong there, but it did make its debut in the LCK for 2020 Spring last week, and was working out pretty well. I'm having a look at Ray's solo queue just recently. He's won a hell of a lot of games, and he's been playing a lot of different things. I mean, he's 7-1 on Maokai, for example, which is quite interesting. We'll see whether that means that that's going to be coming out here as Rascal thinking about the Ornn, and that is going to be locked away. Still, the Ornn is flexing everywhere, so we don't necessarily know yet exactly where things are going on Genji's side. I like the draft so far.
So I still think that this means, I mean, Soraka could come in, because she's able to be flex mid and top at this point. With the set and the Ornn, as long as she finds the Ornn, she could easily make her appearance in this series. As right now, Galio is being hovered, and there's a boatload of physical damage on the side of Gen G, so Galio's new shield not going to really have that much influence as it does currently stand. But Galio Jarvan is a combo, and KT are really just trying to fight this Gen G team composition head on. But when you look at it, Ornn Kalista set, really good at brawling.
That's a Shen.
That's a Shen.
Okay. Well, that's fun. According to what Ray has been playing in solo queue, it has not been Shen, but that's only on his main account. And so who knows where things are going to be going here, as that is a Sylas being considered at the moment. Heroic Entrance, pretty powerful as an ability, and also Sylas was seen as a great counter to Shen, just because he can steal away the Stand United and then go wherever you want on the map, especially for a solo lane Sylas. It is very, very strong. Means you can take whichever summoner spells you like and things like that.
And so I think that they picked the Shen because Shen initially, when Set came out and when Set started getting his small nerfs, a lot of Koreans actually thought Shen countered Set inside of the laning phase. And then with this Wombo combo type of a team composition, having the semi-global from Galio, there's a lot of influence down in the bot lane. And Shen, he's gotten a lot of indirect help lately in the game, and I think that he's well positioned to come back inside of the meta. They're actually planting the Sylas against the Galio and Shen against Ornn, which is not what I was expecting to see, because Sylas, you steal away the Stand United as Shen channels his, and then you follow Shen, which
exactly
is one of the things that you can do on the Sylas. Maybe they'll swap in-game, but this is clearly intentional. KT's team composition. This is a comp that they were probably wanting to play almost regardless of what Gen G picked, and it just so happens that this is pretty dicey. We got some action and some sparks that are going to fly early, Atlas.
I actually really like it. Both of these teams want to team fight from mid game to late game, right? Like, both of these teams have very similar ideas with what they want to be getting done. So I'm really looking forward to seeing who can actually get control in these team fights, because honestly, at the moment, my thought is that KT should be able to take it, because they have been the more consistent team as far as being able to stay on the same page and get that coordination down. But we'll see whether Gen G now, with a slight change to their roster, with Life coming in over Kellen, are going to be able to get themselves in line, because this is a composition that also needs to be played with some finesse as the game goes on.
We'll see what does end up happening here, as KT and Gen G load in here. Game number 2. Shen has Grasp of the Undying up there in top lane. He's going to be able to proc it a lot against the Ornn. Ornn's going to be able to get a lot of value out of that as well. And now, with the Ornn, it came in on R4. Sylas followed up on R5. That is actually a bit of magic damage. So Galio's ultimate can get some value with the new change, depending on how the team fight ends up going. So a little bit of a nice upside there as well. And both Aphelios and Kalista, they really do enjoy both of these team compositions. Both AD carries going to have a lot of value.
Yeah, and a lot of protection. This is all about peeling for ruler and aiming. So it's about which AD carry is going to be able to get himself ahead and which one is going to fall behind. And aiming is on his Aphelios. We have to remember back to when Aphelios was first released and who was able to really find those incredible games on him. And it was aiming, for the most part, that was able to do the most work on this champion, be it in the LCK or in Kesper Cup when he was first debuting. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can get done already. Trade's working out relatively well for the Shen up towards the top side, as Malrung, in classic Malrung style, is here for a level 2 gank.
There he is.
Things sometimes just don't change. Good stun going to land here on the bottom side, though, as now Life is in trouble. Haymaker comes out. Fair bit of damage there as aiming has been ignited to start this one off, but Malrung already successful in his level 2 gank.
Yep. So some things never change, Alice.
Yeah.
Malrung back to sinning at the very start of this game. We take a look at the runes all across the board. There's actually a lot of demolish, even in lanes where realistically the champion shouldn't be able to get onto the turret. And also celerity on the Galio, but there's nothing to really bolster his movement speed outside of the teleport. So a little surprising right there. Would have thought you would utilize an entirely different room. It's one of those interesting things that we see. We take a look at the replay here. Malrong, he comes down, he flashes forward, and I think that was to try to get a reaction flash out of life, and then he could immediately follow with Flag and Drag. But
yeah, he actually didn't Flag and Drag at all, as we've got a Flash Face Breaker coming in here as cleared. Coming down, level 3, level 2 for Malrong, but he is here. Double teleports coming in as well, as there's the flash from Tucson. They're trying to dive onto Cleared, who's going to flash towards Kuro, but he's looking to try and get out of there, and he's not going to be able to. Aiming's going to go down as well. It's a double kill already. The Ornn picks up one. 5 members on the bottom side of the map for Gen G, and they wipe the floor with KT.
yeah, so I said that we were going to get some fireworks. I was not anticipating it to be this early on. And this time around, KT are falling pretty far behind very early on. This is 2 kills onto the Silas, the Galio. He goes down there. He's also picking up double Doran's ring as he returns towards the lane. Let's take a look at how this all transpires. Aiming and Tujin couldn't get the crash, and then Gen G initiating the trade. Take a look at the top side of the map. The Ornn already crashed in the wave. He's teleporting down first. And then Klid manages to break vision ever so slightly. Kuro, his AP was just absent as soon as he ended up arriving, and Klid able to lock up Ray as well, had the flash available, not going to be able to do anything. Life ends up taking a turret shot, doesn't matter, the Haymaker absorbs it all. And as we resume into top lane, it's just, it's over.
Yeah. And I'm a bit sad about this, right? Because I wanted to actually have a good idea of how this Shen versus Ornn matchup is going to go here on the competitive stage, but now the lane's done. And so we're not going to really get that information. So a little bit unfortunate, but that is okay. It's good to see Gen G back to a bit of form. And also Rascal coming in there and being able to actually find an effective bottom lane teleport, showing that Gen G may have fixed up some of their issues from game number 1 and their previous series. As Rascal certainly with a pretty good win rate so far on the Ornn, has only recently started losing some matches. As we have a look at when Ray last played, it was versus Sandbox and it was a loss, and he was playing the Aatrox.
Well, so far here in this game, he is getting bodied up in top lane by Rascal. And it's going to be Sunfire Cape, it seems, as the first item for him. He might actually just sit on the bombies and then proceed going into the Abyssal Mask. I think that's another option that he could go for as well if he wants more sustain. It's been 56 days until Malrong, or 56 days since Malrong's last game. It was versus APK. He ended up losing on it.
Yeah. It's sort of been the tale of this top laner and mid lane and jungle combo. It felt like KT really did find their optimal starting roster, but very strange that they've subbed them out during this game. So far, it's not all over just yet, as you've got Malrong making his way in, but he's going to wander over a ward. Now starting a back, understanding that I believe KT were aware of this ward's positioning, as Malrong does just cancel it. And Life just hex flashing around, seeing what he can get done, as Gen G are just going to take this Mountain Drake, which is the first Drake of the game, and Rascals are moving on down to the mid lane just to help BDD get some extra vision. So far, pretty cool, calm, and collected, and working out relatively well here for Gen G. As the Dragon is going to fall, next one is going to be the Infernal, and then of course we get Cloud Soul, because that's how it goes.
Well, Ray is trying his best to get back into this lane up here. And even foregoing, picking up some of the CS to trade with the Ornn, definitely an interesting decision. Okay.
Yeah, double face breaker comes down as aiming. He's going to get Haymade as well. As he does make it underneath that turret. He's going to be all right for now. Does get the reactivation of the Gravitum, but not going to be able to capitalize on any of that CC. As Klid is in position, Kuro's making his way down, but you can see this ward is going to get all of the information that Gen G needed, and they're not going to go for any dives or anything like that. Playing around this bottom side is interesting though, because there's not too much to gather now that the Infernal Drake is going to be spawning in another 4 minutes time. Looks to be Shelly that's going to be next cab off the rank as far as these global objectives are concerned, and we'll see who's going to move over there first and what KT are going to plan on doing to get themselves back into this game.
And it does seem like things are going to be a little bit rough. Now, obviously, we are waiting for the Stand United plays to start coming in with the Galio, as well as the Jarvan trying to set things up. So it's not like KT are out of this game yet by any means. Second Dragon of the game, another Infernal Dragon. So will we end up seeing the Cloud Soul this game, Atlas? I'm not so sure if that's
I've already said it. It's already happening. It's guaranteed. There's a Cloud Drake this game. And if it isn't, then I've opposite caster cursed it, and that is totally fine.
That's totally fine.
But if it is, we just knew that it was happening. So it's just one of those things. It's one of those things that we just have to prepare for. As our 1500 gold is now the lead for Gen G, and it looks like it's just extending as this game goes on. Looks like Gen G are able to just play this one out very cool and get themselves the advantages where they need to, as they are a team that's very good at playing with leads. And let's see how clean it's going to be closing out this game as well.
Aiming, finally looking to get maybe his first turret plate of the game. Not going to be able to just yet. As you can see, Malrong looking for something to do as well. Kalista going to respect the fact that Malrong's coming down. And meanwhile, Clid looking like he might just actually plant the Rift Herald up there in top lane. And
yeah, there are turret plates going down bot side, but yeah, Ray is in this lane right now. These turret plates coming in. Good knockup is going to come forward. It's the double, actually, is now Ray trying to keep himself alive. The Void Rush comes out. Ray is going to keep himself alive for a moment longer, but not able to survive as the Ram is going to take him down. And I don't see how he was ever supposed to survive in that situation. Maybe a little bit greedy, sticking around for too long.
Well, Gen G are looking like they're just going to actually sweep up this game with relative ease because the Shen is just light years behind of the Ornn in this game. Ornn's getting a completely free game. Rek'Sai really far ahead of the Jarvan as well. And the solo laners are doing just completely fine. So the Sylas gets to steal away the Stand United later on. The Galio not going to have any usage in the early stages because this game's been accelerated so fast. So that really takes away some of the power that KT should have been able to have in a stalled and stagnated early laning phase to make use of Stand United plus the Galio ultimate and really cause chaos on the bottom side. It's just not possible anymore. So in the replay, they use the Rift Herald, 3 turret plates remaining, ends up going down, and it is really just all she wrote. They executed this really well. Coordination on the dive. Ray, no chance to really live there. Galio not in close proximity for an ult. Things are just looking doomed.
Yeah, and also, I felt like Ray just held on to every single one of his buttons. Didn't really have anything there. Didn't even put up a dodge field or anything like that, which is a very high usage against the Rek'Sai, but couldn't get it down before the knockups started raining through and was unable to survive. So maybe next time he's going to be feeling in a better standing. But right now, it's looking real dicey here for the Shen player as Rascal comes back over, clears out that wave very, very quickly, and he's going to go back into the Fog of War to see what he can threaten next. 30 seconds on the Infernal Drake, like we were talking about, as Malrong is going to get a little bit of extra damage there onto life. Naming down here, just seeing what else he can do is Clid finds the Prey Seeker. As Kuro not able to actually get on over to help out the rest of his team. It looks like Gen G should be able to just walk over to this Drake and take it, utilizing all of their early advantages that they've managed to pick up in order to bully KT out of this. And Clid over to the side. Malrong is here, and they do not want to give this up without a fight by the looks of things, as Ruler dancing on over. Knockup not going to land there onto Malrong, as all of Gen G prepared to take down this dragon.
Well, Gen G are all postured around it right now. Shen trying to do his best to recover in the CS department. Also on Tiamat, first item, Gen G looks like there's actually not even going to be any contest over this Drake. And Ocean's Atlas, thank you for saving us.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Sometimes Cast Curse is necessary in order to get the right dragons on this map. A turret plate does go over to Ray. He's going to head back home with a 20 CS deficit and missing out on a couple of the kills that Rascal has. I think this is going to be, if we have a look at the gold eventually, a huge lead for Rascal. He is in a great spot on this Ornn right now. As our Barmy Cinder now completed for Ray, he's just making sure that he can clear out minions as fast as he possibly can in order to get as much pressure on this map as humanly possible. But this is such bad news for KT. I mean, if it was a Cloud Soul, then maybe KT can just let the rest of these Drakes go. and not worry about it too much. But now, the fact that it's an Ocean Drake, like, Ocean Soul is something that they will have to fight for as this game goes on, so it means that pressure is definitely on KT. This Crow is going to take yet another turret plate, but life is here. Rascal turning up as well, and there's the face breaker. Crow going to get booped back. He's pretty tanky, but he's never going to survive this. Holds onto his flash the entire time, and a little bit of greed there for the mid laner of KT is aiming. Sets himself up to take down some more plates here on the bottom side, and will get himself at least one more, but I don't think that's worth the life of his Gargoyle.
And at the end of it all, the gold advantage is about 2,000 in Gen G's favor, as Ornn is massive. He is a super Walmart on wheels, as 3-0-2, 119 CS. Gonna be able to complete both of his ornaments and get them online really fast here in this game. And we'll see what kind of ornaments are actually gonna be upgraded here, as BDD, it's not that Death Cap is never built on Sylas. There's definitely possibilities to get it, but obviously Luden's Pulse and Zanya's Paradox probably more likely to be upgraded. The Obsidian Cleaver on the Rek'Sai, Might of the Ruin King on the Callista. So take a look at Kuro. He was really greeting for the 2 turret plates, which does equate to a kill. Malrong in close proximity, but not going to be able to do anything. He ends up dying, and like you're saying, way too much greed.
Yeah, I don't think he managed to get the second turret plate as well. It did go down, but I don't think it was enough there, as aiming onslaught now activates, and Ruler in Life unable to actually pressure him at all. Looks like Hail of Blades activated via the Omni Stone there for life, as you can see, but I'm not able to actually get in there and try anything. But they also don't have to. Like, Gen G can play this one as slowly as you like. As thankfully for KT, they were able to grab a fair bit of money in the turret plates, only behind by 1. And that's certainly good news, but you can see it doesn't actually matter. 5-1 is the kill score, 2 Drakes going over to Gen G, and they also have a 3,000 gold lead moving in 2 minutes time towards Soul Point being available for this Gen G squad. This is a much better game from this team, and certainly a look from a team that is poised for first place. And thankfully they look like that squad right now.
Well, my stream did freeze, Alice.
Oh no.
I am,
well, at least something can freeze here in the LCK.
Currently stuck about 30 seconds ago. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the camera's probably panning across various screens, and we're playing ping pong.
Yeah.
All right.
You are definitely the only one freezing, LS. Don't you worry. That's how that one goes. As KT, they're ping pong on the bottom side, doing it a little bit more reserved, as they're worried about just getting killed. And it looks like they're putting all of their eggs into the aiming basket once again. As Infernum now picked up, Gen G will move over and grab Shirley. And it feels like Shelly and Shirley both on the same team so far today. As I believe both of them went to KT in game number 1, and now they've truly moved over to who they believe is the best team in Gen G. As they'll get the turret down, but Gen G not going to be too worried about this turret falling at this point in time, and there's no more turret plates, so not too worried about that either. As KT just move on back. There is a slight advantage in CS for aiming, and that is certainly good news. He is the win condition for this KT squad, so it's not over yet. There are still win conditions here. But this tower is going to go down, and the map is going to shrink ever so much more. And it's just feeling like it's going from bad to worse, LS.
All right, well, I'm gonna try to work with you here, as 30 seconds until the Ocean Dragon is gonna come up. You can see Ray up in top lane. He's trying to do his best again to just finally complete 1 core item. But the problem is that KT are so far behind on items that this dragon fight should almost always go the way of Gen G, especially because BDD just has access to such important ultimates for turning this fight around, and no one has an answer to Ornn. So anytime KT has to go into Gen G when they're behind, Ornn is going to be enabled and be way too strong. Set is going to be having such a good time as well. So without sort of an item lead to generate KT's oppressive nature of their team composition, things are just going to be really rough.
Yeah, and also now KT just going to give up soul points. So 5 minutes time, they will have to fight against Gen G. But right now they're opting in for trading. They're going to go for this top outer turret. They're pinging on the inner as well, as I believe Clid was able to take down that red buff also. So the bottom of the map is owned by Gen G, as Malrang here is towards the top side, just trying to act as cover here for KT. And KT just want to get as much money into aiming as possible. And, you know, this particular play certainly did that, as he does have the most gold on the map.
And as it stands right now, we're probably going to enter a lull state because unless Gen G want to team fight, no fight can actually take place. There's no siege potential on the side of KT. There's no way for them to poke Gen G, and there's no way, certainly, for them to dive Gen G if they're ever underneath any other turrets. So Gen G are the ones with complete autonomy inside of this game, and things are looking really rough because we're going to have a very similar game number 1 fiasco where Soul Point's coming up on the menu. But unlike game number 1, it's looking like it should just be a pretty decisive stomp in favor of Gen G because KT, they're struggling to really find anything. And if they just keep playing ping pong with the side waves, never inviting a member to go out of position, they're just setting themselves up for more and more of a failure.
Yeah, and so far this game, Gen G haven't made the mistake of game number 1, where they were starting fights that they shouldn't be having in the river when there's nothing to fight for, right? That was how KT were able to get back in against Gen G. That was that pivotal moment. And this time around, they're just not giving KT that opportunity whatsoever. And so this gold lead is only extending as this game continues, and Malrang finding himself with more and more difficulty taking down these camps in his own jungle. It's just getting a bit dicey here.
Yeah, not too much really going on, as 2.5 minutes is going to be the time remaining, and by that time Rascal, he should be able to hit level 13, get all of his ornament upgrades. Silas should be comfortably at 2 items, as it looks like Galio is actually going to go for the Zanya's Hourglass as his second item. Jarvan continuing on in the tank department. Cull was completed by aiming. So that's
why he had so much extra gold during this game. So that's certainly good. Has himself a couple of cloaks as well. I don't know why you need 2, but there you go. But yeah, it's not looking good here for KT as Kuro's towards the bottom side, just clearing out waves. One thing that they do have is a split push comp that can then team fight very, very quickly, assuming the Galio's proximity to the team fight. The global nature of Stand United is certainly valuable there. The problem is that they can't get enough pressure on this map to dictate to Gen G what to do, and we all know exactly where Gen G is going to be. As now Rascal's in a little bit of trouble, Searing Charge to get himself out of here, but Malrang and Tucson thinking that he's just too tanky in order to bother with, and he's just going to move away from this minion wave after taking down all of the minions, and you can see that Ray's just going to push that one back towards him, so no harm, no foul for anyone just there. His aiming's going to move back, does have himself a stopwatch now as well as his Zeal completed. It's still a long way away from those 3 items that any Aphelios is looking for.
Well, Gen G, I mean, I think that this game really does... I mean, I think it further raises the question, right? In this game, yes, it did feel like it was a loss of total control with those initial teleports down in bot lane. Kuro just going to immediately push out this wave. He's got a hot date to get to. So, as it stands, though, why did Malrang and Ray come in game number 2? Well, we did see a unorthodox pick, right? We saw the Shen come out. He probably thought he was up against the set, did go against the Ornn, lost lane control initially, fell behind in the XP department, then the teleport play happened in bot lane, and things were never really salvageable. Malrang still being true to his Sinner ways with the level 2 gank and then a very low econ playstyle. He transitioned out of that pretty well here in this game, though, as he's managed to keep up in the CS departments against Clid. Both parties, they're just going to posture for the second dragon. But if you look at the items on the side of Gen G and the fact that their team comp benefits so much more when playing on the defensive or having KT come into them, you're feeling pretty confident.
Oh yeah, this is really dicey as Rascal's moving on over, looking for an ultimate, and Gen G can pull it. They can go aggressive whenever they want to, as Rascal takes a fair bit of free damage there from aiming, who does have the close range combo with the Severum Crescendum. Genji just going to move towards this Ocean Drake, start this one up. And remember, this is Soul Point, and it's going down extremely quickly. KT need to get to this pit and start a fight. Flash already out, but the Drake's being taken. And now the Ocean Soul is going to be helping Genji. A fantastic showstopper into the backline there as aiming's going to die, and this will be a wash for Genji. They're getting all of their health back so quickly. There are so many thumbs up here for Genji as Rascal, yeah, he was slowed down at the beginning, had to flash defensively, is now BDD looking for Tucson, who just flashes himself. Oh no, the thumbs down, whoopsies. But it looks like BDD will be able to lock this kill down, so at least he's staying in high spirits, but that is an ace. That is Genji's Baron, and this should be the game.
That is absolutely going to be the game, Atlas, as no one gets to really come back from an Ocean Drake in this kind of manner. There's no open inhibitors, there's no backdoor potential or front door potential that is going to be an option for KT. None of their champions can really get Grievous wounds either, so there's no rose-tinted glasses where you look at it and you're like, well, if they could just take this miracle team fight at the dawn of 6:07 a.m. at exactly this angle and find some sort of a victory. It's not going to happen. This game is so far gone. Probably going to have one more team fight. Take a look at it. Genji, they start this off with the Ocean Soul. And just look at their HP bars inside of this team fight. No one can die, pretty much. And the end of all of this results in the Baron, another recall, so much gold in everyone's pockets, and ornaments coming in. So the writing's on the wall.
We get to watch this again. Fantastic. But Tucson's still going to die, and we're going to have a look at it from the perspective of life. This showstopper into the back line. Yep, repositioned. It's not where you want. And Fatescore comes out just to make sure that everyone's going to be fine. Ruler just dancing around happily. And this is largely the Ocean Soul really just having a good time in this particular team fight.
이거 끝낼까? 힘들 것 같고 타워랑 같이 해도 될 것 같은데 바론이랑?
And now they're saying, let's go to the Baron.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they did.
Well, it is 1 to 10, almost a 10,000 gold lead. Baron, Ocean Soul, and the other two good dragons. As Mountain and Infernal does accompany it. Luden's Pulse was upgraded.
Yep,
for
Might of the Rune King as well.
Yep, Might of the Rune King, Obsidian Cleaver going to end up coming in next, as it looks like Set actually not going to go for the Sunfire Cape, which I find really interesting because he would get so much value out of it if he did build it this game and having it get upgraded by Ornn. But Dead Man's Plate helps him with his repositioning. And Rascal, unfortunately, because of the Thornmail as well as the Sunfire, he can't actually hug the Shen. He will end up taking turret aggro.
He doesn't seem to mind too much about any turret aggro, though.
Got a lot of armor. He's a big boy.
He does. He is certainly a big boy. Mr. Ornn, not exactly going to be moved anytime soon, as you got Kuro trying to defend this bottom outer turret. I don't know whether this is going to necessarily be the game-winning play, and he agrees. He's going to move back towards his inhibitor turret now. So base not broken just yet, but Rascal is going to pop on over, grab out his little Forgeman's hammer, and take it to work. And that is going to be the first part of the base broken in quick succession. The mid inhibitor turret will also fall, as now Genji get to work on inhibitors, and KT, they have to try and mount some sort of a defense, but I just don't think it's possible right here. And you can see, like, we might be asking ourselves, well, they have to pull the trigger, but I mean, do they even have a trigger? It's a pop gun against a shotgun, and that's just not what you want. As Life is going to get a really good face breaker there, and Fatescore is going to get him out. Heroic Entrance finds no CC, as Ruler is still absolutely fine bouncing around this team fight. Searing Charge gets a knock up there on Kuro, and the Justice Punch is interrupted. Silas takes down the Jarvan. A lot of damage there from aiming, though, as he might be able to turn this. BDD going to go into his Zhonya's, but the Nexus turret's being worked on. There are so many minions here, as the Nexus will be falling down. Ruler is just bouncing around the outside, celebrating as he flashes to try and get rid of aiming. Makes short work of him, and will take down this Nexus to bring this to 1-1 between KT and Genji.
And the thing about this game is that it ended really early on. So I don't want to say that KT's team composition was a Sinner team comp, but it definitely had smoke and mirrors to it that needed to get some edges early in order to transition into the mid and later stages of the game on somewhat even footing. The scaling on the side of Genji is so much bigger. And as long as they could stabilize early, they would always be in a position to win out relatively easily. And them getting the leg up in the bot lane with the 5-on-5 in bottom happening at level 3 was just such a clean and awesome victory for them, and they never let go of the advantages.
Yeah, I actually thought it was really brilliant. I thought that the turnaround from Rascal was also fantastic. He looked much better in this game than the last one. I'm trying to work out who to give my Pog vote to, and I feel like maybe it's between Rascal and BDD for me. How about you?
I am thinking that it... Ooh, this is...
It's a toughie, isn't it? Also,
yeah,
Life.
It feels like they all
Life
sort
had a
of
good game
participate. I'm going to just give it to Rascal, though, because I saw him freezing a wave, and then he just outplayed the Shen in the early stages of the game. Waves 1 through 3. He played it better, and I think that was actually pretty integral to the bot lane stuff, as well as the follow-up top lane problems.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think that the Shen being completely worthless was largely to do with Rascal being so much more value in that initial teleport play also. And he was always there where he needed to be, and that's exactly what he wasn't able to do in their previous series and in the previous game. So I think that Rascal having a turnaround was a large reason why Gen G were able to move so easily into a victory here. But also, I mean, Ray and Malron question mark is still a thing. So we'll see whether KT go back to their main roster after this one, because that substitution was one of the more weird ones here for the LCK, especially in their last match of the regular season.
Well, we shall see what happens in game number 3, because I imagine that the main roster will come back out again. They'll be back on the red side, so hopefully they can find edges, because this one was a blowout.
Oh yeah.
This
felt like it was over very, very quickly.
Yep. And it was interesting because KT, they started it off really well, but this was aiming and touching, really making a pretty poor decision with their lane manipulation. Everyone got called into the party in this team fight down here in bot lane. And you can see the teleports were coming in. Ray just couldn't do anything on the Shen as everyone was just trying to run away. Full-on retreat for KT. This is not how early they wanted to be teleporting. They wanted level 6 on everyone. And this was Clid moving up to top lane to take advantage of the very vulnerable Shen.
Yeah, and I don't know where the Twilight Refuge was, unless it was just invisible on our screen right there, but it felt like Ray was saving it for the next game. Something like that. Didn't necessarily work out, as Life also had a really good game. I think Life, BDD, and Rascal all had great games. BDD was fantastic in game number 1 also, but still just showing his world-class status as, yeah, these last team fights, this is an example of Gen G, A, having an Ocean Soul, and B, just being better.
Yeah. That is exactly what was happening inside of this game. And so now the question remains, after a game 1 and 2 of this kind of a manner between these two teams, what does game 3 have in store for us? And now DRX and T1, it's all coming down to this for both of those teams, as Gen G really want to get this win to clinch that first place spot.
Yeah, this will mean that they can practice for so much longer and study their other teams for so much longer. Remember, this is 10-7. We still have a lot of evolution in the meta to happen here. And being able to watch and study and make sure you know exactly what's strong on this patch is going to be really important. As I think that was the first Moonlight Vigil that actually did anything this game. And Aiming did do a lot of work with it, but unfortunately, it was as his Nexus was dying, so not quite able to get enough work done. As we have a look at Rule in this team fight, he was certainly holding on to his Fate's Call for a really long time and made sure that he mitigated all of the CC from the Galio with it. Really, really nice stuff between him and Life.
Replay here is just them farming for kills. Pretty much all that was happening.
Yep, felt all too easy here for these guys as yeah, Ray couldn't get on top of anyone. There was an army of minions, and Ruler was able to just happily go and take down the Fellows before winning the game. So really clean stuff here. The emote spam was strong too. I mean, Aiming did do some damage, but in the end it didn't actually matter at all what he was doing, because an Ocean Soul is probably going to mitigate about 13k anyway. So it doesn't even really matter.
Well, that was game number 2. Rascal having a very nice comeback here after the game number 1 performance. So he must be feeling pretty comfortable about that. And again, is KT going to make sub-outs now going into 3? We expect it, but we weren't expecting a sub-out in general in game 2, so we might just get surprised.
Well, we'll see what the surprises are going to be as we move into game number 3, guys. We have a short break, but then we'll be back with that. Don't go anywhere.
반갑습니다.
잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동자 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동자 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘돼 누나 망가 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 TFT 모바일 도동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동자 TFT 모바일 도동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동자 라이어가 멋이 도동동자 TFT 모바일 도동동자 온유월 설이 가득 찰 노동자 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동자 하다 현타 푸동동자 TFT 갤럭시 푸동동자 유체 뉴 시너지 전설전자 멋이 팬치 우주 푸동동자 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동자
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 전투판이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, as Gen G managed to even out the series between themselves and KT. KT with some very questionable substitutions, taking away arguably their most powerful players from game number 1, and then subsequently losing pretty hard due to those roles in game number 2. So we'll see whether the switch back is going to happen, as Rascal will pick up the player of the game. And I think seeing that and understanding that Rascal has been having some very off games really does show how important it is for Gen G to have a stable top side of the map.
Yeah, I think that it is important. Rascal does earn himself the player of the game for the orange performance. And like I said, I think it was really crucial how he managed to play waves 1 through 3 so that he was able to teleport with a better advantage and then also return to the top side. Having that lane state so good, if you remember the camera pan where the giant minion wave was in front of his turret, he was going to have the XP advantage, item advantage, everything was just going to be really good for him. And this was it. This was all she wrote. As Rascal, just take a look at his HP in this team fight. Ocean Soul, it's
pretty good.
Yeah, it's a hell of an ocean.
Yeah. If you've got Ocean Soul, you don't need health insurance. Let's just say that. You'll be absolutely fine.
Do you know it, Alice? I'm going to test your history as 7 out of 9 votes. So
Not
one
bad.
jungle vote, one support vote came in, so it was not unanimous. But the history I wanted to test you. What was the name of the ocean when Pangea existed?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe just the ocean. I mean, it was just one big ocean, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think it had a name.
Look, yeah, no, I'm okay with the pop culture around like the 90s and 2000s, but like other than that, dude, I'm basically useless.
Okay.
Yeah. You ask me what, the landmass is called in a specific generation of Pokemon, I can probably answer that question. But
Okay, perfect.
the ocean during Pangea, not entirely sure. It's probably worth a Google.
That is worth a Google. If you can find that out, I'm sure many of the collective already know, but
Yeah. But we don't. As I'm gonna check it out right now. Can't really. So I'm sorry, draft. You're gonna have to wait. I'm looking up.
okay, I'll take care of this one.
Yeah, if you could just let people know what's going on. I'm just doing some learning.
All right. So game number 3 draft here. Gen G back on the blue side, and it's do or die for their first place seed. They need to beat KT here. KT are fighting for T1 and DRX is what it mostly is for them right now, as Gen G, they ban away the Jace and the Trundle, perhaps signifying that they want to go with the set, and for some reason, Rascal maybe not comfortable to go up against the Jace. What I really want to see here, Atlas,
Yeah, man.
as I know that you are busy trying to figure out which ocean it was, is the Riven.
I think it is the Panthalasic Ocean or something like that.
Perfect.
All right,
Beautiful.
there we go. Now we can focus back on the game. As the Yuumi has been banned away here, away from KT, and KT thinking about what their final ban is going to be. Something like Varus or Callista do come to mind, but I wouldn't mind seeing a Taric ban here instead, as they could potentially play around that particular situation a little bit better. But 3 seconds to go. Let's see how things are. As So1 and Bono back on the roster as we expected, and it's going to be the Zoe taken away from B to D. It does make a lot of sense.
And Callista is getting picked up. Taric is still available. Gen G might just go for that pairing. We could easily see B2, B3, Jarvan, Taric. Now, I do think there's lots of responses. to that kind of a B2B3. And KT can definitely open in ways knowing that this is coming and draft around it. So, Varus, however, being hovered, R1.
I think Varus Jarvan, probably the understandable pickups here. We'll see whether KT do want to take away a bottom lane first or something like that. Set is still up though, and is something that they might want to think about moving into this game, because Gen.G have been able to pick it up and flex it multiple games in a row. As Bono thinking about just going back to what worked in game number 1, and Sejuani is going to hit the Rift.
Well, we're not going to be able to have an entire run back. Also, this is not the NALCS, so even less likely of a chance of that happening here, as like you were mentioning, Jarvan Taric could just get B2B3'd here, or Targ Jarvan, however you want to say it. Although the Jarvan would fare a little bit worse against the Sejuani. Gen.G is saying, no, you know what? We want to scale this time around, as they lock in the Rek'Sai, which is not necessarily a counter to the Sejuani, but it does provide Klid with some early game presence that maybe he can try to make something happen on. So it's also not going to be like the Olaf or anything, so it's a little bit more mid-rangey, more control-focused, as Ivern is being hovered. That's the jungler they should have picked. Okay.
Okay, it's going to be the Taric, though, as Tusin's going to lock that one in for himself. And this was Gen.G giving up the Taric. They were valuing the Ornn over it, and KT, instead of banning it away, which they could have easily done in the next phase, they've decided that Tusin wants to be playing this champion. So, see what KT does have planned. Doesn't quite have the synergy that you do get with the Kalista, but still is going to be a decent lane, and Tusin is a very good Taric player. So, Braum going to be banned away here, and KT are going to attack the bottom lane just to make sure that Gen.G don't get exactly what they're looking for. You'd imagine like Braum's Set would be decent bans here, but of course the Set will be purely aimed at a support ban with the Ornn being picked up. BDD can play it, but it's not likely that that's where it's going to go. As Aatrox going to be banned away here from KT. I don't think anyone is really too surprised or worried about it, as KT thinking about their final ban. Set would make some sense, but we'll see where they do decide to go.
Yeah, the Ornn does have flex potential to mid and top lane. Sylas instead is actually going to get banned away by KT. And with the sheer amount of hard-on engage, but also peel that Gen.G has for the Kalista against KT, they're really yet again fighting neck and neck. Gangplank, love to see it. Now, it doesn't really have super counters remaining to it in this current game, and okay, instead, Vladimir now being hovered. Both of these champions, they basically handshake with Ornn. They both get to scale up themselves, and neither is going to actually be locked in. KT, they are the ones that are sinning now. As Mordekaiser, it's been a while since we've seen him. He really
last
started
time
to
was
taper off.
Mordekaiser that was picked up by Ixu, building his Wits End style of Mordekaiser. We'll see whether that comes down again. And that's going to be the Ruler in Life Kalista Rakan combo once again. Not exactly high on the win rate, but if you have a look at Life's win rate on the champion, it's certainly strong, as this is a Gen.G uber late game scaling teamfight composition that is looking very stable, as Kuro is thinking about bringing back his Void Monster once again, which was able to win out in game number 1 in this particular matchup. And I do like it paired with the Death Realm that Someone can throw out, because it means that if there's anything that's able to get on top of Kuro, it can immediately be removed from that plane of existence. But instead, it's going to be the Zilean that saw back-to-back bans in games 1 and 2, and is instead going to be locked in. So I don't mind it. Zilean certainly works against the Azir as well, and now they're going to have so much control of the battlefield. Chrono Shift, Death Realm, and the Cosmic Radiance to really mess up the Gen.G teamfight.
And the thing is that while Gen.G, they were starting out with the really big scaling, they did finish it up with an Azir, but the Rakan is a bit interesting, because the Rakan can only go in, and KT wants you to go in. KT wants a front line that they can sort of get beefy or brawly with. And the Mordekaiser coming in, it looks like it was a sin, but now, when you think about it, it does have some reduced effectiveness, because QSS is incentivized now on the side of Gen.G, and that also hurts the Zilean, it hurts the Sejuani, it hurts the Taric. But in the same sense, it does stifle some of Gen G's scaling, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. So we'll see what Gen G is going to actually be able to do, because there is so much wonky control on the side of KT, but also such insane amounts of magic damage that if KT itemize properly, it's going to be near impossible for the KT team comp to go the distance.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually do that. It's also a fair bit of magic damage coming out of the Gen G composition, but you're looking at Rek'Sai and Kalista as being able to offer that physical, so not as much of an issue as exactly what you were talking about on the KT roster. So a lot of magic resist likely to be built up here by Gen G as we move into those late game team fights that they should be set up for. As we're going to see the two winning compositions take one another on, and I mean compositions by the players that we have on the Rift. So1 and Bono make their way back in, and Life is now here to try and tango with KT. So let's see how it goes onto the Rift here as the Zillion makes his way down. Clid here as well. And we do have just the 5-point defense system. Not going to be too aggressive with any of our level 1s. No Broms or anything like that. I don't think the level 1 is necessarily going to be something that either team is looking for. As Pingu. So sad. Where's my plushie?
Well, that's certainly not the TFT Pengu. And yeah, I need a plushie as well. I need a giant Feather Knight plushie.
Yeah.
And that's just what I'm looking forward to. Well, it can be diamond or it can be gold. Either one of those, totally fine. I really hope that when we do eventually return to LoL Park, that it is in the store there.
Yeah, that would be the optimal welcome back. Am I right?
That would be it. I would buy out the whole store.
Yep. That's
I can't wait for the employee to give me a look when I tell him all of it.
Yes. if I could have everything, please.
That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yep. Well, Gen G starting off on the red side here. We've got a blue side start for KT, as both jungles going to be mirroring each other as they move northward. Rascal versus So1 once again, and So1's skin is super cool for this Mordekaiser. I don't know whether that's my favorite chrono of it, but it's not bad.
Well, we'll definitely see. As that Mordekaiser skin, I don't know how to feel about it. It feels like Arthas Menethil really just tried to glamour himself out. He got a little bit lonely up there.
It's like he turned Paladin. He certainly turned, he just class swapped, something like that. Did a bit of a main switch, I guess, is what he did there, because he certainly does look like a Draenei Paladin right here.
He's definitely taking transmogging to a whole new level.
Yeah, he certainly is.
that actually really got to him.
That wasn't canon for Wrath of the Lich King as well. I'm really disappointed. So you got about a 300 gold lead already, as Gen G are certainly laning very, very well as this game has begun. We'll see what Bono is going to be able to do with this particular map, and where KT are going to be able to find themselves as this game extends, as you've got Life going on a bit of an exploration, bit of a mission here around the map. And Aiming and Tucson just comfortable with this lane in the position that it is. So1 missing a few CS. Rascal having a pretty good time of it here towards the top side. As misses a cannon. Can we cut the video?
Yeah, let's cut the screen away from here. And I think that they're really highlighting it because we haven't seen Mordekaiser in a little bit. And probably not a champion that many people were expecting. Life's going to come in here. He's going to look to ward onto the right-hand side Clid here in mid lane. And you can see Life, and they are coming in for a bit of a date here with Kuro.
Yeah,
and he's going to manage to actually take it all away. And you can see Bono aware of maybe what's happening. Kuro does not have a lot of mana. They have to be really careful.
Yeah, and in fact, Bono is just going to let this red buff reset. Clid comes on in, and Clid with double buffs should be able to bully out the Sejuani from this area. As Zarul is going to take away the Rift Scuttler as well. And now Bono is getting absolutely starved in his own jungle.
No, he does have a camp up over the Rek'Sai, so even though he does lose the red buff, he's going to be able to transition to his right side jungle. Those camps are respawning. He will lose both of the Scuttle Crabs, but it's the bot lane that's going to pick up one of the first ones. On the right-hand side, the Azir still in mid lane, has the cleanse versus the teleport on Kuro. And this is another one of those games where we're going to have to see what happens in the mid game that's going to really tell us how things are going to start to unfold. Because once the magic resistance starts coming in onto the Rek'Sai, who I think Clid is pretty well positioned to get Merc Treads here as well as Hexdrinker against this KT team composition. Callista will have options to stack magic resistance too. Scimitar, Hexdrinker as well for her is definitely on the menu possibly. Azir gonna probably get Merc Treads and Banshee's Veil. That's when everything becomes really hard for KT. Because there's no way that Varus alone is gonna even be able to approach Gen G's team champions. Which is a weird way of saying it, in the A18 fight.
Well, you can see Sohan does get his passive up here, but so far it's not really working out for the KT top laner. Clid's going to come in looking for a potential dive, and Sohan is extraordinarily low. This is perfect timing for the Rek'Sai. His back is going to be channeled. He's just waiting for the Prey Seeker. Throws that one out to stop Sohan from being able to do anything here.
Oh, man.
Will have W available, but there's the knock-up. Oh, Rascal has to flash, but is going to survive. And it's a very, very easy gank. Bono over the side is going to be taking the Mountain Drake. This will be the first time that they've taken first Drake so far this series. It's been the first two going to Gen G every single time otherwise. As Rakan is going to get some vision in this area, and Kuro is going to try and get some control here in this lane. But BDD should be able to shove this in and possibly attempt to move down, but it looks like this Drake is going to be done, and Bono will be able to lock that one down for KT. So nicely done. Bono able to get at least something back on the other side of the map as Sohan teleported back towards the top side. Rascal's flash is now down, and Sohan kept his during that whole incident. And it looks like Sohan is going towards the Wits End build as well. Feels like Ixu started something here in the LCK.
And yeah, it looks like that definitely might be it. So again, shout out to, I believe his ID, yeah, Dragoon in NA. It's a challenger NA player. He's been building that for quite a while. Ixu obviously did debut it here in the LCK. Wits End first item. Although it might not be Wits End. Hold on, we do have to wait. It could just be Nashor's Tooth.
Yeah, he could be going straight to the Stinger, something like that. But I wouldn't mind seeing the Wits End, especially up against the magic damage that Ornn is going to be dealing. Not going to help him out so much if he gets ganked by the Rek'Sai, but otherwise not too much of a big deal as Clid is towards the bottom side taking this Rift Scuttler as we have a look at this gank once again. It was pretty elementary, to be honest, by Clid and Rascal, as Rascal didn't really want to take that turret shot, but eventually they are able to lock this one down. And despite the fact that Rascal picked up turret aggro, he wasn't too worried about it.
And well, Sohan down, or up here, I should say, in top lane. At a bit of a CS deficit, also XP deficit.
Yeah.
And Ornn wants to just really fight to get Mordekaiser to that about 700 HP threshold, and then he could do the Ornn combo, assuming that Sohan does not have any of his W shield available. And you have to do it a little bit differently against Mord. You send out the Q, cast the R, and then W immediately so that he can't respond with Death Realm, so that you're CC invulnerable. Then you try to land the remainder of the combo. So it's sequenced a bit differently against Mord, but still a pretty easy lethal to hit if you do know about it.
Yeah, and you imagine that Rascal, pretty practiced on this Ornn, should be able to lock that one down. So let's see how Sohan's going to play this one out. At the moment, keeping his health bar pretty comfy, as Bono's going to look to start off Shelly, and KT just going to rotate all their members around towards this one. But a difference this time, as we've got also Gen G rotating their bottom lane in. Good double bomb is going to land there as Clid getting taken down very low. We'll have to go underground to try and regen some of that health. As Sohan not going to quite find the Obliterate there onto Rascal, just trying to get him out of position. Aiming, taking a fair bit of damage there, but the Ornn is going to come through. Double, triple knocker for the Ornn as now Rascal's trying to get in amongst it. Tucson's going to be taken down very, very early as now in goes BDD, but misses the ulti. Gets a few flashes out for it. But KT only lose their support and Shelly in that trade in the end. That could have been worse.
So this absolutely could have been worse. And what I wanted to say right at the very start of this is it reminds me of a tweet I believe Fnatic Selfmade made about a week ago. So you pick the scaling team composition, the one that's pretty weak early game, and then you rotate for Herald at 8 minutes. Absolutely fantastic. As Gen G, they find themselves with a free Herald capture. Their champions are much stronger early than their opponents. There's so much value. Mordekaiser's not going to be able to get a reliable Death Realm in this early team fight, even if it ends up transpiring. And now, KT, they set themselves up for a really rough opening. And that's very problematic as we move into the middle stage of the game.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at this fight once again. Have a look at how many flashes BDD managed to get with his Emperor's Divide, as the triple knockup was brilliant from Rascal off to the side there. Ruler grabbing himself a kill as, yeah, double flash as BDD does manage to get them out of the carries of KT. So now as this game continues and as Shelly is going to be adding more pressure, there's going to be less summoner spells to keep KT safe as well. So sometimes when you're talking about an ulti like that, you're saying, oh, he missed, but no. He managed to get 2 flashes from that. Definitely worth.
And at this point, KT, they're just going to probably go back to looking to wave clear endlessly. Infernal Dragon should go the way of Gen G, the way that everything is currently panning out. Ornn does have the teleport available. Yep. And we'll see what he can do with it. So Ornn doesn't have that teleport available, but he wants to make sure that he's not in range to get Death Realmed.
And it looks like Sohan has wrestled back some control of this lane. You can see has brought his minion disadvantage back into touching distance. Kuro is able to get some control of this lane as well, as his Lost Chapter has been completed and might even be able to get a turret plate here. As, yeah, that should go down, and he picks up the money there for it also before he goes back home to complete possibly his first item. We'll see how close to the Super Soaker he is going to be, as aiming and Tucson shove out this wave bottom side. So a bit of a reset comes in for Gen G, and KT with a bit of breathing room are able to get back within touching distance of the goal. About 900 is the situation right here, as Bella's Breath is going to deny the Death's Grasp, and Sohan is still very happy up here on the top side. But here we go. Gen G going to be grabbing their first Drake of the game. It's going to be an Infernal with a Cloud Soul also to be coming up afterwards. Earth, Wind, and Fire, of course, does have to ring true, as that is going to be consumed. And thankfully, the double Caster Curse comes through, and we get back-to-back Ocean Drakes for our souls.
Alice, I had the script, so I had to voice that out really quick before it ended.
I apologize.
She didn't mail it to you.
Yeah, totally no, I never get it. I never get it. It's reserved for LSs only.
There we go.
Yeah.
You gotta get a fax machine.
Oh, I do. Where is my fax machine? Yeah, I do.
Oh my, those were ancient.
Oh, they certainly were.
Yeah.
And they also made real funny noises, and their paper was weird.
That's true, yeah. That was something.
So my dad actually worked from home for most of my childhood. And so he'd have a fax machine in his home office that he had in our front yard. It was actually pretty cool. Sort of built himself an office. He didn't want to drive to work or have to travel or anything like that. And so he's like, oh, I'm just going to make my own business so that I can work at home. And look, it worked out well. Allowed me to check out fax machines. Fantastic.
Well,
there's a little bit of a boomer conversation for you guys.
Is that all right?
In the
Perfect.
Yeah.
That was. Thank you. Thank you for that. That was.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Much needed. I'm so grateful that you shared that with us.
Yep. There's a few people in chat that also remember what a fax machine is, so shout out to you guys. We can all be boomers together. Absolutely fantastic times. Let's have another conversation about VHS soon. As I guess, people have been watching Stranger Things and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, now I know what a VHS is.
A floppy disk?
Oh my god, yes.
People don't even know. Let's not even show them the Walkman. Oh no.
You remember the really big floppy disks as well, back from some of the earliest computers? They were super weird. I never knew what they were called. Because they can't be just a regular floppy disk because they were giant.
Yeah.
Very, very strange.
It's
anyway,
really weird.
I'm not gonna go into that one, as we are in a lull state, guys. That's why we're talking about floppy disks and VHS, because right now it's not a whole lot more is going on.
2.5
and
minutes.
Was the Nash's 2 as the first rush here for Sohan. So you were correct, not going for the Wits End build this time around, and I guess isn't too worried about the magic damage coming out of an Ornn, and can instead just build towards these core items. I'm hoping to see something like Rylai's and the Liandry's to come in next here for Sohan. Has decent double bomb there, lands onto Clid, and the poke damage out from the Zillion could actually be relevant as we move towards our first Ocean Soul of the game. Sorry, Ocean Drake of the game.
Well, we probably will be seeing an Ocean Soul this game. Everyone is playing ping pong. There's that itemization that's coming out by Gen G. All the Merc Treads, Abyssal Mask. Azir should move towards Banshees as his second item, and he could just sit on the Lost Chapter. He doesn't need to complete it to Ludens. Getting the MR earlier is probably best for the mid-game transition, as we are now in the mid-game.
Yeah, and he already does have his Merc Tread, so a little bit of magic resist has been built up so far. He's going to help mitigate the Sorcerer's Shoes that Kuro now has for himself. Last time we saw the Glacial Augment out from him on the Vel'Koz. He did go for the Boots of Lucidity. This time around, opting in for a little bit more of that bomb damage here in this mid-game. And I don't mind it. Certainly not going to be too worried about getting ultimate amounts of CDR, as he's going to be building up a lot of it as this game progresses as well. As our Ruler underneath this turret is going to be very happy, and as this wave is going to reset, he has about a 3 CS advantage, so nothing too much to worry about there if you are a KT fan, but still going about as planned here for Gen G, as Kuro has to flash in that mid lane. Clear able to play with a lot of aggression around this point in the game because the Sejuani was successfully put behind.
And the thing for KT right now is this first core item completion. This is probably going to be the best chance that they get to try to get footing back inside of this game. So they have the Blade of the Ruin King on the Varus versus the Blade of the Ruin King plus Berserker Greaves on the Callista. Dragon is in 45 seconds. Varus did just recall. Now he picked up the Berserker Greaves. So if you look at all the champions, they're actually pretty even at this point in the game. One of the discrepancies that's present is up in top lane in Ornn's value inside of a team fight. But this is going to be the third Drake of the game and the closest chance KT has at potentially swinging things back around their way. Oh,
now you got 3 people grouped up here towards the bottom side as Clid's going to dive on in. Bono's going to get in there with the ultimate, but Ruler immediately cleanses it out of the way. But there's the Cosmic Radiance, and the Varus is going to take down Clid. Gen G botching the dive as the teleports come in from both solo laners as Soan puts Ruler in the Death Realm, doesn't find the Death's Grasp, as I don't think he wants to get underneath this turret. There's the Obliterate, and the Rend comes down to take down the Mordekaiser, but there goes Callista as well, as Rascal had to stay on the top side of the map, didn't elect to teleport down, and KT going to take down this outer turret and look for the first Ocean Drake.
And Rascal, I think he's not gonna get it. Oh no, he did. Oh no, he didn't. He stopped taking damage from the turret. So yeah, he managed to take it in the end. Didn't get the first turret of the game though. So Gen G really rushed that, which was so bizarre because they saw the Sejuani, they saw the Varus. You have to know that the Taric is somewhere in close proximity, and Clid just a little bit overeager. And if you remember Gen G's last series, it was Clid on the Jarvan, going full Leroy Jenkins at some points, just rushing things. Very reckless with it, and right now down in the bot lane, managed to throw away the advantage they had there. Also lost the Dragon. However, it didn't come at a cost. I mean, KT did have to expend some resources to do it. They lost mid-tier 1, top tier 1. They lost a lot of CS as well. So we take a replay of it. And they had to know the Taric was coming. I assume that a Tremor Sense went off, so I don't know what ended up happening there. They just went immediately. It was very bizarre, and you know what they're thinking. Let's just delete Varus right now, crash another wave, put him really far behind, and then get Dragon for free. And like you were saying, the Ren did manage to come out and sort of stood his ground.
Yeah, he did a little bit. Took a turret shot there as well, which is absolutely not what you want to be doing. But not going to be too much of an issue. A little bit of a scuffle here towards the top side of the map as we see a slight gold advantage for Gen G, but the Drakes are going in favor of KT. So we're going to need to see whether KT can win some subsequent team fights and see whether Soan can, next time around, you know, take Ruler out of a team fight and actually make sure that he's able to win that 1v1 also. Because as this game goes on, if the Mordekaiser can't do that, then that relevance is going to dissipate. And with both VDD and Ruler existing, that becomes a little bit more of an issue. As we have a look at a replay of what happened while we were in our previous replay, it was Rascal teleporting in to try and take down KT's bottom lane, but it looks like they weren't actually able to do too much as the disengage does come down in the end.
They were able to disengage, and again, these early skirmishes at this phase of the game, it's going to be pretty good for KT. This is where there isn't enough time yet for base resistances and scaling to come in, and so it sort of helps the Zilean, Sejuani, and the Mordekaiser as the game does currently stand. And only 1,500 gold advantage. The Infernal will outscale the Mountain as the game continues to go on, but we do still have to wait as Oblivion Orb is picked up on the Azir. Now he doesn't have Sork Pen boots, So that is it's a bit bewildering. And the reason that I say that is because we have a lull state on our hands. There is a Mountain Drake on the enemy team, so if you take a look at some of their resistances, if you want to get some sort of penetration, Void Staff would probably be better, but Grievous Wounds in the later stages affects the Zilean ultimate, affects the Taric, and even the Mordekaiser to a little bit, but I don't know why Banshees or Void isn't a more important thought for him here.
Well, Death Realm comes out here as Rascal's fighting against Soan. Good knock-up to come in, and he can't even press W. It feels like Rascal should still be falling here as aiming's going to come down. And Gen G have started off the Baron, as Rascal's just wasting their time. Chains of Corruption come in. Bono's going to get down here. Cue the yakety sacks, everyone, as there's the splash. Amy's going to be able to lock that one down as Bono's looking for life, but you can see this Baron is looking to try and kill Clid as the quickness is not going to do anything. Bono in the pit, not able to take the Baron. However, that was a 50-50 and certainly not a Genji-esque play. Still able to lock down the Baron, so they're going to take that advantage.
And so Clid ends up winning that smite fight there, but like you were saying just now, that's not a Genji-esque play. If they lose this Baron, they will lose their red side jungle. They're going to lose the next Ocean Dragon, for sure, which then brings the game to Soul Point. They would then lose the mid-tier 1 and top-tier 1 turret. It would be a massive gold swing. And so you have to wonder, why are they doing stuff like this? Because it's not like them. It's very out of character for how they've been. This whole split, Rascal kills Mordekaiser down here in this fight. Aiming, coming down, lots of emote spam going on. And then if you take a look at this, there is a way for Rascal to live, but I actually like the fact that he doesn't flash away. Aiming flashes after him, and this means that Rascal's now going to have his flash.
3초 3초
Nice.
여거 한 2000 정도 내가 마크 해줄게 그냥.
오케이
공 봐줄게.
몸 약간 필요하고 바로스 누구? 할만도 한데?
So that was really weak at tanking.
오케이 바로스 노펠 바로스 노펠
Yes, he was.
이따 2000대 갈게.
Bars no flash.
몸 좀만 해줘.
오케이.
오케이 내가 할게
천천히.
Someone tank for me.
때리고 가려.
바로스 노펠
Back. Yeah. And then they kept saying Bars no flash again. So emotions are running high.
Yeah.
On the side of Genji.
Certainly a dicey play there, as we're going to get a second round of double bombs onto Rascal, as Bono and Kuro are doing their very best to try and get him down to half health. But in the meantime, here in the mid lane, the Cosmic Radiance not enough there out of Tucson, as BDD has to go golden. It is going to be Soan locking him down, as it's a 1-for-1 trade as all is said and done. But you can see Rascal is back to work on this inner turret. He is an immovable object right now, as Kuro, once again, he's going to double bomb the Ornn. And it's going to take a lot of killing you.
It's going to take a lot of bombs to blow that
yeah, you can see that Clid's going to turn up and should be Kuro falling down. Chronoship's going to be available as there's the Ornn. He does make himself come back alive, but are they going to be safe is going to be the question here. As Soan gets in there, Rascal should be falling as ruler. Now looking to turn this onto Tucson. But someone needs to try and actually kill Rascal, but finally he is able to go down as life goes golden right after that grand entrance, but he's not going to last too much longer. The trade is of supports right here as Ruler still should be able to create enough distance to get out of here, as there is a potential teleport ward for Kuro to come back, but he decides that he doesn't actually want to opt into it, as it's going to be KT going for a more reserved teleport as they move towards this Ocean Drake to get themselves towards Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and so Rascal does have teleport available, but it looks like KT are going to be the ones that capture this, and you have to really wonder what is going on here, because Genji are taking such high variant, or not high variance, but they're not erring on the side of caution. They're not just taking the... Look at the Ocean Drake on the minimap. It's up, it's available, they can take it, but they're diving the mid-tier 1, and BDD is going for a super play to do it. So they get Varus, BDD goes golden, Soan takes a little bit of a detour, smacks the Azir, and then down here in bottom, Rascal and Clid, they're saying to themselves, yeah, we really need 250 gold split up between each other in order to win this game, rather than just getting the Ocean Drake. They're pushing down here. The raid boss Ornn is refusing to die, and everyone gets dragged into the mix. So the 250 gold on that bot turret not really sure it was a higher priority than clearing your own jungle camps and getting the dragon and just continuing to scale up.
Yeah, it was very perplexing, to use one of your favorite words. A strange play there, but we'll see whether Gen G are going to pull themselves back together. They did have the Baron, but they weren't actually able to put it to much use there. Early Barons like this can be a little bit of a problem, especially when you're going to go for a team fight instead of going for any sort of siege. And they weren't actually able to get themselves into positions to take down inner turrets. However, Kuro, wearing some bombs right here, is just going to clear out this top wave. The top outer turret is very, very low for KT, but they've only taken one turret so far this game, and they are within touching distance of the gold. So another team fight where KT are able to transition into some turrets and take themselves an Ocean Drake is a game that KT are very likely to win. So don't look at that gold and assume that it's just going to be smooth sailing for Gen G. KT can win fights. It's certainly going to feel good for them. But we look over the side of Gen G, they're continuing to scale. We've got Obsidian Cleaver now done. Ruler is looking towards his Might of the Ruined King very soon. And this is a game where Gen G actually have a lot more statistical gold than they're letting on at the moment, given the ornaments starting to flow forward at level 15 on Rascal.
And the Infernal Dragon, so we can't forget that either.
That's true, that's true.
Continuing to go up as Blade of the Ruined King. Gonna be yet another item that needs to get upgraded. Bloodthirster, gonna be the third item for the Callista, so Callista just feeling like, you know what, I will just sustain against the Mordekaiser inside of the Death Realm, not gonna have to get that tax or pay it. No one's really paying the tax.
Nope.
And so, the itemization here by Gen G is, I feel like I need to message Chakrez because it really does feel like Lost to Shopkeeper, the way that it currently stands. Azir not stacking more magic resistance, opted into a really early Morello completion. We'll have to see what he ends up going for next. And you can see Clid, he has another Ruby Crystal. I don't know what he's going to purchase next. Now, it might just be Spirit Visage or Adaptive Helm. I think either of those two items would be fine, but it's not the Hex Drinker that I thought that he would end up going into.
Yeah, it could have been nice. Something tells me that he might be going towards Stark's Fervor as well, which I certainly wouldn't like, as Bono. That's a very good interrupt there on the Grand Entrance with his Arctic Assault. Very nicely done. Gets himself out of the way, but you can see Gen G with a whole lot of control of this Baron area. KT looking to try and participate in this K-Ram. And Clid is going to get bumped into. Kuro over to the side, protecting Bono right now. Good bombs come down, but Clid is able to flash his way to safety. But is it going to be safe enough? Death Grasp does come down as Aiming picks up that kill, and it looks like there's no response here from Gen G. KT, their health bars are getting relatively low, but they have double Ocean Drake, remember, and Bono has a Warmog, so he'll have full health very, very quickly. KT take control of the map.
Yeah, KT, they are in a pretty commanding position as it stands right now. And Clid continuing to show very uncharacteristic play.
Yeah, over-aggressive.
Yeah, very, very over-aggressive. KT, there's no jungler on the side of Gen G, so this is just going to be a straight-up team fight. And remember, so on, he has Death Realm.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v4 most likely, as KT should be able to take this one down. Cosmic Radiance work at the perfect time there, as Rascal has to Searing Charge to get himself out of this fight. And KT will be locking down this Baron unless some shenanigans do happen. And Bono is able to stick with his Smite Key. And KT now, with 20 seconds left on this Ocean Drake, should be able to go for this reset and head straight back down there. But it looks like they're not going to get there in time, as Gen G, 14 seconds now on the clock, they're in position to lock down this Ocean Drake.
Oh, 10 seconds. And Aiming and Tushin, though.
Buying some time here.
Yeah, Life buying a lot of time, and Aiming and Tushin are on the top side of the map. So
oh no. Fate's goal does come through, as Ruler's going to pull his teammate to safety, and Gen G will deny the Ocean Soul. But at what cost? Because this inner turret should be taken down pretty easily here by KT. And that's a bunch of extra standing gold now that they have picked up for themselves. So they move finally into the gold lead. And this outer turret mid lane should suffer the same fate while Bono gets to work on the enemy jungle camps. So I actually don't mind trading the Drake here. This is what you can do when you have made it to Soul Point. You can demand that your opponent denies it, utilize them being a little bit distracted on the map, and take down a whole lot of that extra money that's just lying in wait. So we have a look at this replay once again.
So we take a look at this. Bono.
That was a weird. We needed to check out the backs.
We need to take a look at the backs, that was.
Yeah, that was
It's a skin
important.
advertisement.
I'm really glad that we saw those back animations.
Yeah.
They were really, really nice.
That's what you can do when you have Baron. That's actually how you get that special recall animation. And unlike skins in the shop, which you purchase with RP, you purchase this one partially with your soul by committing to a game here, and then committing to capturing the Baron.
Yeah, but KT did it without sinning too much. You know, I think their souls are relatively intact at this particular point in time. As you can see, Kuro up here towards the top side, getting to work on this outer turret. This outer minion wave. And we've got a bit of a 1-3-1 situation going on, trying to spread this Baron around to as many lanes as possible. So on, getting on in there. And this is probably the most successful we've seen a Mordekaiser since the first Ixu Swordekaiser game. The second one didn't work out so well, but it's working here for KT, as Sohan had a bit of a rough early game, but has since moved himself into a level advantage and has been very relevant in these team fights as well, being able to get Death Realms on the right targets. I like how it's being utilized, as this inner turret now going to be under fire. It's KT, 4-man strong, looking to try and get some work done there. You can see Ruler is in the mid lane, just trying to keep that minion wave that's being shoved in by Kuro working. But the chrono shift needs to be with the team fight, and you can see Gen G understand that, and they're going to move on away as Ruler wasn't in position. So a whole lot of money now being put into the back pocket of KT off this Baron. The power play is fantastic. 4,000 gold is approximately that power play as we tick down to 0 on the clock. So 3.8k, and it's a really good gold swing here for KT to try and get them towards the next Drake, which will be spawning very, very soon.
2.5 minutes until that's coming up, and remember, it's Soul Point, and it could have been Soul Point for Gen G. If that push onto the bot turret, if you remember that one. Okay, hold on, we got a team fight though.
Yeah, the Ram absolutely doing nothing. Just avoided there by KT. And everything's fine. Piercing arrows, not exactly doing the same damage as a lethality Varus would, but still trying to offer some of the poke here as the slow's coming forward. That's a great Bellows Breath to avoid the CC from Rascal. But KT not really getting too much done here. They've got both side lanes pushing for themselves. And now looking to get into the enemy jungle, steal things away. Ruler over to the side, does find himself a blue buff that is unattended, and will be able to lock that one down for Gen G. So a good little advantage there, as Kuro would have liked to be able to pick that one up, and it feels like KT did have control of the enemy jungle at that point in time.
Another thing that is going on in this game is level discrepancies. So BDD just dinged 17, Kuro's been 18 for a little while now. Bono also up 1 level, so on tied with Ornn. Aiming 16, and then Tushen 2 levels up over Life.
Yeah.
So level advantages are also on the side of KT, and with the way that Gen G is playing, it's not super ideal with what their team comp is. They're trying to play very aggressive and forward, running into the KT team composition, and that really makes the Taric and the Zilean have a lot more value, rather than just letting the Azir try to basically play a war with the Zilean, and then make things sort of be a stalemate, almost of sorts, as this next dragon, it's coming up, even with all these ornaments. I think because the way the itemization is, it's really hard for Gen G. Their champions are all really susceptible still to all the members on the side of KT. And things are going to get dicey.
Yeah, and there's just so many targets that Gen G need to be careful of. Aiming is just a monster right now with his 4 items that he has completed. Also has a stopwatch there as well. And their poke is actually going to be reigning supreme here over KT, as Kuro can throw out these spooky ghosts, as you can see right here. And these double bombs are going to stop Gen G from controlling these team fights. And with the amount of extra speed that Aiming gets from Kuro, and all the defense that he gets from Tucson, it's very scary here for Gen G, as Rascal's wearing a bomb, not going to take too much damage from it, as KT move over to this Ocean Soul. And now we're looking to try and start a fight instead of 50-50ing the Drake, which I like a lot here from KT.
Look at Rascal, he keeps trying to move forward. And it's not the Azir, and Aiming just starting up the dragon. KT, they could just throw the Sejuani. It's over.
It's done. That's triple Drake, Ocean Soul, and there are minions getting to work on the bottom side as well. We've got loads of pings. Baron is alive as well, and Gen G thinking about going for a Hail Mary. This is about as quick as KT needed to do that Drake because that mid lane was getting shoved in. Now you can see Gen G. We're flipping coins, boys and girls. That's how we're going to roll this time around as KT going to move on in here. Life with flanking position, but Kuro knows exactly what's going on here. And the poke is coming in. The Baron doing some work here for KT as well. And KT is so happy to go for these sort of stalemate situations. As now the engage comes in. Emperor's Divide onto 4 members. As it is going to be the Azir taking that first kill. But Cosmic Radiance does do a lot of work. Somehow, Gen G have found the miracle team fight. The Baron is still alive. So is Kuro. But he's not able to get anything else done. The Chrono Shift did nothing. And Gen G just wiped the floor with KT. A miracle team fight against the Ocean Soul.
And Kuro needs to somehow stop these minions at all costs because they are going for the end. And I don't know if Kuro's going to be able to do it. He does have the Chrono Shift available. He's trying to get the wave clear onto the minions. Or you can see he's trying to move away from them. He has teleport available. He can lock up one of the minions. He's going to recall. Should probably buy the Sork Elixir as well, just the extra little bit of damage. Then you can see everyone separating with the bombs. This is going to be it. Gen G have defied the Ocean Soul, Atlas.
That was amazing work. The Nexus is going to fall, and Gen G will win this series over KT, guaranteeing first place here in LCK Spring. But it was not pretty. It was not pretty in any way.
Well, that was a... it was all part of the plan. I mean, get your wine glass in between series next time, Atlas. Roll your hair back a little more. Show your 5-head. It was all planned.
Do you know what was also a little bit all planned here by Gen G? Was making sure that DWG won the last team fight with his amazing Emperor's Divide.
Not sure what you meant by that.
I don't know, man. It's going to be pretty hard to not give player of the game to DWG.
Trying to think if there's a way for me to shill. Shill for Jovi. Can't give it to Rascal, can't give it to Clid. Can't give it to Ruler either.
Yeah. Do you give it to Life? Yeah,
no,
I don't think so.
I can't do it.
I think there was one player for there was one player for Gen G that was pretty consistent throughout this whole series, and it was 100% DWG. And so we're looking to see whether Chovy can get back-to-back player of the games in their last match, which will be the final one of the season, up against APK coming up tomorrow as our second match of the day. So look forward to that one to see whether our shilling will commence. And no, I do not mean the coin from England. I mean us being shills.
Watch APK win game 1, we still vote for Chovy.
Yeah. It's like Chovy hard carries, and then somehow Ixu just like wins the game for them. I don't know how, with an Alawi ultimate or something like that. And then somehow it just goes over to BDD. Could potentially happen. In fact, APK could potentially win that game. They are certainly playing much better than they did in round 1, and Hybrid is very, very scary up against a Deft that hasn't been performing to his world-class level that we expect from him. So that's an exciting match. However, we still have 2 more matches coming up today, and our next one, T1 versus Afrika, is going to be interesting because now T1 know that they're not going to be able to make it to first place, but what they need to do is prove to us and their fans that they are going to be a contender to that first slot, because they have not been having the T1 clean performances that we've come to expect out of them.
Yep. And so basically it's going to be on seeding now for DRX and T1. That's what both of them are fighting for.
Yeah.
And this is just highlights inside of this game. Things started off so well for Gen G, but the thing is that tonight's series was, it didn't resemble them throughout the split, right? And this has been something that's been happening a little bit the last couple of weeks, where their play is sort of like a roller coaster. Sometimes they're just off kilter and wanting to do things a little bit too quick, a little bit too recklessly. This Baron really captures the essence of that, because that was a coin flip in the purest form.
Oh yeah.
This game, this was BDD again, and you just think about it, and you don't expect this type of stuff. They do end up killing aiming. BDD does take too many turret shots. Yeah, cut the video. Don't even show
the video. You don't put that in the highlight. Because Rascal was pretty unkillable. I think it's possible that Rascal's going to pick up back-to-back player of the games for this one as well. I certainly voted for BDD. I thought that his the main team fight that Gen G needed to win was the final one around the Baron.
Yes.
And so, honestly, it was his 4-man Emperor's Divide that really put the nails in this game.
Yeah, he had a hero play yet again. He's done that very often on Azir in this series, or in this split. So, if you remember, this was Clid getting caught out for no reason whatsoever. Blowing his flash, almost gets sent into the Death Realm, so not even accounting for the Mordekaiser, ends up being saved. As here is the engage, the Emperor's Divide. KT, they were rushing this team fight way too fast, and Genji saw their opening, and they took it. And with that much clump up against the Kalista and the Azir, it was all that she wrote.
Yep, and then Kuro was unable to take down these minions as well. No Baron required here for Genji. They did the calculation. They understood the death timers were too long. And they were able just to rush this Nexus before Kuro was even able to be killed.
Atlas, just before the Baron fight... Oh, hold on.
Ruler's perspective.
Let's go mid. I have teleport. Focus, 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 focus. Let's go forward, let's go forward.
Yeah, keep the bombs out of the minion wave. Was the other thing?
Yep. Alright, we can't let him clear the lane. Be careful.
I love that. Everyone picking up bombs and taking them out of the minion wave.
Please. Please. Nice.
And then a whole lot of thrown headsets as Genji are able to steal away this victory. Wow, that is a lot of Ornn damage.
Yeah.
What the heck? He's just smacking on a Mordekaiser all game, I guess. Not bad at all. Fantastic play from BDD towards the end there, but I think that Rascal really did have a turnaround in the last 2 games. Of course, his Ornn has always been good, but that was much better than what we were expecting, and especially in comparison to his performance on this particular champion against DRX in the match that they lost to put them a little bit off kilter. So it might be good here for Genji as they move towards first place, and they will be waiting in the final for LCK Spring for one of the other teams, as it's looking like it is going to be Damwon versus KT to start things off, and then KT, the Telecom War, to come in next, KT versus T1, and then whoever wins there, well, I assumed that KT was going to win there, but Damwon certainly could potentially do it, but then DRX are going to be waiting, and then Genji waiting in the final.
Yeah. And we'll see who ends up getting player of the game here, Atlas.
Yeah. Bated breath to see whether Chovy's going to be vindicated or not.
You know what would be like a betrayal is if we're the 2 votes that swing it.
Yeah, exactly. It might actually be the case. It is going to be BDD. He's now made it to 1,200 points. He's 100 clear of Chovy. And we'll have to see just how many votes he got and see whether La Swinger is going to counter shill for this game. But first, we're going to check out some of his highlights. I think this one was a good one, although he died at the end. Hopefully, cut the video this time. Cut the video. Cut the video, guys. Goes golden. Cut the video. Yeah, there we go. Cut the video. But this 4-man ultimate won them the game. And I think that was, in and of itself, worthy of the player of the game. As this was a team fight that Genji should never have won, because they were against an Ocean Soul, and they're the ones that were taking a whole lot of damage from the Baron. So BDD moves up to 1,200 points. He is in the lead in first place by himself, as Aiming was unable to pick up anything in this series. If KT had have managed to win and then picked up back-to-back MVPs, then it would have been Aiming that would have been able to do that. But at 7 out of 9, there was no way La Swinger could have done anything about this one, as there were 2, Jonah Strong and one of the other observers with some random support votes. And I don't know whether Life really did much in that game, but still is going to get a couple of votes there, and the rest of them going over to BDD for his game-winning play.
Yeah.
And we are now going to move into the interview. So here's Jason for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the Interview Translation, and we'll be hearing from Rascal, BDD from Genji, heading straight to the finals with this victory. Today, it was a very important match, so we were really nervous, so happy that we won. And with this series, we all became so close with each other, and we want to prepare really hard for the finals. Yeah, I mean, throughout the thick and thin, I believe all the players have become more solid as a team. What about you, BDD? Yeah, recently our performance was really shaky. So me and my teammates, we were like having a very hard situation, but I'm really happy that we overcame this very difficult match and made it to the finals. Yeah, I mean, we heard that Ruler was like crying, or like there are some rumors, and it's first time. Actually, your head coach was so happy because it's the first time going to the finals. Yeah, I mean, first of all, after we got this win, Ruler was like crying out loud. So I almost cried too, and also our coaching staff, they were also super happy. So yeah, I was really happy, and seeing my teammates and coaching staff being so happy over this win made me feel even more emotional. So Ruler cried. Why did it cry? Well, I mean, recently Ruler lost his confidence. And yeah, he was having those times. So with this victory, we thought it was a huge relief, and we were also so happy that we got this win. And we always trust Ruler, so I just want him to boost his confidence and show himself in the next series. Because yeah, I mean, after the loss to the Kingslayer Hana Life, you guys must have been in a bit of a hard time. And even game number 1, Sohan also picked up a pentakill, and you guys dropped the game to them. So during game number 1, as the game turned around and KT got the momentum, we kind of thought that we're going back to the status where we are pulling up some shaky performance, but we tried to cheer up and stay focused on game. Well, but going into game number 2, KT Roaster made a very bold choice, subbing in both top and jungler after winning the first game. Well, we didn't pay too much attention about players subbing in, but we just focused on some of the mistakes that we made in game number 1. Well, but game number 3 was also a hard game. In the end, you guys actually turned the game around even after KT got the Ocean Soul. So how did the players deal with that situation? Well, before the Dragon Soul, we just wanted to go 5v5 and group up, but we were in a bad position, so Clit said, let's just rotate to Baron. So we were waiting for a team fight around that Baron try. So yeah, Rascal, you had a hard time against Sohan in game number 1. I mean, Sohan on that Jace was so powerful. And I think we saw the highest high from Sohan this time around. So how was your top lane competition up against him? I mean, I always liked Sohan, and I always thought he was a good player. So I think he did a really great job today.
결승진출을 확정지은 여유가 있는 상황이니까 또 이런 것도 가볍게 얘기할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
그러면 이제 부인도 고를 수는 없습니다만 뭐 이렇게 희망할 수는 있거든요.
Genji got a bye to the finals, and there will be some teams coming through the gauntlet run.
넘어가요.
Because you guys will be waiting up at the finals, so
젠지가 이런 고르는 거 처음이에요.
this is the first time Genji to make it to the first place of the regular split and heading straight to the finals. So, who do you want to fight at the finals?
라스칼? 예. 자꾸 좀 먼저 얘기하면 그 눈치.
Who do you want to start?
역시 이니 씨는 탑이죠. 이런 느낌으로 비디오.
Well,
개인적으로는
I personally want
저희가 캐스파컵 때부터 한 번도 좀 이기지 못한
to see the team that we haven't defeated so far since the Caspa Cup T1s, and we really want to take them down this time around. We never got a win against them, and I really think that they are a really strong team, so I want to face T1 at the finals.
라스칼은 이렇게 T1을 원했습니다. BDD도 마찬가지입니까?
BDD, what about you?
저도 되게
Well,
뭐라 해야 되지? T1 경기 때
in the T1 series, I don't know, we're like, weirdly enough, we cannot just pull off our usual form. So I want to have a rematch with T1 and show what we got and take them down.
확실하게 한 번 더 이기는 걸 하고 싶다. 제일 중요한 문제. 멋있는 것 같습니다.
네, 역시 최고를 잡아야 되니까. 자, 끝으로 이제
So lastly, Rascal.
결승 갔습니다.
Your head coach finally made it to the LCK finals. So any message for your head coach, Edgar?
뒤에 지금 그 장도 많이 비었는데.
I mean, we can see an empty shelf behind you. You guys have to bring a trophy there, right?
감독님 항상 저희한테
Well, dear Edgar, I mean,
좋은 말씀 많이 해주시고
Edgar, he's always been so nice to us. He's always sharing good advice, giving us really good influence. And I will always thank him for being so supportive to us. So we will do our best, and I hope we can get the trophy back to our Genji gaming house. I love you.
이준 단장 아놀드 대표님 쭉쭉 물어 여쭤보고 싶은데 그럴 수는 없고 BDD.
And
이건 결승에서.
BDD.
BDD. 끝으로 이제 각오 말씀.
How are you gonna go prepare that finals? Well, this days we were very shaky, but at the same time we did make it to the finals, and we have a lot of time to prepare. So we wanna work on all of our mistakes and come back stronger at the finals. This will be the end of the interview with Rascal, BDD from Genji, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisun, for your interview translation as per usual, and congratulations for Genji on their first place clinch. I'm really glad that in the interview they were able to discuss how shaky things were, but it's great to hear that they have found themselves some synergy even during this series, right? Game number one certainly wasn't the synergistic Genji that we were expecting to see as this round two did draw to a close. But in the end, it was all about Genji being able to overcome their issues and really turn themselves into a contender for that final position. And of course, they will be there in the grand final here of the LCK for spring, but we'll just have to see whether it's going to be T1 or DRX or even Damwon or KT that are up there to meet them.
Yeah, and so interesting is the next couple of matches as T1 are looking to try to get a win and perhaps propel themselves up in the standings depending on what happens with DRX versus APK. Genji's win here does remove some of the worry, I suppose, for some of the remaining series for their fans.
Yep.
As there's not going to be that tension that is still going to be there. KT 10-8 right now in 4th place and really looking like they could actually make a run for the finals in their current state. And that, what a turnaround it has been. This split.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah,
it's a
really,
Cinderella
really cool
story.
Stuff. It really is, and we'll look to see whether we are going to get one of those exciting finals telecom wars, which could certainly be in the cards if KT are able to take down Damwon in that wildcard match they are heading towards. But T1 do need to prove themselves here against Afrika. They've lost to this team before. Afrika certainly looking shaky at the moment, but they are always a wild card that could come away with a victory. So guys, we are going to have about a 10-minute break, but when we get back, T1 look to show us what their finals form is going to be. Stick around.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, and it is T1 versus Afrika time. This is what it's all come down to, and T1 now with their second place on the line. Afrika not really fighting for anything. They're not going to be relegated, but they're not getting to playoffs unless something catastrophic happens. I think there might still be a little bit of a chance. Hang on a second. Let me double check this just to make sure.
Do some number crunches?
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen because they don't have enough points in order to get towards Damwon. And so they can win to get themselves up to 8, which will even out on the game score, the match score between themselves and Damwon, assuming Damwon loses to Sandbox in the coming match. However, they will never make it to the -2 points or ahead of a -2 if that does actually happen. So Afrika are locked at 6th place. Their season is over. They're going to have to continue trying to make some improvements as we move towards summer. But for T1, this is all about getting ahead of Dragon X and skipping one of our gauntlet matches moving in towards finals. And their fate is not actually up to them. If Dragon X are able to get a win over APK, then they will be heading towards the final. So, heading towards the semi-final and waiting for either T1, KT, or Damwon, depending on who's going to get there. As we have a look at the points of the match, since first place is locked away, T1 is looking for second, and they need a 2-0 to get a spot in playoff round 2. They need a 2-0 because otherwise they're never going to be able to get ahead of Dragon X in points, but Dragon X can still lose to APK, so it won't be in their hands necessarily, but they'd be hoping and praying that APK do something amazing.
Yeah.
And Afrika defeated T1. So they can theoretically win again.
Yeah, and Afrika, they've really been slumping, struggling to find their stride. And T1, they've been also on... everyone's on a roller coaster, Atlas. That is what round 2 is in the LCK. Everyone's going through a little bit of turbulence except for KT, who was fighting really valiantly in round 2 to sort of make the Cinderella story.
Yep.
And last point of the match history, 2-10. Spirit feels small against Cuz, however, Dread is favoring in this matchup with a 7-4 record. Who will Afrika field today? So we'll be seeing what the rosters do have in store for us. T1 is starting things off on the blue side.
Yeah, we'll see whether they continue to find success on the blue side as well. The majority of their wins have been on the blue side with a 15-5 record. Their wins on the red side are 13-9, so much closer when it comes to that red side of the draft. So we'll see what T1's going to be able to do to shore up some victories here. I think a lot of it has to do with Teddy getting his hands on a powerful AD carry on the bottom side of the map. The Kalista first picks certainly have been coming in strong here for Teddy, who has a 75% win rate on that Kalista and close to a 10 KDA, so not bad at all. Having a look at the team stats here, win rate at 20 minutes for T1 is 10-1, so pretty likely to be winning if they win early. As our Team Gold at 20 on average is behind by 2,000 gold for Afrika. Their round 2 stats have been abysmal at best.
Yep. As Afrika, they're pretty often losing at 20 minutes, and we'll have to see what Keen can manage to do, if anything, because that's going to be the only lane that Afrika should be able to find some sort of success in, is up and top. And then again, we'll see who they're fielding in terms of a full-on lineup. Win rate with gold lead at 20, 10-1. Not impressed, Atlas. I don't know why it's not just 11-0.
Well, especially when their champion kills per minute are lowest in the league. Certainly showing that T1 have been playing things out as slowly as possible. And we'll see whether that continues as we have a look at the lineups. No changes here. Not going to be running Elim in that jungle for T1. It's because they're going with their main roster to make sure that they can get as much success as possible. As Afrika, are putting all in once again. Over Fly, he has been more successful in their recent matches. Being able to pick up some player of the games in their wins as well has been impressive. As Mystic and Jelly rounding out this roster with Spirit in over Dread, as you could expect. And this is going to be our key matchup. Keen with 31.4 of his team's damage from the top lane.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. And his KDA not the best. Generally, when your team is losing a lot, you won't have the best of KDAs. Kana, 5.8 first in top lane. Damage per minute, Keen is second inside the league. Damage percent first in top, as Kana fulfills a bit more of a mid-rangey supportive kind of role on the side of T1. CS difference at 15, Keen is first as well, so Lane Kingdom is a thing that he is very good at making happen.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he can get on that priority champion as we hop into the draft for game number 1. Likely that we're going to see Keen's pick as last to make sure that he can be in that carry position as effectively as possible, as we'll see what T1 is going to be banning away as we get into this draft. The least taken away from Spirit is a pretty standard ban here up against Afrika. In fact, if we look in on that stat, it is still sitting at 55%, and it is by far and away the most banned champion against the Afrika Freaks. As they do take away the Chicken Man in the mid lane, and the Kalista banned away second here from T1. So looking for a different first pick by the looks of things, and maybe looking for something to nullify a top lane matchup or something like that.
Well, Afrika now with the Ornn ban. They're going to remove that from the equation. Affilio Senna, they are still on the table. Set as well. Another champion that teams do like to ban.
Yep, and you can see the Pantheon being taken away from All-In. Certainly likes that champion a lot. Hasn't seen it be played too much over their recent games, but certainly have seen a few sporadic bans thrown around at Afrika. And Aphelios is still available and will remain available, as Set is going to be the ban away here. Looks like Afrika will be just trading for something like a Varus, but not going to happen, as T1 are going to snap that one up instead. The Varus priority exceeding that of the Aphelios here for T1 is interesting, to say the least. We'll see whether Afrika are going to fall for it and head towards a Aphelios of their own. Jace is going to be locked in Spirit, thinking about the Trundle. And it just goes to show, not too much of a worry about that Aphelios now that the Varus has been locked in, because his world-famous Gragas would certainly be a good pickup here.
Well, the Gragas is being hovered, and it will be locked in for T1. So Afrika's team composition, it's already going to be a bit more aggressive coming out the gate. In T1, they lock in the Lucian. And so that could be Lucian mid, it could be Lucian top, it could be Varus mid, Lucian bottom.
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, exactly.
The Azir has been banned, so it's not like they're going to flex the Varus into an Azir matchup, which we see sometimes. But it looks like the Braum is going to be locked in. Mystic does love having a Braum support beside him. That's been the case ever since he was on WE. Just likes to have that guy with a door standing stalwart in front of his opposition. As we have a look at where the bans are going to head towards, and it looks like mid lane is going to be the focus. I think Afrika are assuming that this solution was picked as a counter into the Jace, and it's likely that Keen is going to be playing that one.
And now Zoe is banned away by Afrika. And and so they don't want that to be on the menu. Now, if you're looking at T1's team composition, if you want them to go full-on Sinner, full-on aggro, you're thinking of something like LeBlanc. It's probably something that they could pick up. So we'll see if Afrika accounts for that. Galio ban would signal that that might be on the agenda.
Yeah, and the LeBlanc could be picked up here by All In, but so far he's played 2 games on the champion and has lost both of them. So not likely going to be that power pick or anything like that. And the Taric is going to be banned here, so Afrika will not actually consider the LeBlanc at all. Interesting, to be perfectly honest, because Faker is absolutely fantastic on that pick, has been for many, many years. Was in fact, if you remember back, undefeated worldwide on that champion until 2015 MSI, where he was taken down by Pawn in that famous EDG victory. Very exciting stuff, as Mystic now is going to have that pickup, and interestingly, it's T1 that bans away the LeBlanc.
Well, that is definitely very surprising that T1 banned it away themselves. I guess they are worried if All In picks it up.
Okay.
But
this is interesting.
Yeah,
we are
Sivir
on the hunt. We are hunting.
So this is not a very normal LCK kind of draft. There is a lot of early game aggression as it currently stands. That might just be Alistar getting
just
locked
give me
in
Alistar
forever.
Yasuo. Give us Alistar Yasuo. Do it. Give us Faker's Yasuo. That's what we want. That's what everyone wants. Come on. Collective, tell me. Is that what you want? You want Faker's Yasuo? I think we all want Faker's Yasuo. Give it to us.
It's not going to... Well,
it works,
I don't even want to say that
it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Akali is going to get locked in here. Most likely for Faker. And then that'll be Kana on the Lucian up in top lane. Most likely as Syndra. Now getting hovered as well.
Yeah, 5 seconds to go. Afrika still need to make up their minds. A few different options here that they can go towards, but it looks like Syndra will be the option here for All In, and they do lock that one away. So All In taking the Syndra into the Akali matchup, and they do have a lot of mid-game, but it's this Sivir that's really standing out for the Afrika Freaks, and whether the Sivir can get to a good position in the mid-game, that's going to be whether or not Afrika are going to be able to play around a bottom side of the map that might just fall by the wayside. That being said, Alistar is not exactly a power laner in the early stages, certainly can follow up with ganks very, very well, but isn't going to be, able to control the lane or anything like that. And so we'll see what Afrika can do with all of the wave clear that they will have available to them in that Sivir pickup.
Well, Afrika, they have very strong lanes. The Syndra is favored against the Akali, but you'll often hear me talk about Syndra's that they pick Syndra just to wave clear on her and not really trade or live up to the thing that Syndra can be, which is just a lane kingdom monster. And so we'll see how All In manages to pilot it here against Faker's Akali. Jace versus Lucian. Jace has gotten some aid in recent patches, and this matchup is one that can swing either which way. It's a very volatile matchup, so paying attention to Spirit and Cuz in the early stages of the game is going to be really important for that. In terms of insurance policies, it's really hard for me to say because Gragas and Akali have such insane value against Afrika, but at the same way, Sivir is really, really strong in the later stages against this T1 team composition.
Well, let's see what Mystic can do with this Sivir in his hands as we get onto the Rift for game number 1. T1 versus Afrika. Can Afrika retain their win record over T1 with a win here, or will T1 actually find their revenge from that round 1 victory and situate themselves in second place, waiting to see what DRX can do up against APK? T1 want a 2-0. If they want second place, a 2-0 is their best chance to try and get there. I believe they have head-to-head over DRX. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong there, as having a look through. Match against Dragon X was a 2-0 and a 2-1. So they do have head-to-head over Dragon X, meaning that if the game score is tied, then they should have the advantage there. So let's just see what T1 can do here. I do like the Sivir option here for Mystic. We'll just see whether he can make it work as we move towards the laning phase.
Well, Afrika is starting. I mean, everything is pretty safe in the early stages here, as Jace has the Electrocute as his rune, has the Taste of Blood, and Biscuits and Tonic is the other runes that he is going to be taking, as my stream froze, but I'm back.
Yeah, mine froze as well, but I'm also back.
Take it away,
Hopefully
Alice.
we didn't miss too much, I don't think, as a hail of arrows landed onto Mystic. And that's going to be that. Ricochet should be taken first here by the Sivir, so not going to be able to spell shield anything at this particular time. And Sivir has always been notorious at dealing with an Alistair, right? There are multiple things that you can do, but the idea is to wait on the spell shield and try and hit it at exactly the right time, where you soak the headbutt and then spell shield the pulverize. And it can be a minigame that a lot of players struggle with. But of course, Mystic is a seasoned Sivir veteran, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do here in this matchup.
And so these two team compositions, I think that they're really close overall. I would actually give the edge to Afrika, but I think that because of the way that it's close and because of the individual ability on some of these champions, most notably the Akali and the Gragas, I'm gonna predict T1 to win this anyway, despite things that can happen. Taking a look at what Faker's saying, it's not over until it's over. The one who laughs last laughs best. I'll keep grinding to be the one laughing at the end of this spring as well.
Well, he's going to have to start winning here, because T1 have looked a little bit shaky in some of their recent matches. Having a look at the win rates so far, Canna is 1-0 on this Lucian. 9-3 is Cuz's Gragas. Certainly a power pickup for him, as you can see already inside the enemy jungle. Taking things away from Spirit. But Spirit is on the coveted Trundle pick that everyone has been enjoying. And having a look over the side of the Afrika Freaks, Spirit, you can see, very happy on the Trundle, but Jelly not so much happy on this Braum. 1-4 so far. Mystic debuting his Sivir for this season, and Keen wanting to get back that win rate on the Jace. Of course, I believe only picking it up here in the second round, as Faker's going to come over and try and at least frustrate Spirit, but he's just going to clear out some vision and takes himself the Rift Scuttler very easily.
And Keen just doing a really good job with his spacing and overall lane control. Even manages to get the AoE there on Kana on the jump, and he's doing a really good job. Oh, I think he is cheatering.
Oh, I love it.
So,
look at this. Might be able to just walk back to the lane as well.
Oh, no, he is.
He's
going to be able to walk back. He's going to have a freeze on his side of the map. Gragas isn't going to have any camps. This Jace is just executing a lane kingdom right now, and viewers that aren't familiar with what a cheater is, it's basically being able to get a recall off for free and come back with better battle stats, a really good lane state. And you can see Lucian, the ping going onto him. Kana is trying to shove, but Lucian can't really do it super quickly. And so now Jace is here, and let's see if Keen just lets the minions in or if he jumps forward and tries to hold them. Not going to try to hold them, but now the question is does Kana use his teleport, or does he run back to the lane? And even if he runs back, Jace caught everything, and now he's in control. He's cheated the teleport out of Kana.
Yeah, actually got that, and Canna actually wasting a bit of time there, so he's just going to teleport to the next wave, and you can see Keen is going to continue to have an advantage and a teleport advantage on top of that as well. So really nicely done here from Keen. We expect this from him. He's just a very good laning player. It's just whether or not the team can bring themselves up around him, and as 5 minutes ticks by, Afrika have a slight edge when it comes to gold. It's largely to do with Spirit and Keen farming out very well. And in the mid lane, all in, winning out on the range versus melee matchup. Bottom side of the map, though, Teddy is farming very, very well. As Keen just holding onto this minion wave very comfortably, as Cuz is going to be clearing out his Krug camp. And as Spirit moves up towards the top side, he's going to help out by getting that control ward into that brush. And we'll make sure that Canna is going to be playing blind for the majority of this one. And that's all he needs to do, because now Keen can just win out this lane just by purely being a better player. And you can see that Canna, walking on over, gets a control ward down of his own. Just going to make sure that he's not snaked in from the side, as now Mystic in trouble. Effort underneath this turret. It's going to take a lot of turret damage, but it is going to be first blood going over to T1.
They end up getting the first blood right now, and Afrika, they find some difficulty now on the bottom side of the map, and also even in mid lane, Faker doing really good in the CS department against All In on the Syndra. And another thing I wanted to point out about All In's rune choices, he had water walking on Sandra here in this game. Not really quite sure what that rune's all about, but taking a look at this.
I did like the spell shield, but unfortunately there were just too many boys in that lane.
And, well, 6:30 in game. Mountain Dragon is live, first one.
It's actually 6:30 in Korea as well, PM.
Ooh,
so
the
that's
game
cool.
timer's lining up perfectly.
Yeah, 5 seconds ago it was exactly right. So there we go. That's the coolest thing that's happened so far in this game, apart from, I guess, that first blood. As All In, able to get a fair bit of damage down on the Faker here. Will find the stun there also, as he's down to about 300. The Faker is going to survive for the moment. Afrika moving on over, should be able to take this Mountain Drake. We'll see what the second one's going to be, and whether or not we're going to have that high chance for a Cloud Soul. Currently, Cloud Soul has the highest win rate as far as a Dragon Soul. I was having a look at some of these Soul stats that were tweeted at us. Very interesting statistically, as that stat needs to be updated now that the Ocean Soul has once again lost. It's not going to be quite at that 92% win rate that it did have, I believe, worldwide before today's matches. Spell Shield's going to pick up some extra mana there from the Piercing Arrow. And you can see Mystic able to shove back, had that teleport in order to get himself back into this lane to make sure that the lane state is not going to also fall by the wayside. And All In has just been clearing and shoving this wave over and over again. So ping pong continues, and the early game going to return to a bit of a quiet mode. As Mystic and Jelly just let that one cast creep go begging, and will allow T1 to clear out that wave.
As the game just continues to resume right now, Cloud Dragon coming up in 4 means that we should get an exciting dragon. And the way that everything's playing out, Keen's actually not managing to accrue a sizable enough advantage on this Jace. And Lucian and Jace, they're both going to end up fulfilling pretty much the same role in the later stages. And the thing that's scary, again, about T1's team composition is the Akali and the Gragas have such easy access to the Syndra and the Jace, and all the pressure comes down onto Mystic in the later stages of the game. All In, really struggling to find any sort of edge here. He's not even really getting turret damage. Effort runs through mid lane here on the Alistar, and everyone's just continuing to scale up. So, as it currently stands, not a whole lot of action. This is very, very slow early game.
And that is the T1 style. They are slow and steady, and that is what's going to win them the race. So, no surprises, as Keen playing very defensively up against Cannon right now, understanding that there was an Alistar roaming up towards the top side, doesn't know that he has now gone back and is heading back towards the bottom side of the map. Shock Blast will be able to clear out that wave though, as Keen is absolutely fine right here. Mystic might need to be a little bit more careful, as there is a cow and a burly gentleman heading down towards him, but I think that control ward should be able to give them vision, as Boomerang Blade is being thrown out on cooldown just to make sure that Mystic can pick up some of this farm. But as Teddy retains control of this lane, Mystic is looking to fall further and further behind.
Well, 2.5 minutes until Cloud Drake comes up. And we're in a little state out. There's not much else to really talk about in terms of what is happening.
Have you bought any Pokemon cards recently? Any new ones?
I didn't get any new ones. I did not. That did not happen.
As did that potential aggression there from Faker moving on into the enemy jungle. And All In's not going to find the stun, so we're going to go back to the lull state continuing.
Yeah,
are you looking at any Pokemon cards as your next next official pickup?
I'm looking to finally get graded ones.
Ooh.
I'm thinking about getting graded ones. I might open my Alpha Starter deck from Magic on stream.
Cool.
Planning to maybe do that. That'll be a nice opening.
Yep, nice little change up to the severe amount of League of Legends that you've been doing recently.
Yeah, that would be a little bit of a change. Not too much is really going on outside of that though. Waiting for Pokemon in 2 months. That'll come out. Sort of like we're waiting for some action inside of this game. Rift Herald just looks like it's gonna go over for free. So literally can't kill, living up to its name here.
Yep, Effort going to be wearing Wolf's skin there. Congratulations to Wolf, back on T1 now as a streamer and personality. A lot of his co-streams of the LCK have been really entertaining. Been great to be able to check in on his opinion. Of course, difficult as a non-Korean speaker. However, still, sometimes things get translated and we get a bit of an idea of what the mindset is from the Korean community via his certain outlook. So certainly fun. And Spirit now going to be taking a fair bit of damage here. Cuz going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Spirit in there, the flash forward are going to get the concussive blows, and this will be a dead Cuz. As Mystic also going to have to flash here towards the bottom side. Maybe didn't need to, as now Canna might be in trouble, but you can see that it's all about giving Keen a whole lot of inside track here on the top side. As there's the headbutt pole with Flash. Teddy picks up that kill with a piercing arrow, and T1 are abusing the bottom lane right now.
And Teddy continues to get further and further ahead of Mystic down in this bot lane. Jelly gonna be really late to return to the party. You see the pings going down onto the turret. Cloud Drake coming up isn't the most crucial either for T1 to fight, so if they want to sit back, let the Akali get more items, wait for the Varus to end up picking up more items, they can just do that. Cloud doesn't really threaten anything, and they do have to wait for those mid-game spikes to come in. As we take a look at this replay, Subjugate, a pretty nice ability. Trundle, nice champion. Jelly was there as well, so you can understand the intention of what T1 was trying to do there. But then Teddy quickly trying to seize his opportunity, and yeah, Mystic missed the spell shield.
Was very hard to react to picking that one up. As there it is. Cloud Drake does go over to a Freaker, and now Faker looking to just try and disengage. Ocean Soul once again this game is certainly good news, as the beautiful Ocean Rift is now upon us. And T1 still in control despite losing that one. Jelly getting taken down very, very low as Cuz thinking about throwing out a barrel, but doesn't quite have it available just yet, as Spirit's looking to take down Bertha, and should be able to do so pretty easily as King deals with that minion wave also. Turret plate very close to going down. Keen's already collected one of his own. And the gold lead is by no means anywhere of an issue for the Afrika Freaks, despite losing out on another death onto Mystic there towards the bottom side of the map. So able to take themselves down a couple of Drakes early is certainly good news for Afrika wanting to move towards an Ocean Soul during this game. But as Teddy gets further and further ahead, it's getting more and more difficult to retain control of this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely is. And we'll just see, they're going to have to play through Teddy as well as Faker in this early to mid transition. Both the top laners have picked up their initial first item. Yumu's Ghostblade for the Jace. He'll continue building on into the lethality, and no one on the side of T1 actually builds any sort of resistances. So Jace is going to pack a punch this game.
Yeah.
Likewise, Lucian is going to be pretty okay against Afrika's team comp. Obviously will suffer in the later stages a bit against the Syndra, depending on how All-In manages to play. Although All-In, he picked up Merc Treads in this game. So there's a lot of knockups on the side of T1. Item doesn't help out that much. And if Akali and Gragas is on top of you already, you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah, it's interesting. And maybe just picking it up for the early magic resist.
It actually feels
not
like
going to get the most value.
His and Faker's boots are actually swapped around. Faker's the one with all the confidence, it seems, with the Sork Pen boots in Merc Treads. And, well, I think it might have to do with how confident they're feeling in this game.
Yeah, especially if you're a Teddy fan. This guy is so far ahead right now, over 30 CS in the lead, sitting at 141 here at 14 minutes is certainly a good clip when it comes to CS per minute. All-In has been the most impressive one when it comes to farm. He was sitting above 10 CS per minute very early in this game, actually, as Mystic is going to meet Teddy in effort here on the top side of the map, and we'll look to see whether this Sivir can actually get going. Of course, can eat through minion waves very, very effectively. As this game goes on, is now Keen looking for Canna. Blade of the Rune King comes down, and now Keen's going to try and turn it. A lot of extra damage there as he denies any follow-up there from Canna, who still has the culling available. But another engage like that, and it might just be a dead Lucian.
One difference between the Lucian build and the Jace build is that Lucian has longer sustain. Jace, obviously, way better in the joust in terms of dishing out all that damage. So minion wave in close proximity, Lucian is able to heal back up for the most part. Does also have those corrupting potions, Jace as well. As T1, they've rotated to the top side of the map. Gunblade almost complete for Akali.
Yeah, that's going to be a big power spike, and he's going to go back and complete it right now as Keen's on the bottom side. Spirit's going to make his way in. Canna might be in trouble here as they're looking for a dive. There's the flash immediately in the relentless pursuit to get Canna to safety.
All in.
As Spirit and Keen moving on over. Okay, he just dives over the wall, and Canna's just dead. I'm not sure what that was, moving back towards Afrika, but Teddy's going to be able to take down this top outer turret, so no harm, no foul really for T1, but still just a bit of a whoopsie, one could say.
Yeah, I don't know what Kana was doing there just then, as now there's a lot of activity up here in top lane, and Mystic is very far behind on this Sivir pick. And when Sivir's behind, it really hurts. Any crit 80 carries that fall behind, it almost feels like they're permanently playing catch-up. And Mystic's also down in a lot of XP compared to Teddy. So for this Ocean Dragon fight, Faker, he has the Gunblade available to him. Varus is going to recall into, let's see what he uses, or what his recurve bow ends up being turned into. As first, let's take a look at this replay. This was one of the most bizarre series of events. Kana, he can just run to the left-hand side, but I think what he's thinking is that Spirit and Keen are running that way, and so he gambles and moves to the right, because he also probably expects that All In is crashing down on him from the north. But yeah, in the end, I think it's pretty understandable for him to move to the right. He guessed which direction they were going to go. And
it was always going to be a gamble, right?
Yeah.
And just, unfortunately, he picked red and black came up. That's just how that one sort of works. So that's okay. Canna still only down by 10 CS, but the real issue here is Mystic being so far behind. And if there's dives happening onto Canna, then that means that Mystic is still in a lot of trouble, who does have teleport and can come and meet this Ocean Drake fight as he's looking to head back now.
No mana. So even if she ends up recalling right now, she's going to have to then channel the teleport. That's a lot of time. Takes her a couple of seconds to replenish all that mana, but then she can channel the TP before she's full, and then have it by the time she arrives. This looks like T1 is actually too eager to start it up right away, and this is actually going to give Mystic more than enough time to get down here. And Teddy is going to go over, eat some fruit. I wonder what the fruit tastes like.
Honey.
It's like Gushers. You ever have Gushers?
No. I don't think that was an Australian thing.
Okay.
You ever Starburst? I'm wrong,
okay, here we go.
Okay, yep, there's an engage. Keen is just straight up dead. Cuz going to go down very low, but does have a stopwatch to keep himself alive as Faker's dashing around this fight. That's going to be the Trundle falling down. 2 quick kills for T1. And they should be able to convert into a Drake very easily and maybe even get some work done on this outer turret in mid lane. 3-0-1 now for the Varus as well. 100% kill contribution, a 450 bounty on his head and very close to the Rage Blade. This is a very scary Varus in this mid game.
Yeah, and T1, they are going to pick up the Ocean Dragon. Guinsoo's going to be the second item, and that's going to be able to be completed super soon as well. So Sivir is always going to be about a level and a half behind, as well as an entire core item. Now, maybe she can change that a little bit, as Kana's just going to try to get all the CS.
Yeah, he's just dead. He knew that he was dead. The culling was, I think, channeled right there, right into Mystic, but he's fine. The door is a pretty powerful tool, and Mystic's going to be able to get himself kills. We have a look at Keen just getting destroyed.
Yep. Keen tries to flash away, and honestly, the setup right there by Cuz on this Gragas, really fantastic. The chains end up going over to the jungle.
위쪽 돌아볼게. 위쪽 돌아볼게 이거. 나 위쪽 돌아볼게.
It's just so good.
좋아.
Good.
때려볼게. 나궁 볼게. 트런들 맞았고. 용 가자.
Let's go Dragon. And then I think they were about to say something about Herald.
Well,
and yeah, this was weird.
Yeah.
He was trying to hug her.
Yeah.
That's what you know. He just didn't want the minions. He wasn't interested.
That's not what we're about. We're not about killing minions here. We're about dying to Sivers. Just try and get her back into this game. That seems to be the aim. Not bad at all. But not back in yet, as Mystic is behind close to 60 CS, which is an absolute disaster. 37 ahead for All In, but he's only been farming. He's been doing absolutely nothing else, as you can see from his scoreline at 0-0-0. And Rage Blade has been completed here for Teddy.
I think I know what happened.
What happened?
Up in the top lane. So Lucian has been getting pulverized this game. He's been getting picked on. His eyesight's not really working that well. So when Mystic came top and Sivir was hitting him, he called out to Senna. Wrong person. Wrong person.
Yeah, it's not the right one. She's not in this game. She was on the bench. She got placed on the bench.
She's on the ship already. With Thresh.
Yep. Yeah, the Harbor Master himself. And Gangplank. Gangplank's also on the ship, as is Misfortune. We've got a lot of pirates and boatmen. Tyke's also there. There's a barrel, and Jelly's out of position. He's going to be the target there as Teddy just rains a whole lot of spells on him. Effort's the one that picks up the kill in the end, and it's all too easy. Damn, Cuz is just a joy to watch on this Gragas.
Yep. Managing to get a lot of really important setups for his team. They're bringing them down really easy. As T1, even though they don't have the most stylish of an early game, they are managing to get gold where it counts. Currently at a 3,500 gold lead. Akali with, okay.
All in on the board. Just going to get himself a steak dinner as the Kata mode.
Oh.
Damn, dude. Don't do that in front of Cuz. Look at him. He's angry.
The emotes are some of the best additions that we've now allowed. Yeah.
Before we had to like BM people with skins, you know, like when you're going up against T1, use the T1 skins against them, like that sort of thing. But that's really difficult against some of our other teams. It's not like you've got a Jin skin that you can utilize. Cuz is pretty damn good on this champion. The follow-up was also great, but Jelly had no way out. And this was all in, just seeing that there is a cow ready to die.
And I think what Effort was expecting was that Gragas would leave the cast a little bit longer, so Syndra wouldn't walk forward, but either way, he should never walk to the left-hand side. He just ends up dying. And take a look
Might have been looking at all in, like, trying to get a cannon creep, because I think he lost a cannon creep and instead killed a cow. So definitely good trade. Yeah. But sometimes you've got these laners that certainly tunnel vision on these cannons, which I appreciate.
Well, Olin did locate the Archie. It's between the E and the T, and above the F.
Yeah.
So it takes a lot of effort
he
to
didn't have
locate
ulti. He didn't have ulti. So he was just dead. I'm pretty sure.
And at this point, 40 seconds till Ocean. T1 should be the ones that are getting it.
And Afrika are in position, 30 seconds, and that will get them to Ocean Soul Point. But T1 still with some time to get themselves over here, and we know that Cuz has his eye in right now, has rushed towards his Zhonya's, which is already completed, and also has his Predator boots available as well, so he can get himself around exactly where he needs to be. Faker and Mystic both with teleports up, and so them chilling on the top side is absolutely fine. Keen pushing out this minion wave on the bottom side of the map, and Cannon does have teleport also, so he can catch it and move on over. But now the Ocean Drake is spawning. You can see Afrika do have positional advantage in this area. Afrika wanting Keen to get up here is now Spirit. Trying to get out of the way, but Jelly not going to be so lucky. Does go golden, but what are the options to try and get out of this one? Just flashes to get over towards Faker. Orbs aren't really going to find the targets, as now Faker with his Shroud down is going to be all right. Piercing Arrow, gigantic damage onto Mystic and Jelly. And now T1, they have control of this Dragon area.
Well, they're in total control of this game. Also, Afrika missing a lot of HP on all of their champions, as it does currently stand. Cuz does take a little bit of damage, and
There's the flash in. Pulverize only onto one though, as Spirit's getting taken down relatively low, but there's the culling onto Keen. Jelly with the door is going to do some work, but so does Faker. Eliminating 3 people in quick succession. Make that 4 as the quadra kill comes down from the god of the mid lane. Now they should be able to move towards a Baron if they would like to. Teddy's very low on health, but he's got some lifesteal, and T1, they've taken over this game.
Yeah, and there's also 2 Honey Fruits in close proximity, and I think that's actually just going to be the game, Atlas, because this is going to be way too big of a swing in T1's favor at this point. Look at Varus's lifesteal. I mean, he is managing to slowly climb back up. Kana is slowly withering down the Ocean Dragon, and this is really good. Sometimes teams, they would overcommit members to the Baron, and then the enemy would respond trying to get Ocean, and then they could have brought it to Ocean Soul Point. That would have been scary. Instead, take a look at this effort. He goes in, Faker has enough space created for him, and then you take a look at the right-hand side, all in, he ends up getting killed. And then as Teddy almost dies, the Dragon says, not today, not for him, he's gonna spare his life. Mystic eventually brought down by Faker.
And let's have a look at Faker's perspective here as well, as they'd started off this Ocean Soul, and you could see the Hex Splash coming down in positions there.
Going up.
위에 좋아. 치유리 풀 있어. 다 잡았어. 쿼드로.
나이스.
바람 가자. 바람 먹고. 이런 남았어. 루시안 믿으면 한 명은 루시안.
And then I think that was Cuz saying one person go to Dragon, and then he said Lucian go.
And I believe it was Teddy that stuck around, but that's okay. He was in position. Totally fine. As Freaker are back on the map, but now they're looking down the barrel of 2 Ocean Drakes on T1 and a 7,000 gold advantage for this team. Looks like T1 are hungry for that second place and want to make it as hard for DRX to send them there. As hard for DRX as possible to lock that one down. As Canna, he's going to clear out this bottom wave. And despite this not necessarily meaning that much for the standings, because of course it's not going to be in T1's hands whether or not they get that second place, even after a win here. It's still going to be based on what DRX does up against APK. This is all about what T1 can finish the split on as far as momentum is concerned. And moving into a gauntlet where it is like ride or die in these best of 5s, it's very, very scary. T1 are going to want to have the best footing as possible to get themselves there. And this is the kind of game that's going to really help out as far as mentality is concerned.
Well, in this game, T1 are just, they're so far ahead. It's not even close. And also, where the gold is allocated on the side of T1 is what makes it all the more problematic. For Frika Keen, yeah,
really
that was
Jelly also in trouble. That door, I don't think, is going to be sturdy enough. As another barrel from Cuz. My God, is there anything this guy can't do? As Teddy's frontlining, Jelly's going to go down. And this is just the game. And one Baron push, this is going to be T1 winning.
I mean, you know what? Faker coordinated it from mid lane via the FQs.
Ah, that's what it was.
That's just what it was.
Yeah. There we go. Perfect. As now Mystic fighting from the fountain. Teddy not too worried about it. And zap goes the cow. As Mystic, Fake is on the fountain. And is going to be able to at least buffer the ultimate so that he dances around a bit more. But congratulations to T1. Pretty elementary victory there for them. But a great look from a team that was looking a little bit shaky. And my God, I just love watching Cuz play Gragas, man. I could do it forever.
Yeah, that was a complete stop in game number 1. I gave Cuz the player of the game vote. He got the ball rolling for them time and time again. He set up so many plays in the mid game. His Gragas, it's always such a treat to watch. It's really nice to see him piloting it to such success here in game number 1. And now, moving into game number 2, T1, they're going to have counter picks available. They went into everything blind, and the best that Afrika could do, not much.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about Cuz just for a little bit. His most played champion of all time is the Gragas at 44 games. His second highest is Rek'Sai on 23, which is the champion that he debuted on. But his all-time record on Gragas is 72%, 73% if you round up, with a 6.6 KDA. This guy is just insane on the Gragas. He is so damn good. So very, very excited to see Cuz at full force in this particular game. And it felt like there was absolutely nothing that Afrika could do in the face of what Cuz was wanting, because he threw out a barrel, he threw out a cask, and every single time it was a pick. It was an objective. It was something gained by T1. So just expertly controlled there by Cuz in the early game, and didn't really feel like a game where T1 let anything go over to the way of Afrika, and it was largely this Sivir pick that did absolutely nothing. It was just shut down by T1. Honestly, not Mystic's fault for the majority of it, because he was left high and dry because Jelly was over here, not really able to protect his AD carry.
Well, Teddy also having a really good game in the highlights here. We see the chains landing onto Mystic, who just really couldn't do much. He was not really set up to do all that. I mean, he never got the ball rolling
here, couldn't he?
Yeah, he couldn't. I mean, he could have ran away in this spot. He must know that effort is coming, but you can see that he's just sort of greeting Keen and Spirit, they did manage to get something going here. This was the gamble. A lot of people, they'll say Herder, there was a control ward there. That ward does not see around the corner because of the angle that it's placed at in the brush. So there's no way that Kana knows. And so he takes the gamble, and like you said, sometimes you bet on black, it comes up red, or vice versa. This team fight, another one created by Cuz on the Gragas.
I don't know why this highlight got in, by the way.
Well, this was Lucian thinking that was Senna.
Yeah, it was the hug. Yeah. It's really nice. Beautiful stuff. As yet again, Cuz has decided that someone's dead. And this time it's Jelly. I just love it. His control is just fantastic. As All In decides that he wants Stake Fit in, fix it up. There we go.
Well, this was another one of the chaotic team fights. Everyone just spread thin, not really able to do anything. All In locates the R key, almost manages to kill Teddy, but the Dragon thought that was unfair, turned right back around. He was not going to be a part of that. As Quadra Kill came through, and then right here, I mean, this was a really decisive way to just end the game. Afrika didn't need to lose the game over this inhibitor, but they tried to make a last stand and they got punished for it.
Cuz of that pickoff onto All In was absolutely gorgeous to watch as well. I don't know, maybe I'm biased, something like that, but he outdamaged his top laner. He did double what the enemy jungler did, and this Gragas was absolutely outperforming everyone. Teddy also massive damage this game, really nicely done. Shout out to All In, who was sort of the best performing player on Afrika's side, just not enough to get them over the line. And in the end, it was a 12,000 gold lead, 28 minutes, an absolute stomp here, a shellacking, if you will, for T1. And so we'll have to see who picks up player of the game after this break. My vote was over to Cuz. Absolutely, that guy was an absolute beast, but Faker also had a great game. Looks like we've got certainly a T1 that looks back in form on our hands in their final game of the regular season. That's brilliant, moving towards playoffs. We'll see whether they continue down that route as we get towards game number 2 after the break.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 머리바이너 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘돼 누나 막아 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디스 새끼 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 머신 팬츠 우주 도동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS here for game number 2 between T1 and Afrika. And game number 1 was about as comfy of a victory that you could possibly get for T1, but they're going to have to back it up if they want their fans to feel like this is the return of the T1 that they know and love. The team that just looked unbeatable here in Korea in 2019.
Yeah. I mean, T1 coming out in dominating fashion. As soon as that hit the mid-game, everything just started exploding. And it was a very one-sided kind of victory, which we're not used to in the LCK happening that much. I mean, we had one earlier on today in the first series, game number 2. That did end up occurring. And now Afrika, you have to wonder what they're thinking. Are there going to be substitutions coming in to game 2? Are we going to see LM maybe even for T1?
Yeah, we'll see whether there are going to be any interesting change-ups here as Cuz picks up his 4th player of the game. As, I don't think that Cuz should be subbed out if they want to play for victories necessarily. But if they want to make sure that LM gets as much practice as possible, that could be a good idea.
Piercing Arrow managed to bring down Sivir right there. Keen just walking way too far forward and getting cast, slammed, tried to flash away. Wasn't able to do anything. As Jace, the only thing that he's defending, it's not tomorrow, it's probably the next game for T1. As it's not a 7-10 split, but it'll do. As Cuz didn't want to get a strike there. Just wanted to separate them.
Wait for this one. All in. Getting booped back. Really clean stuff from Cuz. A well-deserved player of the game, in my personal opinion, as we bring it up. 8 out of 9 votes going over to him, as there was one random observer who decided that, F it, needed the player of the game.
It's an Alistar one trick.
Yeah, I mean, Effort did have a decent game, but that's a weird one. That is a very strange one. I thought with Faker picking up a quadra kill and getting the highlight play of the series that maybe there'd be a vote or two swung his way, but just not going to be the case. Effort needed it. Well deserved. But certainly Cuz just took hold of that game and did not let it go as we move very quickly into draft for game number 2. As Afrika now on our blue side, we'll see what they prioritize this time around in the draft and see whether Aphelios is going to slip all the way through like he did in game number 1.
Let's take a look at what they're going to end up doing. As Afrika, they're going to ban away the LeBlanc.
And the Elise, immediate follow-up. Understandable. Born on blue side. Interesting.
So the thing is that Kana, in the last game, even though the Lucian didn't end up doing anything, it wasn't really a factor in the win at all.
Yeah.
The thing still remained that he was in a knife fight matchup against Keen, and it didn't look like it went that smoothly. And it just seems like having him more on the mid-rangey, tanky kind of champions is probably just going to be holistically better for T1 in draft phases, especially because a knife fight against Keen, it can end really badly.
Yeah, you definitely want to take a gun to that particular fight, and that's exactly what kind of tried to do. But Keen also had a pretty big gun in his hand as well. So Set going to be banned away here. Senna, the notable champion that is left available, but Varus also going to be up, and that's going to be locked away here by Afrika. Mystic does like his gentlemen and ladies that have bow and arrows, and so going to be very comfortable on the Varus and also able to pick it away from Teddy, who had a brilliant game on it in game number 1. T1 now will be able to get their hands potentially on the Trundle if they would like to get it. And we'll see where else they go. It might be the Senna locked in, but I don't see it as necessarily a Teddy champion. He likes to be the hard carry for his team, but still is a very valuable pickup. And so we'll see whether they do decide to pick it up. They can lock away a support instead right now, because it's not likely that Afrika are going to run any sort of center support alongside this Varus or flex the Varus into the mid lane.
Well, it's going to be MF.
Okay.
And she gets locked in. Yeah. So sometimes we do still see her popping up in competitive play. I know that a lot of AD carries, it's not even that she's bad. It's that a lot of ADs that I've actually spoken to from various regions, EU, NA, and even Korea, they just feel like she doesn't have as much control as other AD carries. It's more so on opponents making mistakes, and she's very boring to play. And
Negan?
That is, I doubt that's Negan.
Negan's
I think
not
that's
coming?
just Graves versus Trundle, and I'm really happy to see it. Graves is really undervalued. There's so many spots where teams are like, oh, we need an AD jungler, and they'll default to something like Lee Sin or Rek'Sai, when Graves is just perfectly fine. It's really good against the meta, very durable, and he has that extra little added range, and the fact that he can power farm and scale better than the AD champion junglers that have existed for a while in Spring.
And can also be so incredibly healthy in the jungle as well, which allows him to counter jungle so effectively, as we saw utilized very well by Pyoshik. That was actually one of his better performances of the season, was his Umbral Glaive Rush Graves. We'll see whether that is going to be the build path here for Spirit, as Canna is going to lock away the Jace this time around. Faker now currently sitting on it. He could also play it, of course, but likely to be on Canna towards the top side of the map.
Well, Jace could also, I mean, we'll see. It would be a pretty bizarre pick, I think, in the mid lane, the way the meta is. So I think it's most certainly going to be Kana up in top lane. So Aurelia and Lucian do get banned away. Those are champions that can be picked against the Jace in top lane. Aurelia,
just going to try and hide it as much as possible.
Akali banned away now by Afrika as well. Syndra is still open, but there is the Taric, so you're looking at things like Azir is somewhat good against Afrika right now, but I'm imagining that T1 will go support R4 and then reserve the counter pick for Faker, as well as contain that flex potential even of the Jace, depending on what the matchup is. So might just get a handshake here. Yeah, of course. What else?
Yeah.
What else is new?
Yeah. No surprises here.
Never mind.
We're going to go back to a default choice. Which boring support are we going to be locking in here, T1? It is going to be the Braum. So no surprises. Just having a little bit of a sneak peek into the solo queue of Spirit. He's been spamming Poppy jungle almost every single game. He has one game on Graves, which was a loss. And he has been building the lethality style. So likely that we're going to see that Umbral Glaive coming out from the Graves this time around. He was the most valuable player in the defeat, but I think it was a bit of a smashing.
So the thing is that if Afrika pairs the Graves with insane amounts of magic damage and he gets to just keep building lethality, the opponents can't itemize any armor against him. And that would make him scale super well into the later stages. There's also the option, so I didn't talk about it because we're in Korea. Graves actually beats Jace in lane if you do go the Negan build. With the Ninja Tabi, double armor resistances, has the Grit passive, Jace can't contend with Graves' wave clear. So he basically plays an econ war against Jace, and he wins out on the trades if Jace even tries to take them. But doesn't look like Afrika is going to do that. That is not going to be on the menu today. This is Korea, not Europe.
I mean, Spirit has played Rumble Jungle before, so who knows? There is theory. Like, I mean, if anyone's going to mix it up and play something weird, it's going to be Spirit. As
that is true.
Thinking about Lulu, this would be for Faker, one of his most famous picks, but not going to happen. It's just back to the tried and true, as Azir will be locked in. Not a bad matchup into the Rumble. And so it's going to be Birds versus Yordles in that mid lane. And we'll see whether Faker can pick himself up a player of the game on this particular champion. Certainly flashy, as T1 with a very stable draft right out of the gate. And we'll see whether it's going to be enough to get themselves to a victory, as it looks like Spirit is going to be playing the Graves. No funny business with any Rumbles or anything like that in the jungle. But I mean, I guess it does need to tick down another 10 seconds before we confirm that one. But still, I don't think we're going to be playing Kennen mid. So not a likely situation. And so there we go. That is going to be your compositions, as you can see right here. Afrika, they've had two relatively experimental drafts out of the gate. And we'll see whether this particular one is going to work out. It's going to be all about whether or not Graves can get himself ahead in the early to mid game and really be that damage threat alongside Mystic with their double AP solo lanes.
Well, this is the final team compositions and who's going to be playing them. Jace, Trundle, Azir, Misfortune, and Braum versus Kennen, Graves, Rumble, Varus, and Taric. And it's interesting because there is a lot of early and mid-game potency on the side of T1, but things do get scary because with the double AP on the side of Afrika, and even the Taric and the Varus dealing a little bit there, it's not optimal to itemize armor, which means that the Graves is going to scale up actually very well against T1. If T1 are ever in the driver's seat, there's no insurance on the side of Afrika, but things could get dicey in the mid-game with equalizers, slicing Maelstrom, stuff of that nature, and then it becomes about Azir and MF trying to hang on inside of the game, as Spirit has Phase Rush. So a bit of a... Yeah, so that's kind of strange. It's not the Storm Raider Surge, but with Phase Rush and Nimbus Cloak, it's pretty close to that
real
old,
fast.
Yeah, that old version of Graves.
That was a fun one. I remember Storm Raider's Surge.
Yeah, that was
the dream. Yeah. What? Are you okay?
Did you see the Bengal emote?
Oh.
That was adorable. You missed it.
Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't paying attention.
I'm the one with no eyes, but you missed it.
Well, likely seen, I guess, is what we're going to have to change your name to. As no early invades or anything like that, despite Braum being on the map. And we'll see what Spirit's going to be able to do as this game continues. He's looking adorable with his pink little outfit there. So let's see how that one works. We've got like an adorableness battle, I guess, between the Taric and the Graves, but both of them being on the same team means that the beauty pageant's certainly going to be won here by Afrika. And whether that's going to actually amount to anything is yet to be seen as Afrika. Now, Spirit going to be starting on his blue buff. Pops on over, and you can see that Spirit and Jelly here on the bottom side. Mystic and Jelly on the bottom side. Mystic is going towards the lethality Varus. He has the Comet available to him. and has started with that corrupting potion, is now All In going to be able to find these 2 minions with the harpoons. And All In also picking up the phase rush.
Yeah,
definitely on that bandwagon since the buff.
The most perplexing thing is the water walking again like in his rune selection. I don't know why he would ever want that over gathering storm. Especially
he wants to be able to
because
walk through the river real fast, man.
Okay, sure. Yeah, why not?
Some people are swimming enthusiasts. Totally fine.
I should have thought of that. Yes.
Yeah, it's just aquatically inclined. You're allowed to be that.
All right. Well.
Yeah.
Live and let live.
Find a bit of extra damage there onto Epic. Down to about half health here is, oh my god. No ignites available or anything like that, but that's a great trade out of a Freaker here towards the bottom side. Teddy not able to offer anything back there towards Mystic and Jelly. And another Dazzle comes in. Fair bit of extra damage as we're not going to find any piercing arrows just yet. That is going to be T1 bullied out of this lane. It looks like a Freaker are back with a vengeance here in this game, as Mystic is showing Teddy exactly what he did to him in game number 1.
And
now
Faker
shifts some scent. Wow, this is really aggressive. Is All In getting taken down very low. Solo kill? No. The heal was available, and All In does have to use it. Summoner spells traded, but the health lead going over to Faker, and he is aggressive this game.
Yeah. And so All In playing with fire. Spirit actually going to share XP.
And All In, another couple of auto attacks, and he would just be dead. He's still walking aggressively.
What is he doing?
Cuz over to the side. Jelly standing on top of a ward here.
Oh,
not actually going to stop the back there, so
that's really
not going to deter him.
Yeah, Cuz doesn't even bother to look. And the thing that I'm so surprised by is that Faker's lane state is fantastic. So if Cuz just actually walks up to the turret and pillars and stops the recall on the Rumble, the lane's over. It will cease to exist. Faker should never be able to lose control ever again. And you could end up creating a 1.5 level lead, and all that it would have taken is Cuz just walking up a little bit further and pressing his pillar.
Yeah. Well, All In once again going to get some attention here. And speaking of pressing pillars, it happens once again here as Cuz with the red buff slowing down this Rumble, silences himself, but no flashes there from Cuz, so not going to try and get that extra chomp as Spirit moves on over and will protect All In underneath this turret. Faker looking for that back. Hasn't actually gone back to base just yet. Wanted to utilize this timing, and Spirit going to stop him. End of the line comes down, flash forward. Faker going to flash in response, and you'll take that trade any day of the week if you are the Afrika Freaks, as Cuz going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler, and Keen moving on in, but great pillar there from Cuz to make sure that the follow-up isn't going to be there. End of the line, not going to be so, and Cuz is going to make it out just fine.
Yeah, and he's managed to at least get a little bit closer to Graves. Now you can also see Graves' power farming ability is really scary. You have All In coming down here. He's level 5. No heal available.
Have equalizer.
I don't know what...
Okay, well, it is going to be First Blood. Mystic going to flash out of the way there, and Teleport going to be utilized from Canna to get down towards the bottom side. So Afrika with a lot of advantages, and Mystic now well and truly ahead in this lane. He was already up in CS and is going to continue powering through as Shock Blast needs to be taken care of there, as Teddy almost finds the double up damage. Cuz waiting underneath his turret will be able to pick up these minions that Canna would have otherwise lost.
That means that Cuz is going to be able to at least get a little bit closer to Graves. Does manage to get level 5. As Teddy trying to do his best to salvage the CS deficit between him and Varus in this game. And let's take a look at this. So Teddy has Cleanse and Exhaust available. Not wanting to take the aggro and utilize the Cleanse. The Exhaust comes out really early onto Mystic, doesn't end up mattering. And this roam ends up just being successful. And it was a very peculiar one, nonetheless, but it paid off. So 1 kill down there for the Varus. Also Varus going Comet. So they're looking to try to fight back against the Jace's here MF by poking them back as well. Spirit Not long.
Actually trying to fight this. Has a lot of grit. As now gets the heal as well as Mystic looking to try and fire some damage back. Cuz in trouble as now Spirit has reformed his Phalanx. Level 6 available here by All In. Puts down the equalizer. Now looking for Teddy. Effort extraordinarily low as Jelly's flashing forward. Teddy's going to get slowed down. Mystic still waiting for that piercing arrow as Teddy's just going to burn down to the All In damage. And Afrika 3-0 in this early game with a big lead on their hands.
And this is definitely very scary right now if you are T1. All of their lanes not really finding too much success outside of the Azir in mid. But with that kill and the assist going over to All In, it's definitely good. As Kana trying to take a pretty hefty... Oh, he messed up.
Yeah, that was a whoopsie.
Yeah, that's not very common that we see something like that.
Not out of Keen. But not going to be the end of the world. Hasn't actually utilized Flash or anything like that. As our Spirit pops on in here. And I thought that he was honestly just out of position, was going to be taken down because, of course, concussive blows is so strong. But he just quick draws over and doesn't even care about anything that's going on. The pillar did nothing, and he just uses the grit to get out.
Yeah, the grit, the heal coming in from Tarek. Tarek ends up getting there as well. And then Faker, with the Shurima Shuffle, actually pushes All In onto Teddy. Not that it really matters that much anyway. There's not much more Faker would be able to do in this team fight, but things are a little bit rough for T1 in this game. They are down
we'll
at 2,000 gold at 8 minutes.
And Mystic still hasn't been back, so he's 2-0-1, still sitting on his Serrated Dirk and this longsword. He should have Umbreglaive if he would like it on his next back. We'll see what he actually does decide to pick up here. As having a look at the experience, Keen is in the lead, with our Faker leading over All In, as well as these minions are being taken by the T1 mid laner. But things pretty calm and collected here towards the top side. Keen not really having an effect on this game, and really good news for Afrika that they don't need Keen to have a lead in order to get themselves advantages. And look at the gold lead that Mystic has over Teddy. It is 1,000 gold ahead in the bottom lane for these 80 carries.
And Faker, I mean, he's going to be the hope for T1 inside of this game. He's the one with all of the CS in mid. Obviously, some of that is being reduced, like I said earlier, by the kill and the assist. And the scary thing for T1 in the later stages is Afrika, they rely on the Wombo combo, and if the game ends up going long enough, then the Trundle, the Azir, the MF, things start to get really scary. However, with the Graves and the Varus, all that poke and all the backline reach by Afrika with Slicing Maelstrom, Equalizer, it's very hard for the Azir and MF if they are behind. And if we're talking about like souls and stuff, in regards to dragons, things get dicey there as well. So paying attention to what kind of dragons come up this game. If you're a T1 fan, you're probably hoping for Mountain into Ocean into Cloud. That would definitely help them stabilize, unless they're the ones getting the Drakes. If T1 can actually get the Mountain Dragon, it helps out a little bit against Afrika's team composition, but they're absolutely not in the driver's seat as it is.
Yeah, it should be Afrika being able to take this one down, but the Drake only getting started here at 10 minutes will mean that any sort of Dragon Soul, even if it's 4 in a row here for Afrika, is going to be relatively delayed. Taking that 5-minute breather is going to put it behind just a little bit. So the Mountain Drake does get taken. Cloud Drake going to be the next one. So we're going to have a decent soul this time in Ocean or Infernal, as Faker is going to shift Sands. He's going to be absolutely fine. End of the line clears out all these minions, as Afrika will move over towards Shelly by the looks of things, and they get a flash out of Faker there as well, with the Chains of Corruption warranting that one out of Mystic. But Mystic also flashed to get in position for that one, so still okay, as there's the Slicing Maelstrom onto Canna. He's taking a lot of damage there, gets the boot back eventually onto Keen, but that feels a little bit late, as now Keen has relegated Canna underneath this turret. Spirit looking to move on in here, Cuz in position also.
Oh, he'll just die. Yeah.
Yep, that is going to be the ultimate, and Spirit just takes that kill very easily.
Well, Kana is going to continue to fall behind here in top lane, as that's going to be a turret plate now going over to Keen, who has the heal via his spellbook. It looks like Keen's actually keen on trying to get a second turret plate.
Well, don't know whether that's necessarily what he wants to do, but Cuz not able to close the distance on him, and a couple of marks of the storm will allow for him to get away to safety. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
half of his health bar is there, but he's just laning against the jungler, so he'll be all right.
As it stands, Herald is finally picked up. If they can crash that into Azir's tier 1 turret, that would be most ideal. Otherwise, things can get hard in raising that in the later stages of the game. Take a look at this replay. Spirit's just going to walk up, and from the angle that Kana's in, smokescreen plus R with Keen, there's no way that Kana can end up avoiding that. Doesn't even bother trying to flash to live or anything like that. Coming back down into bottom, though, Teddy actually doing a pretty good job at recovering.
Yeah, hasn't been too bad here.
The CS deficit. Faker still doing phenomenal in the mid lane. Kana gets a turret plate under his belt, and as it currently stands, that 2,500 gold deficit, it's all but diminished.
And also Faker continuing to be able to get a lot of poke damage onto All-In here, as he is just owning this lane. You can see, just a flat 30 CS is the advantage here for the Azir. And this hasn't been because All-In's getting work done around the map or anything like that. Yes, he made one roam, but Faker was there as well. Equalizer coming into the lane just to make sure that he can clear these minions, and you can feel the desperation out of the Afrika mid laner. I mean, Faker is a fantastic Azir player, but this is pretty unprecedented as Teddy just clears out the minion wave. They're looking for a reset timing as Cloud Drake still 2 minutes on the clock. And Cuz is going to be taking this blue buff. We'll see whether he actually just takes it for himself. As you can see, yeah, it looks like he's going to. Faker nowhere near him. And he just wants to get back to the lane here. Does have his Lost Chapter as well as a Stinger. And some Sork Boots getting towards his Nash's Tooth relatively quickly. I like this build a lot. And yeah, well, T1 looks like they have stabilized, LS.
Yeah, it does seem like everything is... I mean, it's looking like it might be A-okay. I mean, we're about to get a bit of a gold swing, though, down here, as Shelly is going to crash into this turret. Can they somehow find a way to get a team fight? Probably not. And now the map's opened up, but there's no real neutral that is coming up in the foreseeable future. So that's going to give T1 some ability to scale and stabilize and try to let the Azir and MF come online. Oblivion Orb and Sork Pen Boots for the Rumble. Really like the itemization out of All-In here. Cannon with the Protobell and the Seekers, you can definitely tell that Keen is looking to try to convert his early game presence into a really big mid-game win. Maybe not too keen on trying to go the distance. And take a look at Spirit's Boots. Boots of Swiftness actually picked up. So Phase Rush, Nimbus Cloak, and those boots to really, he's gotta go fast.
He's going to be going super fast. This is actually his build choice from solo queue as well. It's what he decides to pick up most of the time, as Cuz is in position here if Keen is going to get greedy. As we'll see whether it's going to be enough of a bait. Turret shot is going to be taken here as Cannon most likely to be falling. No, able to flash that Q as Subjugate is going to be ticking. Keen looking for another Lightning Rush. He doesn't have Flash, but Lightning Rush does come off cooldown. And Cuz waiting for the pillar teleport to come in here as Keen over to the side, but that's going to be Canna turning up, and he is going to be able to lock that one down with a Shock Blast. As now Spirit looking for Faker, shifting sands, gets him to safety as Effort moves on over. There's the flash onto Spirit, but it's going to be answered with a flash of his own. And Afrika are going to back away as the minions do run out. So a bit like Ships in the Night here for Effort making his way in.
Well, this is Kana up there in top lane trying to get as much CS as possible. And Afrika getting the second dragon of the game. So at this point, Soul Point is only 10 minutes away, potentially.
Yep, it's going to be that Infernal Soul as well. Yeah, we have a look. And Canna, good flash. And Keen, good attempted escape. As it was Canna's teleport, realizing that he actually couldn't get into a better position here, just turns up, sidestep, nicely done. Was if that was a QW away from him trading 1-for-1 actually, which is dangerous, but otherwise he's going to be all right as the Equalizer not able to take down Faker.
And the flash forward from Jelly as well as the Mystic Arrow ends up coming forward, not quite able to get him into lethal for Spirit, so he doesn't even bother. Traded flashes coming out by Effort and Spirit as well, and Infernal is the dragon of the game. Now this is good for both parties. It's really, really scary, however, if you are a T1 fan, because Varus arrows, Rumble equalizers, if they're amplified by an Infernal Soul, there's no real way to win team fights.
Yeah. And so the Groove Tonight Drakes have come in here as Earth, Wind, and Fire in perfect order as well. And Jelly moving on in, Cuz puts down a pillar to make sure that Faker can get to safety, but Effort taking a lot of damage here. Spirit looks for it. Collateral damage going to be available, but Effort's going to stopwatch it. And the stun comes in, but Spirit is going to survive for the moment. Mystic with the arrow is going to be able to find the Braum. As now Jelly able to walk through here. Canna is going to turn up, but he's going to get stunned. Cosmic Radiance not going to arm in time as the Taric does fall, and now Keen looking for an optimal usage of his ultimate. Does find the stun onto Cuz, but he's going to be all right. And T1 actually trading this one pretty nicely. An even trade when you're behind is certainly good news, but Canna has to get out of here. And Afrika's health bars are relatively low, but it feels like they still have control. Faker. Yeah, should be able to find Keen here. Protobelt's going to find the distance, but the flash into the ultimate, and Keen's not going to be able to find that one. Cuz over the top, and Faker's going to be able to get himself his first kill of the game.
Now this turret wave, or this minion wave, it could be frozen. Let's see. Nothing to do.
It's a pretty warm day today. I got my fan going. It's
Baker's got a hot date. He's got somewhere to go. So they could have frozen that wave, and it's 2.5 minutes until Infernal, which would mean that after the Rift Herald goes down, there's no way to stop this anyway. There's no way for T1 to be in a position, right? Mid-turret is on its last leg, so it's going to die no matter what. So as soon as Kennen ends up respawning, he's going to run down to bot lane. But if the wave was freezing near where Trundle is on the drop, he has nowhere to run to. They're going to use the Rift Herald, use it mid, they're going to crash it, but no team fight can actually take place. So Kennen is probably going to get 2-3 waves that he otherwise wouldn't have been able to obtain without overextending and making himself vulnerable. Everything that we're seeing on the screen right now, regardless of if a bot wave was frozen or not, would still be taking place. Nothing would be changing.
Yeah, but look, there's no freezing here in the LCK. That's not what we do. And so we're just going to play some ping pong, throw down the Rift Herald exactly like he predicted. And we'll see whether Afrika can keep this pressure on and get a secondary charge. Might be some economics done here for Afrika to try and get themselves an extended gold advantage. And there's the second charge from Shirley. Nice work for her, but Canna should be able to get some free time up here. Teleport in from Keen. He wants to try and fight Canna right now, as this turret, relatively low, but is still there. So Canna's going to be able to utilize it. And Keen with the lightning rush. There's the equalizer down as well, as All-In makes his way forward. Ultimate comes down, and Canna should be taken here as a cheeky little steal away of the kill from Spirit with his collateral damage. We'll be able to grab that one for Afrika Freaks.
So they used the equalizer, they used the Graves ultimate as well, but it does look like All-In will have it up again by the time the Infernal's coming up. Kennen, lightning rush also halfway ready. They did commit a teleport to do that. They also got the Hex Drinker passive out of Kana, but not that that's going to matter too much. However, Teddy getting a lot of free farm down on the bot lane. And it's not like Jace is actually getting stifled that much in terms of his items. He had the wave totally crashed in, so he does miss one minion wave. He's going to be able to get to the second one. He will have teleport available by the time the dragon fight ends up breaking out. As we take a look at it, as Effort using his shield, jumps back to the MF, and Spirit really trying to put some pressure on. Doesn't end up dying. Faker coming around right-hand side with Teddy. This is a replay, obviously, from moments ago. Jelly, it's turned into Jelly in this team fight.
I don't think he had his Bastion on anyone either, because the ulti didn't end up arming, and normally you do have your Bastion target with that one, so just didn't quite have that one at the ready. As this was Keen falling down, Faker taking good positioning there out of the slicing Maelstrom. You know whether Keen was able to get it done. And Spirit, this is him coming through to try and steal away a kill.
잘만할 것 같은데?
I think we can get him. I think we can get him.
핵도 왔어 이거 나.
Now there's a team fight. As Cuz is going to go down very, very low. He's going to be the first one to die here as the Cosmic Radiance is going to arm onto 5. There's the Emperor's Divide, but it's stopwatched there by Keen. He should still be in a little bit of danger here as Effort's going to get taken down low, as Jelly also going to be following suit. Faker down to almost single-digit health, as there's going to be the flash away from Teddy. And now Piercing Arrow going to land as well. The Misfortune taking a lot of damage, and now it's going to be Infernal Soul Point for Afrika Freaks, because there is nothing that T1 can do about it.
Well, Afrika at this point are in a really commanding position in this game. They have about a 3,000 gold lead. They just pick up the Infernal Dragon. They're going to get so much amp on all of their champions. Especially if they bring this game to Soul Point, the game is just going to end. We take a look at this replay. Spirit doesn't go down. Slicing Maelstrom, so much value, and Faker and Teddy just can't get into the fight until it's too late. Mystic, or Legolas, whatever you want to call him, up on the hill, just raining down so much damage. Kana tries to do whatever he can, but the heals on Taric and just the sustain inside of the team fight for Afrika, so much stronger. So as we come back into live, things are looking very dicey right now for T1.
And T1 is still only a 3,000 gold lead, so of course not the end of the world, but it just feels like Afrika know what they're doing in these team fights just a little bit more than T1 do with these specific compositions. And Spirit really showing us the value of this Graves pick as well, has been pretty instrumental in a lot of these team fights and has been pairing well with Jelly on top of that. As Faker split pushing here towards the top side, you can see All In has stabilized. He's now 3-0-2. He is still behind by a buttload of CS, but 50 CS doesn't really matter if you're still able to control this mid game. As you can see, they're doing so well. Morellonomicon completed here for All In. Also wants to try and mitigate some of the healing, I guess, of Cuz. I'm not entirely sure why he rushed that item. Leandri's is so powerful on the Rumble, but he'll get there relatively soon. And now Keen facing off against Canna once again, which he's been pretty comfortable doing so far this series.
Well, we'll have to see what does end up happening. Cannon, his third item of the game might just be the Void Staff. Although getting Leandri's could be okay for him as well as Oblivion Orb. He doesn't have a Blasting Wand though, so that's why I'm thinking that it might just be Void Staff. He also still hasn't upgraded his boots.
Yeah, we'll see where Keen is going to go. Still sitting on an Ignite here, wanting to side lane against the Jace. And we'll see whether he is going to make any aggressive moves. You can see this ward over here for T1 doing some good work. Make sure that Canna is safe. Piercing Arrow, not going to find the mark there as there's just a Pillar of Filth put down. Of course, is theoretically called Pillar of Ice, but this is traditional Trundle, so we have to use the traditional spell names.
A little bit of a lull state happening here, Atlas. We're just going to play ping pong with the waves over and over, waiting for that next Infernal Dragon. And that one's so scary for T1. Now, Faker, he does have his 2 core items completed, able to remain relevant, mostly because he's been doing such a fantastic job in the CS department. Going to summon a Sand Soldier, check the brush before moving up to top lane, clearing that out. In the next team fight, Varus is going to be really scary. He has 3 core items completed. Teddy, though, finding CS pretty well this game, as Cuz is having a bit of a rough time here on the Trundle. The Graves is also so relevant in these team fights because the enemy team can't afford to get any sort of armor anywhere. We're not going to have Seeker's Arm Guard or anything coming in on Azir until way later, and then ultimately the Zanya's Hourglass. The only person that really can resist Graves' damage right now is the Trundle.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My computer decided that it wanted to update.
Okay.
I got ganked by Windows Update, dude. Oh dear, sometimes these things happen. And I apologize, everyone. I should have updated earlier on. That's one thing you've got to check, especially if you're on a professional broadcast. I really do apologize. But thankfully, I saved it. We're okay. The computer didn't actually restart. It just closed everything. As now we've got a gank coming in here. Spirit in potentially a bit of trouble as Faker's looking to close in. Canna doesn't even care about Jelly's positioning. Spirit should be taken down here, but there is the Cosmic Radiance, and now Canna might actually just fall to Spirit. The Emperor's Divide had to be used just to make sure that Canna wasn't going to fall down, but now Afrika have moved in. The Equalizer, not greatest positioning, but they're still able to burn down the Braum. And they answer 1 for 1 so far. There is the ultimate. Bullet time coming in, All in trouble. As you can see, that Sun Turret desperate to try and kill this Rumble, but it's not quite in range.
And look at the healing that is coming out from Taric, even. It's so bonkers. As Afrika, they're all basically full HP almost. I mean, it's not going to be too difficult for Jelly to get All In back to that HP value. And this is Infernal Soul. Keen is in close proximity. He has Infernal. It's so hard to do anything to Afrika. They're posturing. You can see Keen waiting on the horizon. On the right-hand side, they must know that he's around in close proximity. Here comes Spirit. They need to just get this before Spirit's here.
Yep, they're going to be able to take that one down. So T1 steal away the Infernal Soul. Now they're looking for a team fight as Mystic down to about half health, but there's the slicing maelstrom. Canna bounces into the backline. Mystic is taken away from this fight. It's only the Braum to go down just yet as Teddy is going to be able to grab one, make that one two as Faker collects the cannon. And is this the turnaround that T1 have been looking for as they move towards the Baron?
They're moving towards the Baron, and all that they've lost is effort. Now, Equalizer is up on all-in. However, Spirit doesn't have Smite, and I don't know if they're keeping track of that. Sometimes that is a really key thing that maybe someone notices inside of a team fight. Like, hey, just use Smite. He probably doesn't have it. It's not even going to matter. Graves is not in close proximity. Can the Equalizer steal it? No. But that would have been really... That is a mentally... I don't even know if that just breaks you. If something like
that would
happens.
be mental destruction. Yes. Thankfully, didn't happen there as T1 do steal away the Baron as we have a look at how this all started. I actually thought that this looked really good for Afrika in the beginning because the arming of the Cosmic Radiance was very strong, but Canna surviving was a huge deal. And then all they're able to get off the end of it is a kill onto Effort. And T1, Teddy turns around, full channel bullet time, no response. Sun Turret also helping. And then they're in the driver's seat, and then the Drake spawns.
Yeah. That is exactly what is going on. As Keen, he goes in, even though the Dragon was already down, and there was no real reason to take a team fight in this angle. This is very disjointed by Afrika. It lets T1 actually fight a pretty scrappy team fight and turn everything around. It's not the kind of victory that T1 was probably expecting to get, especially not immediately after burning down the Dragon. But now, with the Baron, they finally reclaim the gold advantage. And the itemization also, I mean, Kana feeling fantastic. He has them all of Malmortius, and items are starting to come in on the side of T1 that's going to help them. And things are looking somewhat stabilized.
Still not over yet, and the gold is very, very even, and we're still sitting at soul point for Afrika. So if that Infernal Soul does go over their way, they will have a big advantage. But you're exactly right. I feel like this is the time where T1 has turned it. As our Spirit throws down the ult just to try and clear out a wave. And T1 will take that trade. Mystic still finding a bit of damage here, but you can see it was closing in on a 4,000 gold lead for Afrika that is now just completely popped. And T1 starting to balloon their own one. As our Spirit walking over Vision everywhere as he moves on through the jungle. And looks like Teddy will find him with a Make It Rain, but just going to clear out Vision where they can. Equalizer comes in, Keen with a great flank onto Faker, but he immediately goes golden. Effort in there as well. Cosmic Radiance comes down. The Emperor's Divide is decent, but the Cosmic Radiance still going to be there to keep Afrika alive. Killer coming on in, as you can see Teddy over to the side, wants to find an angle for this bullet time, but he'd already utilized it. And now Canna throwing through these shock blasts. It looks like T1 are still playing aggressively. They can see these low health bars and want to try and pick off some of these kills, but Effort might be picked off beforehand. Afrika just eliminating minion waves. This is really interesting positioning as shock blast comes in yet again. Teddy jumps on top of Jelly, gets snared, but he has the cleanse to get himself out of it. Double kill, all ready for the AD carry. Make that one a triple as T1 are moving towards this inner turret. Two more left alive in Spirit and all in, but T1 turned it on its head.
T1 turned the team fight on its head. They kept chasing Afrika. Like I don't even, they were just following them like a pack of lions through their jungle. And now they're gonna raise the inhibitor turret. They're not actually gonna be able to end. Equalizer is up and available in about 5 seconds. So that would be able to, well, Braum died.
Yeah.
That was okay.
Oh,
now, all right. So, actually, I do have a. Well, what's the death timer actually right now? I'm not sure.
The death time is 26 seconds, and Mystic just respawned.
So,
is this Infernal Soul?
Yeah, this might be Infernal Soul, and that's what's so scary, and that's why I'm curious about the flash there. Faker ends up getting caught, and after he goes down, though, all of Afrika are exhausted in terms of their summoners available and their ultimates being down. And this was T1 following them like the pack of lions through the jungle. Like you were pointing out, Mystic might have just been able to delete Effort, but Effort actually tagged him with the Braum passive. And as you can see inside of Live, things are getting very scary. Jace over on the right-hand side. This is so important because if Afrika just managed to get Infernal Soul, I think I don't know how T1 could win. Then again, I said the same thing about Gen G.
Yeah, exactly right. So crazier things have happened. Is now Canada just going to be fighting Kane straight up. The Spirit is still on this Drake. He's desperately trying to get here, but you can see the amount of poke damage that has come down. Effort's just looking for him. Cosmic Radiance comes on down, and it is the Infernal Soul picked up by Afrika. A little bit of a whoopsie in positioning. You can see Effort still over to the side now, trying to catch up to All In. Effort going to walk down this red carpet, but he should survive it. And T1 Baron's up in 1 minute's time, but Infernal Soul now rotating around Afrika, and a lot more damage potential now for this team.
And it's so scary, Atlas. I don't know if we're going to see a day where 2 souls get beat.
Yeah.
But T1, now they have to pull the rabbit out of the hat. They are trying to get this mid inhibitor.
That's bullet time. All In taking a hell of a lot of damage as Keen off to the side, not able to find an angle to get in. Teddy can just head out towards the top side as there is no inhibitor available. And Faker now with his Sun Turret set up. He has a lot of damage available, as you can see. 3-1 and 2 currently, and has almost Flame Horizoned All In's Rumble, who is sitting at 5-0 and 4. So like, this guy is like super big. I don't even know whether he's got more damage, more money than Faker for this game. I have a feeling that that's probably not going to be happening. As Faker goes back, finishes off a needlessly large rod. There are a couple of them on All In, but he's down a full item because the Zhonya's is actually completed here by Faker, and All In has only got his stopwatch.
And the really scary thing in this game here is that T1, they do have an Infernal Drake themselves, but Afrika with 2 and the Soul, that's where everything gets scary because Afrika's whole team composition, it's about either slowly chipping away at T1 via the Varus arrows, and having an Infernal Soul to help you with that is just so bad. I mean, even this stuff. Harpoons coming out from Rumble, Equalizer, everything. It gets so all in.
All In. He does go golden. The Equalizer's now on cooldown, though, and he's still dead. Just popped by Teddy. Teddy's gigantic in this game, by the way, guys. He has turned around a CS deficit in the early game, and he is now leading against Mystic's Lethality Varus. T1 will move on over, and it should just be this Baron being taken because they can have everyone else act as bouncers. The Spirit cannot get in here. He's got a GA, but honestly, it doesn't even really matter because he can't get towards this Baron pit.
He might just go.
Now they're looking for Kane as this Baron is going to go down. T1 locked that one up. Cosmic Radiance used for basically no effect whatsoever as Jelly's jumped on. T1 still not quite finding their angle though as Canna should be falling down. Emperor's Divide is gigantic from Faker, and Teddy has the bullet time there to back him up. Spirit is going to go down to that GA just to watch as the T1 Wolves will take him down. And this will be the end of the game, and another Dragon Soul being beaten.
Another Soul gets beat in the same day in LCK, and it happens by 2 of the top teams. Gen G, the first to overcome Ocean Soul, and now T1 standing up against Infernal Soul. This isn't something that normally should ever happen, Atlas, but it's so enjoyable to watch it because it really is just one team outplaying another one. Obviously, Rumble does make a bit of a donation before that team fight happens, but they still manage to corral Afrika into that angle and then capitalize on it.
And now I'm trying to work out who deserves the POG, right? I feel like Teddy played extremely well, overcame a deficit in the early game, but that deficit was still there. Whereas Faker was extraordinarily stable in that mid lane, made a few mistakes around the mid game where he got caught out of position, but still did a fair bit of damage with his ultimate, things like that. But that last team fight, that last Emperor's Divide, just fantastic stuff. And if we go off the BDD logic, that will mean that Faker should pick up player of the game.
Yeah, absolutely should be able to pick up the player of the game. Another important thing that I wanna point out is that in this, Faker was the only person standing strong. He was the one still winning his lane when bottom lane and top were falling apart, when the jungle was falling so far behind. He remained as the one pillar on the side of T1 that was still winning in CS, winning in XP, almost getting a solo kill twice. onto the Rumble, he was a real key piece in helping them stay afloat, basically. Keep their heads above water inside of this game. So I gave the POG over to him. Another cool thing, though, that we did get to see tonight, we got to see Graves come out, and this Graves was a monster. So, yeah, Graves and Vel'Koz, both in the same day, 2 picks that aren't that mainstream, both coming out, both basically showing, hey, there's more champion diversity
yeah, exactly.
than what you might be led to believe. So,
there are
very
a lot of champions in League of Legends, guys. It's not like the 50 or so that we see on such a regular basis. So I am also very happy with what we've been seeing from the drafts so far here today. A little bit more experimental out of Afrika, but it looked like it was their game to lose throughout the majority of game number 2. I liked how they played out their comp, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Afrika can do as they move towards the summer split. Hopefully, they'll be able to utilize the extra time that they will have on their hands in order to get themselves prepared and looking better, because Afrika, after a break, are actually a team that do look strong. You remember their Casper Cup performance. They, in my mind, looked like the strongest team in the LCK for that time, but it feels like the rest of the LCK teams did charge up from that moment on. And you saw here, Emperor's Divide not quite working as Jelly's Flash came in, stopwatch there from Keen also. But this was Afrika team fighting very, very well. The Taric looking very, very strong. But it doesn't matter if you get to a late game where T1 win back-to-back team fights.
Yeah, it absolutely just doesn't. And the thing here is T1, they managed to remain stable, and this is something that they've been known for historically as a team throughout so many different variations of players being on it and whatnot, remaining steadfast and always managing to try to figure out a way to come out on top. This was the very disjointed team fight that I was so surprised Afrika opted into, and it was basically spearheaded by Keen as well, which he's normally the one that is very calm and collected and not trying to rush things. That wasn't the end of the world. Now, speaking of Keen, he also found this opening onto Faker and Effort. They ended up going down. They did take a lot of damage to the bullet time. They postured around a little bit too long, and that led to this inevitable chase through the jungle. Teddy coming online, doing so much inside of these team fights. And I can see the player of the game going over to him.
Yeah, I can see it going to Teddy. I think that Faker deserves it as well. This was a great catch out, mostly by Teddy there, as you see, just pops all in. And this last team fight, though, this was all about the Emperor Shurima himself, as it looked like Canna was caught out of position, right? And he is eventually going to fall down here, but Faker, you see, biding his time, says, I'm going to collect my couple of carries, and I'm going to win us the game.
Well, we'll have to see who does end up getting it. As T1, they did get a 2-0 victory, which is what is ideal for them. So now, the ball's in DRX's court for tomorrow's series.
And now DRX needs to 2-0. They need to 2-0 if they want second place.
Yeah, because
that will get them ahead by 1 point, and the head-to-head belongs to T1 in that DRX matchup. So look forward to our final game tomorrow. It feels like things are going to stay relevant for a very long time here in the LCK, as DRX can certainly still move ahead of T1 at this point. But T1 looking scary. Genji also repairing what was a difficult game 1 against KT in our first series of the day. So our second one, definitely a quick one. But guys, we still have one more coming up, and we also have the winner's interview. We'll be able to see who's going to pick up player of the game here for T1 after their 2-0 win. Whether it's going to be Faker, whether it's going to be Teddy, I don't mind either way. And I think that that is a great way to look at T1 right now, because if it's a team that's playing very well together, then that's good. And it's going to be Teddy that grabs it against LS&I's votes. 34% of his team's damage. He fell so far behind in the early game, but still was ahead by 50 CS, something like that. As we have a look at this particular moment, bit of a Captain Jack cleanse there as he just tidies things up after T1 corralled Afrika into a position they didn't want to be in.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal recovery, and then his MF damage, as well as a lot of his bullet times, were really integral to changing things inside of this game. And if you're all in, you're probably beating yourself up, getting caught out like that on the Rumble. And this was it. It was the opportunistic capture. And what a feat as well. Both the Gen G and the T1 fight against the Soul team happened pretty much the same area, and Nazir was so important in it both times. As
we weren't quite able. Yeah, we weren't quite able to swing it over to Faker's way. So Faker fans, we apologize. We don't get an extra vote as our observers. Jonah Strong there voting for Teddy. But like we were talking about before, I think this was between Teddy and Faker, both of them being very, very strong, and Teddy falling behind in the laning phase and then coming back was fantastic. So now throw it over to G-Sun for some interview translation with Cousin Teddy.
Thank you very much, guys. This is G-Sun with the translation, and Cousin Teddy will be having a video call interview, getting a 2-2-0 win against Africa. First of all, today we had a very important match, so it's a big relief that we got a 2-0 win, but still, I think there's some room to improve. What do you feel about there's a space to improve? Well, not about KT versus Genji result. I mean, we could have played better in game number 2, but we kind of was being too shaky. What about you, Teddy? This was the last game for our regular split, so it feels nice to get a 2-2 win, and I think we have to come back stronger for the playoffs. So did you guys watch KT versus Genji series earlier today? Or you guys were practicing for this match? Did you watch it? We all were watching it. So we thought KT would get it, but they actually Genji turned the game around, so it feels a little bit sad. Cause KT was so close to getting that shutdown on Genji. So how did you feel after that series? I mean, if they could win that, it would put us in a better spot. But at the same time, we were preparing for our own series, so we were actually focusing on our own game. Is that the true story? Yeah, we did. We were just trying to do our best preparing for the series versus Africa. So in game number 2, we saw Graves versus Trundle matchup. So what's your thought on that jungle competition? Well, Grave with the face rush is very viable, but at the same time, Trundle is also okay. I guess the one who pilots it better will get a win over there. So, but I think Grave was too powerful today. Wasn't it like a little bit dangerous? I mean, Graves used to be a very strong champion for counter jungling and also late game scale, but Trundle in the current meta, it's all about vision fights and also team fights. So, game number 2 was going really back and forth. It was really neck and neck. So how did the players see the situation? Because Mystic also picked up a lot of kills. When was the point that you guys are able to turn the tide? Well, MF versus Varus matchup, actually Varus is favoring in the laning phase and MF is looking for the late game scale. But in the early game, we had to give a lot of kills over to Varus, but despite those kind of plays, we were able to close out the gap. Does that mean that it was like a winnable matchup? Yes. Well, the Korean casters were actually thinking that the gap is even getting bigger, but I guess the players thought different way. Kanna was playing Lucian and then Jace, a very aggressive champs. So what kind of advice or feedback did Kanna get during today's series? Nothing special. I didn't really say anything to him. I guess he had some isolated deaths, but at the same time, he has a really good mechanics, but he still has to grow his macro-wise thoughts, so maybe he'll work on those points. T1 is really close to getting that second place locked in. So we have to wait and watch APK versus CRX tomorrow. And if APK manages to get one game win against CRX, you guys will lock in your spot in second place. Any words for APK players?
우진아, 같이
Hybrid.
지냈었는데 정말 잘하는 원딜이라 생각해.
I do believe you are a great ADK player, so wish you the best of luck. And Teddy, I mean, Hybrid, he's popping off nowadays. He is the Teddy of the East League. So, what do you think about Hybrid?
하이브리드 선수분들 물론
Well, I mean, Hybrid is a good player. I believe he will do well. But at the same time, Iksu, he's a really great player. So I hope he can just beat up Doran in the next series and win the game. So, with that promising performance today, T1 is so close to getting that second seed of the playoffs. So is there any last message for your fans?
이제 오늘 경기로
With today's
정규
series,
시즌
we wrapped up
마치게
our regular
되었는데,
split.
부족했던 점은 계속
So we will
보완해서
try
더
to work on
멋지도록
some of the
노력하고 플레이오프
weakness
때
of our
좋은
team
모습 보일
and
수
come back
있도록
stronger for the playoffs.
최대한 열심히
will
노력하겠습니다.
The hard work going until our next game in the playoffs.
정규 시즌이
So
그래도 마지막 이겨서
that was
좋게
the last game of
끝났는데
the regular
플레이오프
split,
때 더
and
좋은 모습 보여드릴 수
feels
있도록
really nice to
이끌어
win
열심히
the
할게요.
final match, and we
감사합니다.
will keep working hard for the playoff series. This will be the end of the interview with Cuz Teddy from T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for your interview translation, as per usual. As it was great to hear from Cuz and Teddy and their fighting words for APK up against DRX, wanting to lock down that second place. Of course, things out of T1's hands at this stage, and DRX praying for a 2-0 in order to lock down second. If they get anything other than a 2-0, it will be T1 in that position based on T1's head-to-head against DRX and the fact that the game will be even if it is, in fact, a 2-1 victory for DRX.
Yeah, so DRX needs to get the 2-0 tomorrow if they want to get the second seed in the playoffs. No matter what, though, they're going to have to go through each other, right?
Yeah.
Most likely, although KT, their Cinderella story, is still alive. Later on tonight, we do have Damwon going up against Sandbox. And Damwon could end up saving everyone, right? Because if Damwon beats Sandbox, I believe Sandbox ends up 100% in relegation.
They're in the promotion tournament.
Tomorrow's match, APK could just sit pretty at that point. Although, if APK wins, then they pass Afrika, which is interesting.
Yeah, which is cool. It's not going to mean too much apart from just standings in the regular season. You know, maybe that helps out. But still, it is going to be meaningful for an APK that really do want to find themselves some footing moving into the summer split. And they have been a team that's been really exciting to watch. So looking forward to that match against DRX tomorrow. But there is still one more tonight. Damwon versus Sandbox is going to be a big one. And Sandbox trying to fight for their lives in that particular matchup. Summit versus Nogari, always exciting to see. And we'll see whether Sandbox can fight back and escape that promotion tournament that they will otherwise be guaranteed a position in if they lose in this next one. Damwon also trying to get into good footing, moving towards the playoffs as well. So a 30-minute break, guys, and then we'll be back for match number 3.
Always be my hero.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS. We have Damwon versus Sandbox coming up right now. Sandbox playing to keep themselves alive. There is a chance that they can stay in the LCK or not have to go to the promotion tournament. Of course, you go down to the promotion tournament, you still have a chance to fight out of it. But of course, you don't want to. You don't want to be one of those two teams towards the bottom. And they can save themselves with a win over Damwon right here.
Well, we'll see what they can manage to do, because this is going to be do or die. What is going to be the starting lineup for Sandbox? Is Summit going to be there?
Yeah, that is the question.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need him to probably be there for tonight's series, as Damwon are definitely the expected favorites coming into tonight's match. And this is almost it, Atlas, by the way. There's only 3 matches left for the regular split. We have gone the distance.
We certainly have. It's playoffs coming up on Saturday. That's in 2 days' time. Of course, the days are certainly a little bit different here in the LCK in comparison to you guys over the other side of the world. However, in a couple of days' time, it will be that first playoff match, which is going to be very, very exciting. Challenger's career friends in the opposite spot. Damwon locked in wildcard series, and Sandbox is 1 loss away from relegation. They lose here, they are confirmed down to that promotion tournament, and that is going to save the lives of Hanwha Life and, of course, APK also. If we decided faster, we got off one more auto. Damwon Gaming lost their last series against Dragon X by, honestly, 1 auto attack. If there was like, oh man,
yep.
it was crazy how close that was.
Yep.
And yeah, Derek stole it away.
And which players will come in to save Sandbox from a relegation zone? I think that's obviously alluding to Summit needs to probably be in tonight's matchup if they want to have a chance against Damwon. What a cool matchup. Ghost has to face his former team when they are in the biggest crisis. I don't know if that's a cool matchup. It might actually be a justice strike for him, or maybe, because remember, he was a free agent for a while.
Yeah,
and
he was let go from Sandbox in favor of Root and Leo.
So imagine if he's the one to land the killing blow in tonight's series, if he could get player of the game or something, and see what they could do here. So, APK, Hanwha Life, they're sitting pretty okay. If Sandbox loses this, it's all over.
Yeah, exactly, but if Sandbox are able to 2-0, they can even things out up against Hanwha Life, and then it'll all be down to what happens in their Griffin series. Of course, Hanwha Life will need to lose that one by a decent margin in order for that one to happen. as both of these teams sitting on 6 wins. So Sandbox just hoping that they can get a 2-0, and then one of Harmor Life or APK are just going to lose.
I just realized something. This Sandbox and Griffin are 2 of the teams that came up from the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
And they're about to maybe get sent back down. And franchising is right on the horizon. So it is so important also from just a team perspective to try to maintain their slot as it stands right now in Damwon, another team that came up from the Challenger Series in recent times, could be the one to send Sandbox down.
Yeah, exactly. This is actually terrifying for any of these teams that are facing that relegation zone. I mean, think about Harmor Life as well. I mean, this is a team with so much money behind them. Like, that Harmor is a huge organization, and to possibly be facing relegation is really scary. APK as well, only just making it into the LCK, do not want to now be forced out immediately afterwards. And it's not likely that they do, as they have a few more points than their opposition down there. But we'll see, as this is going to be your lineup for Damwon. No surprises there, as it's going to be Leo in favor of Root this time around, and Fate is back in that mid lane. We no longer have Dove for Sandbox, which is, I think, extraordinary, because Dove has been one of their points of power in their recent matches.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see what is going to happen. What's the draft going to be like? And Fate coming in is... Could it spell their fate? As we haven't seen him for so long. When we did, nothing ended up happening. However, Fate did have a lot of experience in Challengers Korea.
That's true.
Maybe he's getting warmed up for the promotion.
Oh god, for the promotion tournament. Oh god. Well, this is going to be our top lane matchup. Noguri with a whole lot of good stats. His damage per minute stat is first. Second, of course, is Keen, as we saw in our second match of the night. Those stats were there for you guys, but Noguri is our other king of the top lane. And even if Damwon are losing, it is Noguri that's able to pull them out if they are able to. His damage at 15 minutes is a gigantic number there for Noguri. Summit is third, though, and he's actually fairly hot on the heels of a lot of these stats. Goal difference at 15 is something that has been difficult for Sandbox as a team to lock down, so you can understand why that stat is relatively diminished. And here we are, into pick and ban for game number 1. Damwon on our blue side, Sandbox. They have the red shorts, and they are going to be on the red side, so it works out relatively well here, as we'll see what the first bans are going to be now that we see these two teams on 10.7 for the first time. Kiana taken away from Fate, and Olaf taken away from OnFleek. Some pretty targeted bans here from Damwon to start us off.
Yeah. And not the most common bans here coming out by Damwon on the blue side. It's been a while since Kiana has really posed a risk at all. She definitely fell by the wayside very early on. So, Sandbox with more traditional bans.
Yep, Phyllis taken away.
Yep. See what Sandbox's last ban is. Will it just be the set, which has happened all too often?
Especially against Damwon. I think the Jace needs a look in as well. Of course, Noguri just loves picking it, regardless what he's against. And Varus is going to be taken away. So the AD carry pool fully hit here from both sides. These are the 4 most standard AD carry bans, but still a lot of things available. We'll see whether Damwon go back to one of their old strategies, which is with the Kaiser. Of course, the Supercharger now down on cooldown a little bit towards the later stages of the game, and might be helping them. But Set's certainly an understandable first pickup here by Damwon.
This could just result in Sandbox going Misfortune Jarvan as a 1-2 punch. Probably not going to see OnFleek play any of the AP junglers or anything, as right now they're hovering Trundle.
Yeah, and Trundle has been our highest priority jungler, so this does make some sense. Interesting that Damwon decided to take away the Olaf instead of that. As Trundle, they're still thinking about it, but it's likely that it is going to be locked in. And I wonder whether there is going to be some sort of set counter considered right now, because it's not like we're going to be playing set Senna or set Callista or anything like that. As Leo thinking about the Callista, but I think you might have been at least half right in your prediction, as looks like 80 carries are on the menu here for Sandbox, and Misfortune would make some sense.
Well, MF is going to get locked in. by Sandbox. And now Damwon on the left-hand side. See what they end up responding with. It probably will just be 80 and jungle as a way to... Oh, okay, so jungle first.
Yeah.
Not even going to think about it. Just going to be the Sejuani. Now, some people might perceive this as a self-counter into the Trundle, but Ezreal getting picked up as well. And so now maybe champions like Yuumi and stuff need to be considered by Sandbox. They could just lock in... Oh, well, okay, never mind. They're just going to hover the LeBlanc.
Well, they're hovering it for the moment. We'll see whether they actually lock it in. Of course, it is high priority, but I'm not sure whether showing your hand as far as your mid lane is concerned this early is a good idea. They can ban for it now, though, and they are going to decide to take away the LeBlanc as a priority pick in that mid lane. Few different options now available as far as bans. I would suggest Zoe leaving the Rift if I was a Sandbox fan. And maybe something else. Yeah, Kassadin's another one that Showmaker has really liked.
Kassadin and Zoe, I think, should both be removed, most likely, on the side of Sandbox. That way you work against the Ezreal-Zoe team composition. Set and Sejuani, also pretty easy to protect. I think banning away Yuumi now at this point, when you have the LeBlanc, it can't be a high enough focus. So we'll see what ends up happening. I mean, you could even see Ornn end up coming in as well, depending on what Sandbox locks on R4.
Ooh, Damwon actually banning the Yuumi themselves. Very interesting.
Wrong script.
Yeah, exactly. You just turn the script upside down. Just flip it back. You'll be fine. Sandbox looking for the Zoe button. We'll see whether they do find it, because that would likely be a very comfortable pickup here for Damwon, especially pairing it with an Ezreal. The two of them like to fight side by side, but no, it is going to be the Sylas, and this might give away that Ornn pickup. Damwon, of course, with the opportunity to ban it away if they would like to, but they might keep targeting the support pool here of Gorilla, and it's going to be Gnar. So Summit has been going towards the Gnar counterpick into the set quite often, and his Gnar's, pretty good. He's only won one game on it so far, but hasn't been too bad otherwise. And of course, Sandbox haven't won too many games, so nothing to worry about there. 8 seconds to go. And Leo probably thinking about a support here if LCK has taught us anything, but no. It is instead going to be the Aatrox. Yep. Summit loves this champion, and it's his most played. He's going to be playing it once again. Hasn't exactly had the best season on it so far.
Yeah. Of the 72 picks, Summit is really driving the number up. Sandbox in general, Lonely was also a Aatrox one-trick, as Corki now coming in here in the mid lane potentially against the LeBlanc. And Sandbox's team composition, it's full of sin. Atlas, it is very reliant on getting ahead. They have nothing to go toe-to-toe with Damwon in the later stages, and they have to utilize their support counter pick here. And it does seem like they have a bright idea to somehow use a Rakan to jump into the Sejuani set and Taric. Phenomenal, if I do say so myself. That was an antonym. Take it away.
Yeah, it's a little bit of sarcasm there, one could say, as yes, I will attempt to take it away as best I can. Showmaker back to an old favorite there in the Corki. He's been certainly defaulting back to this one a whole lot more in recent games, and actually been finding some success on it also. Having a look, his 50% win rate, but in the games that he's played, he's certainly looked pretty good. Ghost and Barrel on the bottom side of the map are going to have a lot of consistent damage and also some mid-game prowess with this Ezreal pickup, and we've just seen Taric really launch into priority here in the LCK, and Noguri needs no introduction on his set. Canyon also is one of our sort of old Sejuani favoring junglers who does like to play that more controlled style and get himself to a powerful state in the later stages of the game. You mentioned self-counter pick though, and we'll see whether Canyon is going to pick up the fleet footwork in order to keep himself safe. These are going to be your rosters, and LS, what's the prediction?
The prediction for me is that Damwon is going to win. I think that the draft isn't really close in any regard. By the time the third dragon would end up spawning inside of the game, the Corki and Ezreal are online. Set should have way more value than Aatrox at that point. And this is, again, just assuming the natural tendency of what should happen in all of these lane matchups. Obviously, there could be a wrench thrown into it, but I feel Sandbox's ask is just way too high this game.
It's looking a little bit rough. Also, Damwon has been performing much better in their recent games. They should have won the Dragon X series, and now we'll see whether they can get their revenge here up against Sandbox, sending them to the promotion tournament. Here we are onto the Rift for our final game of the night of our 3 best-of-3 days, the last one here of this season. We may have another one for the promotion tournament, but we'll see exactly what does happen there, because that one is still a ways away. As Leo towards the bottom side, Gorilla just poking his head in, is going to spot out Beryl there, but no funny business here in the early game by the looks. And just maybe a cheeky ward there on the red buff. Didn't see it. No, didn't actually go down. As I will see where Gorilla is going to get his vision. Having a look at Fate and Leo. Both of them coming off losses. As it was early March was the last game that Fate had. And versus T1, Leo playing against his former team. And unable to find the win there either in February. Unfortunately, Fate actually is 0-4 so far. And a surprise that Sandbox aren't running Dove there in the mid lane, who has certainly been a little bit more consistent.
And you can also just see how confident Showmaker is here in mid. He has the Sapphire Crystal as well as the refillable Canyon. Moving in here with the sweeping lens, and Nuggery going to be able to take that down. Now this is really interesting. They're going to come in, they can click that ward and tell who just placed it. They didn't kill it. This is scary on Smite Fights. Barrels here as well, though.
Yeah, Facebreaker coming in, Gorilla making his roam up, but Summit is already down to 100 health. On Fleek now is going to pick up that aggro and is going to have to flash out of the way as the Permafrost does come in. The red buff now in trouble. Triple knock up there from Gorilla. First blood going over to Fate. And now Noggery's going to go down as well. It's a 3-man Facebreaker, but it's his face that's going to be broken in the end. Sent to the death chamber here, and already 2 dead at 2 minutes.
And, okay, so if you're Sandbox now, at this point, you're just feeling so good about this game. Showmaker wasn't able to go because everything was taking place on the right-hand side of the map. I'm not sure what the XP is between these two top laners as it currently stands. I didn't see at what point Summit re-arrived to the lane. However, Sandbox, I mean, they're starting off with a really big victory. Trundle gets to recall into a jungle item.
Yeah, that's crazy.
As well. And now Sejuani, I mean, she's taking her time, you know? You leave her alone now. Let's stop bullying her.
Certainly not, but let's listen in on the players from ProView.
못 준다.
가는 중. 안 보인다. 탈도 안 보인다. 탈도 안 보여. 탈도 안 보여. 탈도 안 보이는데 이제는 탈 수도 있어. 이제 탈 수도 있어. 아래쪽 봐. 탈이 왔다. 이제 탈 수 있다. 이제 탈 수 있다. 나왔어?
스마스하면 돼요?
레드.
오케이.
내가 먹었어 얘들아. 나이스. 내가 먹었어 얘들아. 라인 밀고 있어요.
And he kept saying,
이제
he got it.
Yeah, he did get it.
He did get it. He said it like 6 times or something. As Nuggery
Summit is getting absolutely zoned.
Yeah,
wow, he
really
died,
weird.
remember, guys. And that's going to be a huge experience gap as well. Level 3 to the level 2. As OnFleek is here on the bottom side of the map in full vision of Damwon. And you can see he's bullying Canyon. But honestly, it feels like it doesn't matter as Nuggery has already smashed his way back into relevance in this lane.
4. Summit still not 3. Even after that, picking up those minions. I don't know what kind of a level lead this is. But
Well,
this is
large.
massive, yeah. It's very big. Canyon gets a Scuttle Crab. And you can see Fate and On Fleek, they're trying to do something meaningful. Oh, man. Well, they... What?
He's going to flash immediately. That was a flash on the spot. Not exactly what you want. His teleport will be coming through. Summit should be dying here as Showmaker is going to be delivered the kill. And Damwon answering back already. They're only 500 gold down as Beryl gets himself his Guardian Shield. Is going to keep himself alive there from the double up as we have a look at the bottom lane. So far, Leo doing pretty well.
Leo is doing okay on the Misfortune. Obviously, there is a really big minion wave, and remember, Ghost does have teleport, so all things considered, everything is... This is a bit of a Twilight Zone. Top lane is over in this game. Summit is level 3. Nuggery really close to level 6.
Yeah.
Let's just go silent for a second to really let that resonate with the collective as we got our trade happening down here in bottom. It's not going to be the end of the world, and things are pretty problematic. So, Corki also winning in CS. Doesn't really matter about this chip damage that Leo and Gorilla are managing to get. Fleek's going to pick up the Ocean Dragon, but Set is itemizing for Lane Kingdom here against the Aatrox.
Also works against the Trundle as well. So if he is actually in a 2v2 situation topside, then he's going to get a lot of value out of that. Executioner's calling. I don't mind the pickup whatsoever. As OnFleek will be able to take this one down very easily. And then King's Tribute should be able to get him back into his jungle pretty effectively. Also, as you can see, back up to half health. No worries there at all. So 1-0-1 for the Trundle. Being able to be the beneficiary of some early action there is Showmaker going to go back to base, and we're having a look at something. Teleport back in, and he may as well teleport back and collect himself a kill.
Yeah. So this was really peculiar. Whoa! Aatrox, he goes near the.
Oh yeah.
He just made a slurp sound.
He said, "Oh yum."
And Summit, he goes towards the brush, thinking that Sejuani might be alone inside of it, but you just saw the crab die. So you had the animation. You know that even if she's in there, you're not going to be killing her. And so that's what was so surprising. Okay, well, another big trade happening up here in top lane. And Canyon is a little bit bloodthirsty with the spellbook on the Sejuani. Has Ignite.
Okay, we've got some Ignite Smite action here for the Sejuani. So not wanting to do any flashing or anything like that. As Showmaker going to Valkyrie, but not actually going to find an escape from these chains. Fate doing a lot of work here. But Showmaker doesn't have teleport, but he does have a CS advantage. He can go back and grab himself another item. We've been seeing a lot of this from Showmaker, the tier start on the Corki as Summit. Going to take a lot of damage here. Haymaker is going to come down as Canyon, not level 6 just yet, and so isn't going to be able to offer anything. And he's just going to come through, steal away some XP, and now get back into position and try and clear out some vision if he can. OnFleek's level 5.
Yeah, OnFleek is level 5. I don't know what Canyon's doing. He's trying to sin right now with Sejuani. And he's also providing some coverage for Nuguri up here on the top lane. This is one of the timings where Set could end up dying, and this actually relieves a lot of pressure for Summit, so this is really good. By OnFleek, you can see Nuguri trying to stay in XP range. World Ender.
Yeah, he's just going to use the Showstopper to try and create distance, but there's a LeBlanc coming up the river, and so he's just going to die.
And so Nuguri, with all of the pushing over and over and over, not getting the most value, and this is something that he does inside of the lane. So even though he's itemized for lane kingdom with the Executioner's Calling, by constantly pushing over and over into the Aatrox, not really creating a lot of safety for himself. He doesn't have the flash. And if Canyon isn't going to be able to find a gank, then things begin to get problematic. So we'll have to see what ends up happening now, as top lane is almost back to being stabilized. And the fact that this has happened after that opening is just unfathomable.
Yeah, Nuguri had the lane exactly where he wanted it. But thankfully, I mean, for Sandbox, they did already have that slight advantage that they built up with the level 1 play. And so that might be helping them get back to relevance here with the extra gold that they had picked up. OnFleek also continuing to have 100% kill contribution. The Trundle is shaping up to move into a mid-game very, very nicely as we have a look at this once again from ProView.
맛 많이 보자. 맛 많이 봐. 맛있어 이거.
화이팅 화이팅.
맛있어. 맛이 아주 좋아 여기.
야 이거 방금 전혀 쳐볼래?
You said much is so, which means like tasty.
Yeah, or awesome, yeah.
Yeah, they were just saying it's yummy, it's yummy.
Yep.
Tasty, tasty Nuguri, I guess.
As Canyon now going to move over and try to do the Scuttle Crab. You see all the pings going down onto it, though. And
package is collected, though.
Is Leo... I think they're trying to rotate for this, and yeah, they're running over. Canyon probably knows that the jig is up. Gets the bad news bears. He did take Shelly on a bit of an adventure. She normally doesn't get to go that far.
Yeah.
She got to do some sightseeing.
Well, that's all right. That's lovely.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the security around her lowered. She got to travel a little bit further that day.
Well, Fate popping on over here. Summit in position as well. Showmaker has a package to deliver. There's the Showstopper coming out of Nuguri. Does have Haymaker still available as the World Ender comes in. Haymaker's pretty good. Facebreaker. Flash immediately up, and OnFleek is going to flash in as well. There's a kill going over to Ghost, though, as Leo is very low. Package also has to be walked down. But it looks like Shelly is going to have control by Sandbox. But still, 4 versus 4, Gorilla and Noggery both dead, and Shelly is going to revert back to her pit, and it looks like with the health bar lead, Damwon are going to be able to take it down.
Yeah, and Tariq, I mean, doing such a fantastic job. Everyone's back to full HP in this fight as well. Pretty nice champion, if I do say so.
Solid champion. Yep, yeah, absolutely.
Canyon.
And that's a kill going over to Ghost as well, so he might be able to get himself back into some relevance on the bottom side as he's rushing towards his Manamune. That's already done for Showmaker also.
And the thing that's happening in this game is Infernal Dragon is live. And so we'll see what transpires over the next team fight. This was definitely peculiar by Nuggery. He's so far forward. He ends up using... Okay, we're back in live.
Fight towards the bottom side as Ghost is dead. Yep. There we go.
All right, well, that's going to be Infernal Dragon going over to Damwon. Now, the unfortunate thing or Sandbox, I'm sorry. The unfortunate thing for Sandbox is if Mountain comes up next, then that could be bad news bears. Extra resistances, especially armor ones, is really problematic for Sandbox's team comp.
Yeah, that's assuming Damwon can get some control, but it is going to be a Cloud Drake because this is the LCK, and we just like Cloud Drakes. We had a lot of Oceans, but it's all done now. As we're going to have a look at this team fight once again. Damwon were able to come out ahead somehow and take themselves Shelly, but Ghost throwing away that slight advantage in the bottom lane immediately afterwards.
And, well, the MF ultimate comes out. This was one of the first times I ever got to see a Corki package have this much power. You can just see how much On Fleek was slowed. And honestly, Ghost, I don't know where or what adventure he was trying to go on with his pathing, but Sandbox obviously waiting in the wings to try to capitalize on it as Trundle, Pillar.
Yeah, that's going to come down in a great position there as Noggery is going to be taken down very, very low very quickly, and his fate is sealed as Fate locks down that kill also. I was just ganked by my cat. It's all right.
Well, 0, 4, and 1. So after the opening, I thought Summit would be the one that would maybe tint. Tint,
yep.
You like that?
Tilt. Tinted Summit.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I like it.
I have no idea where that word came from.
Well, it looks like Showmaker's in trouble, but does get the Guardian Shield there. Beryl comes through with some heals also. But Showmaker with his teleport might look to go back home, and Shelly's not even going to get a charge in this mid lane. Sandbox mitigating that one beautifully, and Fate's playing out of his mind right now. 3-0 and 2 so far on the LeBlanc, and looking really strong.
Yeah. As Sandbox, they are currently sitting at a 3,000 gold lead, roughly, with Infernal and Ocean.
And only Cloud Drakes to come up after this, so no value to be handed over to their opposition whatsoever. So it looks like, yeah, it's not great. Damwon not feeling like they have too many outs here in this game. But they do have some scaling options. Of course, Corki building towards Trinity Force. That will be a big power spike, especially when paired with the Mura mana that's going to be coming in relatively soon. He's been on that on his tier for a while. But you can see that this lane is not going very well for the Corki, despite the fact that he is ahead by quite a large margin in the farm. As Ghost needs to hit some of these Mystic shots, to be honest. He's down by 40 CS right now.
Yeah. And as the items going the way that they are, Set is going to be going for the Blade of the Ruin King as the first item. So the sustain doesn't really have a lot of relevance anymore because laning phase isn't really occurring anymore up and top. And we'll have to see what a second item is going to be. What would really tickle me is the Black Cleaver here as second item for Set, given that everyone's trying to deal magic on the side of Damwon. I mean, obviously, Ezreal does deal some hybrid. Corki, majority magic.
Yeah, Corki's almost 100% magic damage.
Yeah.
His auto attacks even doing magic damage. So yeah, it's definitely worthwhile to pick up magic resist here this game. As there's the ulti to come through from Gorilla, but Cosmic Radiance comes down. Fate going to bide his time. Maybe not quite enough there as the chains are going to connect. That is going to be Leo picking up that kill. Fate playing this one out so beautifully. He's everywhere he needs to be so far this game.
Yeah. And Sandbox continue to get really far ahead as the gold score widens to 4,000 now. Canyon sort of just running around and going to utilize the teleport to top lane. So we're going to try to prey upon the fact that Summit probably just take it away.
Well, Summit is going to be here and the chains are going to break, and he's going to be able to pressure them away from this turret and pick up all the farm. Take it away.
Are they fighting with each other or what?
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. That was a very weird move.
I wish I could. I could try. I wish I could try to break that down for you, but I have no idea what that was. Okay, so this replay, Fate comes over the wall, lands the chains, and then the immediate follow-up from Leo ends up locking down Ghost. And I really hope we don't get a replay of what just happened. Yeah, Mirror Mana for Corki. This has been popping up a lot on the Korean server.
Yep. Getting it that fast is very impressive. As you can see, Ghost's still working on it and does have some pretty spammable spells, but I guess Showmaker spending a little bit more time grabbing that one. Has his Sorcerer's Shoes as well, very close to his Trinity Force, but still needs to get there for that first power spike. Still going to be doing a fair bit of damage, as I believe that True Shot Barrage does spot out the LeBlanc, making her way towards the bottom side of the map. And 2-7 is the kill score, and we're over a 4,000 gold lead for Sandbox. This is absolutely fantastic news for Sandbox fans who want to see this team not get down to the promotion tournament with any sort of option of any way out, right? Because this will confirm that they're in the promotion tournament, but even if they win this game, they're still not out of the woods yet. They still need things to go their way, and they need Harma Life or APK to have poor performances. This also needs to be a 2-0, so let's see what Sandbox can actually do this game and the next one.
Yeah. So let's see what they can do to clean this game up. Now, a 4,000 gold deficit, or it's a little bit under 4,000 actually. It's like 3.8, 3.9. As it's not the end of the world for a Corki Ezreal team composition. They are allowed to be down gold, especially because Sandbox doesn't have any way to siege or poke, for that matter. As, oh, the Haymaker didn't deal any damage, I think.
Yeah, it was strange.
Yeah, it was really bizarre.
It's all right, I guess.
And now Cloud Soul is going to be coming up next. Now, it's not the scariest dragon. It's not a game-ending dragon. Now, Alice, I don't know what kind of a day this would be if we saw Ocean lose, Infernal lose, and then Cloud lose.
Oh my god.
Every series back-to-back.
Confirmed Mountain Soul, best soul in the game.
There we go.
As OnFleek doesn't find Canyon there. And he's just looking to give this blue buff over to his Corki, who's very close to Trinity Force, probably wants that for this next fight. But Shirley is available, and Damwon are in position. Gorilla thinking about another engage opportunity, and so far he's been very strong on this Rakan. That early 3-man knockup was absolutely fantastic in the jungle. As Shirley is going to get a little bit angry, slam her head into nothing, and then move on back, as Damwon do not want to try and fight this. As there is a big one, lands onto Fate very nicely, and Canyon makes his way back forward yet again. Showmaker does have a lot of poke options alongside Ghost as well, but Ghost needs to start hitting a few more of these Mystic shots and also start picking himself up some farm, because right now 148 in comparison to the 198 that Leo has. Leo, certainly, he is a former T1 player, so you can understand pretty good in the farming aspect, having sat behind Teddy for so long. In fact, all of 2019 is that's where Leo was.
Damwon being so eager to take this team fight, I'm not so sure about it. Blade of the Ruin King active up.
Okay, Noguri down to about nothing, as Fate should be able to pick up this kill. There's the showstopper though, as Fate gets exhausted, ulti lands, and that's going to be the kill secured. Cosmic Radiance comes down as well, and that's going to keep Canyon alive for now, and now Ghost able to get in position. As OnFleek keeps himself alive with the Subjugate, but that is a one-team fight for Damwon, and beautiful baiting out of Noguri.
And now, I mean, this is where Corki Ezreal thrive. When both parties have exhausted summoners, ultimates, and anything, then their mobility, their self-positioning, their poke, everything becomes not very akin to Ezreal's Zoe. So
yeah.
Now, Trinity Force complete for the Corki. I really like the Iceborne Gauntlet this game on the Ezreal, as the self-peel, the slows, I think, are super valuable for both himself and all of his teammates. As Haymaker comes out, it really looked like Noguri was just going to end up dying. He actually chained the Superplex into the Distortion, and then Canyon managing to land the ultimate. That was 650 gold going into the piggy bank.
Yeah, and he has the right skin as well.
He's got the right skin for it. So now, as we resume to live, it is time for me to go into salesman mode.
Okay,
Interestingly, Leandri's is actually an insane item on Ezreal 3rd. Even more so when you have Iceborne Gauntlet, because you apply the slow, so you get the amplified burn.
Hey, that's
All
true.
of his abilities have AP ratios. Now, some people, they'll comment about the loss of lifesteal that Blade of the Ruin King gives you, but obviously Leandri's also comes with AP, so that sort of has to be factored in as well. But the burn and the madness passive, a lot of people think madness only affects your spells. It doesn't. It affects your autos as well. Ezreal can apply it on lots of opponents inside of a team fight. And then lets Ezreal actually have more mixed itemization as a follow-up. We've seen some people do it in solo queue, but probably going to be the more standard route. We're going to go with Blade of the Ruin King. But it would be nice to see here, because everyone on the side of Sandbox is stacking armor right now, not magic resistance.
And there's a lot of health also being built up. Trundle likes building health, as does Aatrox, and with the Black Cleaver building into his Death's Dance very soon, he's going to really enjoy stacking up that health as well. So understandable that you want to have that health damage burn, max health burn. But, you know, you still do max health damage with a Blade of the Ruin King.
Current. 7.5.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, current health damage.
Or 8% current versus 7.5% max.
Which is bust, by the way. Max health damage is just silly.
Yes.
It's very, very strong. Current health, not so good.
You can purchase that in the shop later on.
Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, sorry, I just say, like, I say percent health damage, and I think I said max health instead, as Nuggery's going to put down the Haymaker. Fate looking for another opportunity to boot back forward, as Shirley is going to be spawned in the brush here. And we do have Cloud Soul now available for Sandbox if they can get into position. And that is going to be a bullet time to make sure that they do have that window. As Fate's just going to pop back, utilizing this LeBlanc well. Did get caught in that one other time, but now Canyon ghosting towards Summit. And Fate looking for Showmaker. Not going to be able to get there, as Canyon does lock down this Rift Scuttler. So Vision going to be in control, as I believe the package was timing out. And that's why Showmaker had to use it there. And now not going to be available for the next team fight as Noggery makes his way back through yet again. Superflex at the ready.
Summit?
Yep, Summit does have a flanking position, but his position is now known. Gets a knock up there onto Showmaker, taking a lot of damage, but Ghost able to get himself out of there for the moment. Gorilla in trouble. That is going to be Sejuani denying the Cloud Soul as Noggery is going to flash his way out. And that is going to be no one dead on the side of Sandbox. Canyon sacrificing himself. However, they do deny Cloud Soul.
They deny Cloud Soul in a really clutch smite fight for Canyon. They also get a turret. It did end up falling. They won't get any of the proximity gold, but it still ends up being a pretty okay team fight. You can see Ezreal now is also beginning to pick up some sort of magic resistance, as he has a null magic mantle in his inventory. Porky, we'll see where he ends up going.
Looks like Hex Drinker to come in for the Ezreal. Not bad there at all, as Summit gets a really nice flank, but honestly, it's just not quite enough, as Ghost not even able to get in that Cosmic Radiance for some reason. It was very strange. And yeah, the smite just before Canyon fell down, and Gorilla somehow survived.
Gorilla does manage to live there. Almost was just only a 1-for-1. And as we come back into live, the 4K gold deficit, it continues to stay. As Nuggery not going to be able to find his way onto Aatrox. It is a Black Cleaver, so if there's anything else to fuel your nightmares for later on, it is the reduced armor shred for the champions on his team that are all then trying to follow up with the magic damage. Fantastic.
Agree. And he wants to stay in the side lane for as long as possible. And that way, he's going to stack it up for himself and not really worry about anything else. As Showmaker now just sitting here trying to farm up against Fate, with the rest of Sandbox going to turn up. Not going to be any more sieging available on this turret. And Damwon able to corral Sandbox just a little bit. Nice W going to land there from Ghost, who has been picking up not very much farm at all, but here's the fight. Quickness comes down. Beryl's going to have to flash. Cosmic Radiance wasn't quite available as True Shot Barrage lands onto Gorilla, but otherwise it is going to be okay for Sandbox here. It's a really good pickup. We'll see what they can actually get for it, though, because there's still 3 minutes on the Cloud Drake, and I don't think they're starting Baron anytime soon.
There's no way that this team composition is going to start Baron without getting a lot more value out of a trade. And okay, got a team fight, or not a team fight,
Yeah,
but
bit of a tussle. One could say tussle. As Nogri has to use his haymaker in order to keep himself alive.
Yeah.
I thought that the turret was going to come back and bite him. But you can see Summit does now have the help of Gorilla, as Valkyrie used by Showmaker gets himself out.
And Nagari, I mean, he does have the set passive. There was also a Honey Fruit in close proximity, plus the Blade of the Ruin King, so has ways to sustain and stay. Now, if you ask yourself the question, why are Damwon here? Why are we in a left-hand side river? Because they can't do Baron. There's no way for them to do Baron. The vision is wholly irrelevant for Damwon at this stage of the game. And also, even denying vision is also irrelevant because Sandbox can't do Baron. And especially when you have Corki Ezreal in such close proximity, there's multiple ways that you can check it, make sure that they're not on it, but no one has Baron in their mind at this point. So, coming back into live, it's exactly a 5,000 gold advantage right now. It looks like LeBlanc is going Banshee's Veil as her third item, so she will pick herself up some magic resistance, although it is very easy for Damwon to proc it with Ezreal and Corki rockets.
Yeah, it's not going to last for very long. As a little Damwon ward, that's adorable.
Okay.
Didn't even know that that was available. I think you can get that in the shop, guys. If you would
Is
like
that only in Korea, or what is that?
I actually have no idea. I need to check it out. I need to buy one. There's Gorilla. He's like, no, don't like it at all. Gonna get rid of it. But that's super sick. Okay. Hopefully we get those sorts of wards for everyone. As Canyon not going to be able to take away his big chicken. And we have 55 seconds until the next Cloud Drake. Cloud Soul available for Sandbox. Nogri here towards the bottom side, just farming things out. Does have that Black Cleaver completed, much to our dismay. And we'll see what he's going to build up as his next item. We'll see whether Mortal Reminder is actually going to be rushed towards or anything like that. Probably should be something a little bit more defensive, you'd imagine.
Yeah. Looks like Infinity Edge is going to be the item of choice for Showmaker. We'll see what route Canyon does continue down. Doesn't seem like he has a spellbook available. And the LeBlanc is just very slippery inside of these team fights. Taking a look at some other itemization, this is actually going to be relatively close of a team fight because Sandbox, they are stuck on some of their next item completions as it does currently stand. So this is going to be one of those instances where this is the closest Damwon might get.
Well, Canyon right in the front line, goes golden immediately. Nogri looking for the back line. Not going to be able to deliver anyone in there. Summit relatively low. And Damwon actually able to come out pretty unscathed as Summit gets his back stopped. His teleport is available. He wants to get back home, but it looks like Sandbox have been corralled. And now Showmaker is just saying, no, you shall not pass. As the Cosmic Radiance will give Damwon a way out from that Dragon Pit. Fate looking to come in, but there's the package. Just allowing Showmaker to move back towards this mid lane. And have they got out of the woods, LS?
I think that they've managed to do it. It's only a 4,000 gold deficit. We're at 28 minutes. I mean, I think they've been out of the woods for the last couple of minutes. And what I was talking about leading up to that team fight right there is that Sandbox, they have a gold advantage, but in terms of on-field battle presence, the items were pretty similar across the board because Sandbox is stockpiling a lot of gold waiting for completions. So that would have been an advantageous fight for Damwon if it was just taken by both parties. This is why gold scores can actually become misleading if you just hug them and rely on them to paint a picture for you. Because there's no way to get onto Corki Ezreal in any of these team fights. Sejuani, Taric, they've become tanky enough to act as a really threatening frontline. Now Canyon goes golden here. Fate a little bit too quick on his distortion, puts it back onto the cooldown. Summit gets repelled. Ezreal wasn't even here yet. And then they immediately start the Cloud Dragon. The Showmaker is the gatekeeper. And that's like the sign on fences, beware of dog.
Yeah, beware of the corgi.
Beware of the corgi here.
Good chain gonna land. Yeah, fair bit of damage there onto Canyon, as you can see. That's gonna be relevant, but Infinity Edge is done here for Showmaker. And he is their carry. Of course, Ghost might be saying that he's relevant too, but he's down by 80 CS. And Leo is definitely the carry here for Sandbox. He's doing a lot of damage, as you can see, starting off the Baron, but in full vision of Damwon, who do have that Rift Scuttle vision. It looks like Sandbox are actually trying to bait them into a fight here as Gorilla going down relatively low. Showmaker takes half of his health bar in damage. and has to flash to get out of that bullet time. Fate once again popping over the wall, but Damwon are able to deter Sandbox from doing the Baron for now.
Well, things are really just slowly slipping away from Sandbox in this game set. Gonna have the Death Stance as the next end. That's gonna be even more lifesteal and just resistances that are gonna get picked up, which is quite nice for him in this game. Ezreal has a bit of Build-A-Bear workshop going on right now. Does have the Hexdrinker, almost Blade of the Ruin King complete, so we're not gonna see the Leon Grease.
A little bit of a shame.
Yeah, the sales that are just not really working out in this region, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. You gotta focus elsewhere. It's just sometimes things don't work out here in Korea. As Fate feels like he's found Showmaker, but misses the chains. Okay, Gorilla trying to go in, is going to make it out with the Battle Dance as the Cosmic Radiance comes through as well, but you can see it's a really good sidestep from Sandbox to back away, allow that ultimate to wear off, and it didn't get any value. Vision still being cleared as Fate is still being frustrating as well. Pops back, Canyon gets into the brush, and they have control vision in this area. The Baron once again going to be started up here as Noguri is fighting against Summit. Haymaker comes down, Flash and World Ender utilized here by the Aatrox, and the Baron's going down very slowly. Showmaker over to the side, sitting at full health, and now the re-engage. Grand entrance, the Ghost is going to be able to get out of the way. Fate just destroys him though, off the back end, and you can see how much damage Leo is doing. Noguri with the Flash looking for Summit, but he cannot find it, as Sandbox are going to pull away from the Baron for now, but they're still not done looking for the solo lanes of Damwon. Now Fate looking to dive on top of Showmaker. He might actually bite off more than he can chew. The answer is no. He's not going to, as Noguri gets the Haymaker, and Fate is not even going to die. And this should be the Baron for Sandbox.
This should absolutely be Baron going over to them. Their lane states are a little bit bizarre right now, so you can see the ping is also going down onto them. Summit is going to get back into the mid lane. And that was just Canyon, Ghost, and Beryl going way too fast. Even though Showmaker and Nuggery, they were handling Summit on the right-hand side. Baron still had a lot of HP remaining. They just tried to greed for the LeBlanc. Take a look at this. So they're moving in. Baron's at 9,000 HP with an MF and a Trundle slapping it away. There was no reason to go through that corridor when LeBlanc was so low on mana and they were losing the dance. Nuggery and Showmaker were coming around from the right-hand side, and I have no clue what to say, Atlas. Sometimes Damwon does this inside of games. They just throw things away, even though they managed to claw themselves back into a winning game state. Sandbox quick to capitalize, and now they punish them. They have Baron. They've brought the game now to Soul Point.
Yeah. And now the Cloud Soul has spawned for Sandbox. Damwon can threaten Soul Point also if they're able to steal this one away. You can see Canyon not even going to try, as that's Cloud Soul now locked down for Sandbox. Teleport was super late from Noguri, unfortunately, as the package is delivered to an empty bottom lane. And not going to be able to find too much. Inner turret also going to be taken here. Cloud Soul and Baron rotating around Sandbox as they'll move towards an open inhibitor turret. And Damwon seemed to have just fallen apart in a macro sense.
Yeah. It looks like now, I mean, this is almost going to be, it's an 8,000 gold lead as it stands. Now, if Damwon can hold on for a couple of more minutes, they'll be able to bring it back to yet another team fight, but Sandbox are absolutely in the driver's seat right now. The other thing that is weighing in on this game is the XP advantage. You have 2 levels inside of the jungle, you have 1 level in mid lane, you have 1 level in AD carry, and the supports are even. So that is a bit of an upside.
But it's a 9,000 gold lead, and it's just feeling like it's fairly impossible here for Sandbox. It's going to need something absolutely crazy to happen, and Sandbox to really fumble the next engagement to let Damwon find a way back in. And you can see Fate is just doing so much damage right now to anyone he wants to. Ghost is just dead. That's going to be the Trundle locking down that kill, actually. I thought that it would be the bullet time, but not going to happen. As Fate once again popping over this wall, and it looks like Sandbox, this is the beginning of the end for Damwon. Sandbox a great start in this series, actually. And Fate also, I wasn't expecting anything from this guy in the mid lane. I actually thought that was a really weird decision that they were playing him, but he's looking brilliant right now.
Oh, it looks like Sandbox, they're just going to dive in here. This is going to be the end of the game, although the Cosmic Radiance comes out.
Yep, Showmaker trying to get some damage down, but you can see double kill already for the Misfortune. The Nexus turrets get obliterated, and as does the Nexus, and that's going to be Sandbox with very coordinated emotes. Absolutely love it, as 11,000 gold was the score in the end. Congratulations to Sandbox. They are one step further away from relegation.
Well, that was a impressive game number 1. Obviously, things started out really well for them in the red side jungle.
Yeah.
But then Damwon clawed it all the way back and then sort of punted it away. Fate, though, with a really impressive performance on the LeBlanc, doing so much with her distortions, the chains also onto several targets at certain points inside of the game, really creating a lot of opportunity for his team and managing to help Sandbox drag this one across the finish line. But they're not out of the woods yet. They still need to close out the series.
Exactly, and look, maybe that level 1 won't happen next time around. Maybe there won't be a LeBlanc with first blood under her belt in that laning phase. And we remember that Showmaker was still 20 CS ahead throughout the majority of that game. So we're not entirely sold just yet on whether Sandbox are going to be able to take this, but it's Damwon looking shaky once again. And this has been a story of Damwon. They show us sometimes that they're still this world-class team, but other times they're making the weirdest decisions, and there's a 0-4 top laner that's still shoving halfway up the enemy lane to die over and over again. And I don't know, man. Damwon is like flipping a coin, and it landed on tails here in game number 1.
Yep. Definitely a bit rough. We'll see if they can manage to keep their mental and bounce back. There's also the aspect of this that they're in playoffs as it stands.
Yeah, they're already there.
Wild card. And is that weighing in at all? Because Canyon, he actually managed to win a couple of smite fights, just barely lost this one, which was, they also could have just reset the aggro. That would have been an option here inside of red. And you can see Fate getting in there with the distortion, picking up the kill. This game just started off really good for Sandbox. Also, Ghost down in the bottom lane, never able to come online in the laning phase as the Ezreal. Fate here, again, another roam that he ended up doing, coming in with the chains, allowing for the Misfortune to pick stuff up. Nuggery up here in top lane, Haymaker. That was really good. He didn't die to the LeBlanc. Barrel obviously coming in like a paladin, sort of helping save that right there. Big shutdown. This was the turning point where Damwon should have been able to come back inside of this game and find themselves some success, but weren't quite able to. And, you know, you have to also give credit to Summit. He's known for tilting off the face of the planet. And after that opening, I really thought we were going to say, or see a top open. But that's not what ended up happening. He actually didn't really give too much back over to Damwon, despite how unsettling the early game was for him.
Yeah, and actually was able to just get behind, you know, Fate and Leo and allow them to carry through team fights and just be a big burly boy on the front line, or distract the carries of Damwon. As you can see, Nogri and Showmaker making their way in here, and that was because they were trying to deal with Summit all by themselves, and even Summit able to survive here, as you can see, dashing his way out of the Facebreaker. So Damwon corralled in game number 1, but Sandbox is going to have to do it again if they want to escape the relegations. And it's not even just straight up good news for them, even if they are able to do that. If they win here, then they will be on -9 points at 6 and 12, as Harmor Life will then have an opportunity to get themselves ahead. They're also on -9 points, so any sort of victory will get them away, and also they'll be on 7 and 11. And APK has a very similar story. A 0-2 loss will give them -10. As we listen to Leo's point of view here for the end of the game.
나 타워 쳐볼게. 앞에 거 때려봐. 앞에 거. 아, 이겼어. 빼. 못 죽여.
I don't know what they just said just then, but that is a LeBlanc doing 32.3 K damage, and that really tells the story of this game. Fate was just on fire. Really beautiful stuff out of the new mid laner, the guy that was 0-4 for Sandbox for 2020.
Yeah.
And he comes in and just honestly smashes face. Just really, really nice stuff by the mid laner of Sandbox.
So does manage to redeem himself, at least so far, in this first series of the night. See if he is going to stick around for game number 2 and what that could possibly mean. Because we have to see him on other champions, how also Sandbox is going to manage to perform when not having a super big advantage from the early stages of the game. We'll have to find out all of that when we come back.
Yeah, exactly right. We are going to have that 5-minute break before we get into game number 2, and we'll see whether Sandbox can close this one out with a 2-0 and allow that fight for the bottom 2 positions get all that more spicy. Of course, Griffin are definitely going to the promotion tournament, but Hanwha Life and APK Prince might just have to keep fighting to try and get themselves out of the way if Sandbox are able to win the next game. It all comes down to that. Of course, if they lose in any way, they are going to be out of the running. But this time around, fate is in their hands. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 머리바이너 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘돼 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 하다 현타 푸동동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설전자 멋이 팬치 우주 푸동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2020 Spring. I am Atlas, joined by LS here for game number 2 between Sandbox and Damwon Gaming. And Sandbox coming out of the gate swinging there with Fate subbing back in after not playing for months and just absolutely slamming Showmaker in lane, and also just being able to get out of lane and unlock the rest of the map for his teammates was just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing so well on the LeBlanc, dishing out so much damage and really helping contain Damwon in so many of the team fights. Even if they did get a little bit reckless and aggressive at certain points, I would be very surprised to not see him win the player of the game.
Yeah, I think it should be 9 out of 9, to be honest. I don't think there's too much there. I think maybe there's a stray Leo vote every now and again, but I mean, I think that would be wrong. I think it should just all go over to Fate. I think it was fantastic.
There's going to be an observer vote.
Yeah, or Gorilla gets it. I don't know.
No doubt.
I mean, he did manage to get that first knock up onto 3 people that secured them those 2 kills in their jungle. So maybe there is going to be a Gorilla vote. He did play well. Just didn't play anywhere near as well as Fate, nor did he have the sort of turnaround performance from what was a very forgettable mid laner to a fantastic mid laner.
Yeah.
In that particular game 1.
We'll see who does end up getting it here. We're just waiting for the graphic.
Yep, there it is, and Fate's going to grab it.
Yep, it's going to be his first one of the game. 919 damage per minute. Damage percent, 37.9%. Okay, well.
This did pretty well. Yeah, I'd say that was okay.
Yeah, it was all
And he's also, he's got player of the game in 100% of his wins. Did you know that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alice. Wow.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Really blown away.
I'm basically I'm a statistical vault.
Yeah.
I can give you all of the inside knowledge.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, just taking a look at some of the highlights for Fate here in this game. And this was where Damwon, you can see on the right-hand side, Nagari and Showmaker almost there, but they only arrived to find corpses of their teammates. Fate almost did die right there, but it wouldn't have mattered no matter what. Even goes back in with the distortion. It is a 9 out of 9.
Love it when it's unanimous, boys and girls. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So not really much doubt in most of our minds as to who got that one. That was a very easy player of the game to give out. But is he going to be able to do it 2 games in a row, and probably on different champions as well, as we're going to be switching sides? It's going to be once again Damwon on red side, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do with that one. So far, you might expect Damwon to have a higher win rate on red. It's not actually the case. as they are even as far as win percentage on red and blue. In fact, they've got more losses on red side. Same amount of wins on blue and red, but they've got more losses. In fact, 4 more losses on the red side.
See what they have in store. As Sandbox, they're going to open with a set ban. I don't even know who they're kidding. They already know that they're picking Aatrox, so...
Yeah, well, I mean, set beats Aatrox in lane, so you better ban the set away.
Depends who
so
you
you
ask.
Can first... Well, if you ask Summit, he's probably going to say, I got smashed in lane.
Well, Senna
they're
is
going to first
away.
pick Ornn. This is looking very Ornn.
Are you...
Sandbox.
All right, well...
We'll see where the Summit is going to go there. It doesn't feel like a Summit champion, but Damwon, we'll see what they ban away next. Kalista, Felios, those sorts of things certainly are on the table. Varus likely to be banned as well. But with, you know, top lane, more flex type champions being banned here on Sandbox's side, Qiyana taken away from Fate once again. Of course, plays a lot of it in solo queue, but I don't know whether Qiyana is something you need to be too worried about as far as being Damwon and in competitive play. But just respecting Fate's prowess on that champion.
We'll have to see what is going to be the final bans. Kalista still available. Kalista still available. Varus also available. And which one does Damwon want to let through? Or do they believe that this is indeed lining up for Ornn? And
could potentially be.
Yeah. Perhaps they would just ban that away.
Kalista likely to come in here, unless Damwon do want to ban away something like a Taric instead, because it does sort of fit into so many matchups. And now Sandbox can pick away either the Taric or the Kalista if they would like to, or go towards something else if that's what they have brewing. Last game the Olaf was banned, but I think Kalista really is the highest priority champion, and Sandbox do agree. Is Damwon, what do they get? Maybe jungler and 80 carry, something like that? We'll see, unless they want to pick away the Taric for themselves.
Well, let's take a look at what the 80 carry choice is going to be. Ghost is going to get the Varus locked in for himself. Now, in theory, this could be a Varus getting pivoted to mid lane. Probably very unlikely, but it is fun to talk about as Olaf picked up for Canyon. So the complete polar opposite of playstyle. So it doesn't seem like Canyon wants to try to do the slow and steady control gameplay. I think he's here to sin.
It looks like it. As Sandbox, I don't know why it's taking this long to find the Taric button, but it looks like the LeBlanc is going to be locked in first. Fate on that champion once again. It's a little bit more blind now, as Showmaker will be able to find a counter pick as it is locked away. And now, come on, Sandbox, just lock in the Taric. You know you want to. And will mean that they won't have flexibility as far as their mid lane is concerned, but OnFleek can grab something interesting for the jungle. Unless they just rely on Gorilla's large champion pool and take away a jungler here. Looks like Lee Sin is considered and locked in for OnFleek. That's crazy. As, his win rate has not been very high so far here in the LCK.
Well, Lee Song coming back. And in a vacuum, it is good against the Olaf. But we'll have to see what Sandbox can do with it. All of their champions extremely short range. Yet again, a really high ask on them. As Damwon, rather than try to answer this with, say, a Kassadin, they want to maintain some sort of mid-presence that doesn't just sort of wait to scale up and wait to come online. They're going to go for the Galio. And this will actually synergize a little bit better with Olaf than, say, a Kassadin would. Especially in the early stages of the game.
I actually really like the Galio pickup here, especially now that we're on 10.7, so we are able to donate over that magic shield that we've been talking about throughout the entirety of 10.6, as Galio was picked up a lot. Taric, of course, going to be banned away here by Damwon. They could have left it open and then picked it away, but they don't want to be playing that one alongside their Varus. As we'll see where Sandbox actually decide to put their bans. And if it's against Noggery, looks like that is going to be the option here, as the Aurelia is going to hit the bench. Damwon, maybe another support might come in here. Gorilla's Tahm Kench might be worth a ban. We will see. Alistair, another great option, and certainly one of Gorilla's best champions, might be taken away. Also, I mean, I think we've got two very famous Alistair players in this particular game. Beryl and Gorilla, both of them very, very accomplished on that champion.
Well, Yuumi taken off the table. So no Pokemon trainer going on here.
Yeah,
Aurelia.
It might be that they were expecting Summit to be playing the Callista on the top side of the map, but I don't think Callista Yuumi's all that good. As there's the Tahm Kench ban actually away from Beryl to just not allow Damwon to have the super stable Varus Tahm Kench lane.
And let's see what the lock-in is going to be for Damwon. It is hovering Thresh. So we're going to have Varus Thresh. Now, this does mean that Sandbox could try to get a counter matchup down here in bottom to remain, or to maintain some sort of relevance on the right-hand side of the map, as obviously Galio coming in does sort of neutralize the LeBlanc. Okay, we can't have nice things here, as we're going to have a handshake.
Yeah. Don't know whether I like the Braum when something like an Alistair is available, but maybe a little bit too much of a coin flip as far as getting the relevance in the laning phase, and the Braum is going to be able to get more work done there. So that's where they're going to opt in for. And what is Gorilla going to lock away for the top side of the map, unless it is going to be the Callista up there? Maybe something a little bit flexible here. As you can imagine, Summit is saying, well, Aatrox is available.
This is true. Aatrox is available.
Oh, Owen is locked in, though. They do go for it. I like this. As Jace will come in for Noguri, because he thinks that it's a winning matchup into Ornn. What do you reckon?
Atlas, you were whispering the words of a god right now into my ear. I feel like you know it all too well. So how much you want to bet it's Jace or Aatrox?
It's 100% Jace, dude.
Perfect.
We already knew this. I took a sneak peek of the script, and that was the information I took away, and then I put the script away after that. I was like, no, I don't want this. Yeah. Saw that, went, nah, you know what? Maybe the surprise is better.
So this is this is it. This is the 500 IQ. I'm gonna pick Ornn to bait Damwon into picking the Jace so that I have a winning matchup, and we get to continue to scale. And so both of these team competitions are actually full of sin. Both of them. They're absolute sinners. However, Sandbox, they have a little bit more utility in their team composition the longer that this game goes, because the ornaments will come online. Now, Galio is a bit of a monster if this does go the distance, but I think that both of them are actually pretty close. So, top side of the map should be favorable for Sandbox all around. Bottom side of the map is going to be highly volatile. Things can snowball completely out of control. Neither of these teams have an insurance policy. Neither of these teams can really end the game without Baron or a Soul coming online. So we should be in store for a bloody kind of early mid-game. And if that doesn't
we get some
happen,
fireworks.
Well, we're in the LCK.
That is true, and we do have Don't Want to Go and Stand Back. So it's possibly going to be another slugfest, a long, steady, drawn-out type affair, but we'll see what these teams are going to do. It is all on the line here for Sandbox. They have Fate back on the LeBlanc once again, and can he get back-to-back player of the games after coming back? Hasn't played since early March, and is now looking to get back-to-back player of the games on LeBlanc. That would be very exciting, especially up against Showmaker. But now Showmaker with a better matchup. Of course, the Galio being a pretty favored one into the LeBlanc matchup. Pretty hard to hurt him as the game goes on. And he's a chicken, which is great.
He's a pink chicken.
Yeah.
That probably means that he's undercooked, which means he's still kicking.
Well, I mean, he's also got feathers. And so you don't generally cook them with feathers. So, I don't know.
You don't.
Hey, that's true. I don't. You're right. 100% correct.
All right, well, Lee Sin is on an 11-game loss streak. 5 losses from Tarzan, 2 from Pyoshik, 1 from Haru, 1 from Clid, 1 from Dread, and 1 from Punch. And I honestly have never seen a stat make me so happy as this one.
The ultimate sinner has been purged in the majority of games. Having a look in the LCK as far as his win rate is concerned, he has won a game or two in the early stages of the season, but he's been picked 47 times, and his win rate is just obscenely bad. It's not a very good story. I'm going to go through and have a look at the stats here. Yeah, 27% win rate, and his win rate's only been going down as well. As the last victory was actually Bono, and Bono is 100% win rate on the Lee Sin, I'll have you know. So KT certainly just proven to everyone that they've got some skills.
I'm really trying to wrap my head around this celerity rune, by the way. I understand that there's Nimbus Cloak. However, outside of that, there's basically... It always does perplex me a little bit when certain rune choices are selected. As okay. Nuguri actually getting the better end of a trade. He dinged level 2, and Summit getting traded on really hard.
And this is Nuguri with a cull start, as he loves to do.
Yep, he's trying to greed it up.
Classic.
And Ornn is able to take over in this lane after a couple of recipe items come in. That's when the balance really does start to go in Ornn's favor. We'll probably end up seeing a Q-Max on Ornn as well. As Nuguri is botching.
Very nicely.
Yeah. Botching some of these trades. He is going to crash down on him. Not going to take a turret shot. Whips right there. And everything is actually going pretty A-okay. Showmaker moving over to the left-hand side. Not totally sure as to why. On fleek. Trying to go for some power farming, actually, to maintain some relevance here with the Olaf. You can see the time that it takes Lee Sin to do 5 of his camps. Olaf does 6.
Yeah.
So definitely a massive clear speed difference. Now, pings are going down onto the left-hand side, and I don't know what they're trying to do here.
Whoa! You're supposed to flash first there, I think. Didn't quite have the range on the chain. As on fleek, he's going to find Canyon, safeguards, gets himself out of there. Undertow not going to land again, but we do have Rift Scuttler now being taken without any real hesitation there by Canyon, who will just continue power farming things up. Now going to move towards the southern side, but there's a lot of vision now available for Damwon. And this early game is much better here for the Damwon team. Of course it is, because we don't have 2 deaths already coming down.
Canyon.
As Canyon on vision, thinking about a dive.
Be a bit scary. They do have Fate with his teleport. And Summit just going to build a Ruby, I believe. Yep, he does get himself a little bit more HP. Nuguri has run out of fuel, almost.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of that mana remaining.
Yeah.
Summit farming with the Q, as you were talking about, generally going to be the max in this matchup. Summit's having that wave shoved into him, though, and he's actually pretty fine, as Beryl was thinking about going for a hook. Not going to be able to find it there, as Winter's Bite is going to land onto the Thresh. And takes a little bit of damage there.
And everything is going pretty standard all around. As the bottom lane right now for Sandbox is doing okay, but Ghost and Nuguri, by the way, it looks like it's contagious. As the call was picked up, Ghost able to have that in his inventory. Everything is going pretty standard. Vampiric Scepter, though, going to be the purchase for the Callista. As Fate trying to do as much damage as he possibly can. And, okay, Summit whiffs on the auto attack there. That would have been a massive trade win.
And Nuguri's gone for a pickaxe when he went back. I wonder what that's going to turn into. Interesting decision to make.
Assuming that he's going to go for Monomune, but you would assume that, oh, I guess he just wants the damage rather than the mana initially. And you can see he's just trying to do his very best to get this damage. And the E not landing, although neither does Nuguri's. On it, it's a bit of a hot mess up here. I'm not talking about Orange Bella's breath.
Yeah, it's looking a bit messy. As Canyon, level 5 on fleek also, as Canyon's going to move on in. Undertow not going to find the mark there, and it looks like with Fate moving towards the left-hand side, It's not going to be Canyon going for any sort of scuffle. As Noguri once again doing some damage here. On Fleek in position.
Summit is about to have 6. Oh, they did not synergize that as well as they could have.
A little bit unfortunate as Canyon now up here. Doesn't have Ragnarok available just yet as the Sonic Wave is going to go a little bit short. And the Honey Fruit is just going to sit there on the floor and go off. Not what you want.
Noguri's
in
doing
these
a really
trying
good
times, man.
Yeah. He's doing a pretty good job.
You got to eat the fruit.
You do. And you've never had Gushers.
No, I haven't. We had this conversation
that.
in the last series. I think it might be like Australia missed out on those.
Yeah, that. You know, Korea misses out on a lot of stuff. By the way, I've been here almost 10 years now, and they don't have a lot of candy, of chips, of sodas that Europe and North America has.
But they have a lot of their own ones, you know? There's a lot of Western things that you miss out on, but then there's also a lot of, you know, the Eastern stuff that I had never seen before. And I came to Korea and was like, it's a whole new world of crazy stuff. In order to, like, that you can drink, that you can eat, like, damn. Korean convenience store is a crazy thing. As Leo, only level 5, as Canyon's going to make his way in, but the Ragnarok not even going to be used here, as the hook is going to land onto Gorilla, but is Flash not necessary and, of course, not available, as now On Fleek making his way down here. Beryl taking a fair bit of damage as Showmaker gets in with a heroic entrance. And Damwon just lock away the first blood. I actually thought the Gorilla was going to be safe, but not going to happen. The Rend, not enough to deter Damwon, and they are able to lock down that kill. So nicely done. Damwon off to a good start now.
Yeah, and it looks like they are turning their attention onto the Infernal Dragon. Not a whole bunch happening, though. Fate trying to get a steal, I guess, onto the Dragon. That seems to be what he went for. But it is still going to go the way of Damwon. And
also, Kenny didn't have Smite, so decent idea to think of going for a steal. Wasn't able to do it. Let's have a look at this one more time.
So Gorilla and Leo, they walk up to the mid wave, even though it is coming into them. They flash away, and I don't know how that hook hit. That did not look like that hit whatsoever. Kick comes out, flash used by Thresh to reposition, and that Impale, even if it would end up landing, would not kill Beryl. So as we come back into live, it's a 400 gold advantage in favor of Damwon, as Canyon is just playing around, I guess, with the Rift Herald. Has double Ruby Crystal, and On Fleek has no long swords. So item advantage definitely on the Olaf right now. As Summit is getting pulled over here, you can see he probably wants to just send out a Q, CS all those minions. This is a scary team fight here against Horn.
Yeah, as the Ornhorn is going to come down here, gets 3 knockups as Fate dives in and is able to wipe out the Varus. Now, a lot of that DPS is now missing, but a lot of the damage has been done. Canyon getting taken down, a double kill now for Leo, who's looking for Showmaker as well. Nowhere to go, and he is going to be taken out. It was the Rift Herald was secured. Showmaker did manage to pick it up. That's why he was out of position. I don't know whether it's worth 3 kills.
Yeah, I'm not a mathematician here, Atlas, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that 3 kills is greater than the assumed 3 plates that one could end up getting. However, Summit is going to die.
He's just pretty keen on not living at this point in time. No teleport available either. He does have his unsealed spellbook, but let's have a look at this fight once again and try to ignore what Summit just did.
So Damwon were in a pretty winning position. They rotate all their champions up, very eager to take a team fight here in narrow corridor or, you know, the river runway against the Horn. They end up getting multi-man knock-up, and everything just went really good. You can see Showmaker manages to end up picking up the Herald that almost actually faded away if they could have just killed Showmaker and not allowed anyone back in. Summit doesn't anticipate this to be the play by Nuguri and Beryl, and so he's trying to shove in the wave. He's really greeting here. Doesn't end up panning out. At the end of the day, the gold score is now even. However, the call almost completed on both top lane and bot lane, so those are going to be some nice completions coming in here in just a moment's time, I guess. 2 minutes until Cloud Dragon means that we have an exciting dragon coming up in this game.
Now we get to see whether Mountain Soul can lose. The Cloud Soul hasn't lost yet. It won in the last game. As our Showmaker is going to get chained up on Fleek, looking for it. No kick going to come in. There's the kickback, and is going to get the Resonating Strike to lock down the kill onto the Gargoyle. Bit of an off day so far for Showmaker, position-wise. And you can see Fate already 22 CS ahead.
Yeah, he has a really big CS advantage. Now, Showmaker does have teleport, so he will end up using that to get back into the mid lane. But the Olaf now starting to fall further and further behind the Lee Sin. As the game continues, I mean, Olaf also falling behind the clock. That is also another enemy that he is fighting against here. And
the old race against time.
Yeah. He's just trying to CS the entire minion wave. Now, this strikes me as really bizarre because... Alright, what is...
Are you okay?
You want to... Oh, alright. He TP's to use the Herald. Take it away.
Alright, well, Herald's going to get a couple of plates up here towards the top side. Canyon going to take a lot of damage here from Fate, but Fate misses the chains. So Olaf is absolutely fine. Also had Ragnarok if anything was going to go awry, and the Flash on Fleek. Looking for Canyon also. But as we mentioned before, Ragnarok is a spell. And Showmaker not going to be able to pick up all of this CS, but will be able to get at least the experience for the majority. Summit moves back into this lane, and he is behind by quite a lot as we have a look in the mid lane. Like the smite.
Yep.
Was that was a smite, right? Took down the minion?
I believe so. Let's take a look at this one more time.
Yeah, have a look at that caster minion that's in the way.
Yep. Usually, you know, you only get those in highlight videos, but this is...
Yeah, I was going to say, are we watching Reddit or are we watching LCK? I just don't know.
It looks like a Zac body at the very end there.
Yeah. On Fleek, back in it once again, but the Lantern not even needed to be taken by Canyon, who's just a big Viking trying to stand in the way. Cloud Drake is available. We'll see whether Sandbox can stop Damwon from being able to snowball towards any sort of Herald. Any sort of Cloud Soul. All right, there's the kick flash. A very late Ragnarok, unfortunately, but the flash out, the ultimate, both going to be used there to keep Canyon alive. Fate's Call comes in as Showmaker looks for the Lee Sin, but in goes the Ornn as well. So much AoE damage as already LeBlanc has taken down the Gargoyle yet again. Good timing from Nogri. Picks up the kill onto the Braum after the stopwatch wears off. And the slow comes in. Bellows Breath does deny the hook, but Beryl can still follow it as Leo now looks for more, but he's not going to be able to save his Ornn. And Fate, still sitting at full health, isn't actually able to do anything here. Luden's Echo going to proc there, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think, to stop Damwon from taking down this Cloud Drake.
And this was all just mostly inted away by the Lee Sin, because like you pointed out, Atlas, Olaf could just press Ragnarok, and nothing would happen. So Lee Sin would commit himself into that area without any real reliable way out. Let's take a look at this one more time. So they see Canyon, and On Fleek follows, and if he just immediately presses Ragnarok, nothing happens. On Fleek would just be in no man's land. He pulls Gorilla in with him for no reason whatsoever. Beryl comes in, lands the hook. The Ornn ultimate is really good. They end up killing Showmaker, but then Nuguri able to be a marksman over the wall, sniping down the Braum. At the very end of it, Summit ends up finally just being wrangled and brought down as well. And so the gold advantage swings again in Damwon's favor. They have a 2,500 lead, and if you are Sandbox right now, you feel pretty bad because your mid lane, your bot lane, everyone was winning in CS. Summit did fall down in the CS department to Nuguri on the top side, and they did end up losing the turret plate, but that was not a fight that was necessary because Sandbox should have been comfortable just being down 1,000, 1,500 gold as they transition into the mid game.
Yeah, should be okay. And still, I mean, it's not the end of the world just yet. Summit is still going to be scaling as this game goes on, and their mid lane and bottom lane still do have advantages. So we can see Chain is going to land there onto Canyon. Summit taking a fair bit of damage. Does have the Ornn Horn available in a second's time. As now in goes the heroic entrance. Fate going to be taking a lot there, and he's going to be going down. Ghost has to flash to get himself out of the way. As Leo in here slowed down, and Damwon should be able to lock down Shirley. As Noguri is in there, going to poke out her eye, pick that one up. Canyon's going to collect it. and Damwon continue to get advantages.
Well, let's see what Damwon's going to manage to do with these advantages, because they're in a really comfortable position. Like what Beryl tried to do, anticipate if Leo would try to move over towards the right. Not going to end up being the case. And this is going to be Shirley.
Yeah,
Summon
Shirley
here
comes down
now
in the
in mid lane.
They're not going to be able to kill the turret outright just yet in 16.5 minutes. No plates available, but with Nogri coming through from the side, they are going to be able to brute force this one down. Oh, just going to need to breathe on it as this next minion wave comes in. Good undertow lands onto Leo as Gorilla relatively low, but here's the Ornhorn yet again. Another double knockup. No, the Ragnarok blocks that one out as Fate's call comes in. Fate looking for Nogri. There it is. The Winter's Bite's going to be enough, and that is going to be another kill for the LeBlanc. And Sandbox, they pick up these kills. They don't have a Drake to head over to, but they might be able to get some turret damage.
And the real thing that is causing this gold discrepancy at the very top is the fact that Damwon has these extra turrets, and also remember, the 2 calls were completed by the Varus and the Jace this game. So if some people are really scratching their head wondering like how this gold discrepancy has occurred, well, it all started by that. So this starts off really nice. Beryl landing the hook and the follow-up Galio ultimate, but Leo doing such a fantastic job to change so much damage out. And now here is the follow-up. Nuguri just walking through because he needed to be there to split up the extra little bit of gold over the turret for some unholy reason. And then he runs right through mid lane again, even though there's a top lane resetting.
And a control ward in that brush, so they knew that there was no vision available for Sandbox. But look, hindsight 2020, and you know, sometimes our decisions in the moment aren't necessarily the greatest. Leo going to help clear out this wave, and looking for his Runan's Hurricane very soon, and should be able to collect that one for himself and be a little bit more teamfight ready, especially with how scrappy and clumped up these teamfights have been. That is going to be huge news for Sandbox, getting these Ren stacks around. And we'll see whether the Hail of Blades Callista can have the mid-game that Leo is looking for. Representing his former team there with Bang's Callista skin. Like it a lot.
Well, this is definitely a very important dragon here, coming up in 30 seconds. Sandbox, they want to get this to put themselves on the board. They need to prevent it to prevent Damwon from bringing the game to Soul Point. So this team fight is going to be really crucial. Ornn only...
Oh, we got a kickback onto Nogri. He's going to get stunned up and taken down. They trade the Lee Sin for it, though. And there's the heroic entrance. Going to get the knock-up, cause the death of the Braum. And now Summit's just going to look to get out of there. There's the Ornhorn to try and turn it. As Beryl goes in hyper aggressively as the stopwatch is going to go down. We'll see whether they're able to grab it. No, it is the flash able to be utilized. Fate dancing forward once again. As Damwon very low, goes still at full health. The rest of them are looking for a reset as Leo, not sure what that was about, but the distortion dives in. That's going to be the kill, and Fate walks out with his life.
Fate manages to find the distortion in there to get the kill onto Ghost. And now, coming over on the right-hand side, Nagari does not have teleport. Teleport's actually being channeled in the mid lane. Ah, yes, this is why we get celerity.
Yeah. You got to really boost it after the upgraded teleport now, giving you that extra movement speed. That's what you need.
That's exactly it.
But it is going to be Dragon Soul denied. Sandbox now with their first Ocean on the board. Might help them with a lot of these shock blasts that are coming out. I like this. On Fleek knew that he was dead, but they just wanted to take down Nogari.
Yeah.
And that was certainly worthwhile if we remember the end of this fight.
Yep. Jace ends up getting eviscerated at the very beginning. The Ornhorn came out, but Beryl doing a really good job with the Flay. And initially I thought Fate clicked way too far back, because it would be obvious that they're all on cooldown right now. They can't do anything to him. And so getting back into it, even just a little bit sooner, would be so clutch. So Fate ends up coming out here, lands the distortion, gets the sigil off as well.
Yeah, an electrocute for the kill. That was absolutely fantastic. That was the auto attack, I believe. Because I think it was like distortion, Q, and then electrocute with an auto, and then that was enough damage. Good calculations there from Fate. And once again, in game number 2, his LeBlanc looking on point. And that Runan's Hurricane that we were talking about has been completed. Summit moving towards level 13 and does already have his Sunfire Cape complete. On Fleek was looking for that yet again. but I don't think he should be going for it, as it looks like Sandbox have stabilized this game. It's not represented yet in the gold, but as these ornaments start coming in, it's certainly going to be good news. A lot of damage out from the LeBlanc last fight, as well as Leo, just bouncing around these team fights, and I don't think he had his Hurricane for that particular engagement. So it's only getting worse now, as he's on 4-0-4. Leo's Callista is performing well. Fate's Call comes down as Canyon, a bit late once again on the Ragnarok, as there's the heroic entrance. On Fleek trying to get out of there, the kickback, but it's not going to be enough. Leo just destroyed before anything has really happened, and Fate now running for the hills. Canyon finds the undertow, and Summit just looking for this blast cone. Does get rid of Canyon, but I have a feeling that he is going to die. The distortion gets Fate to safety, but you can't say the same for the rest of his team.
No, and then Sandbox, they just gave over the Baron to the opponent. They were so close to looking like they were going to have stabilized in this game. But now, Damwon picking up some of the kills there. They're going to get the Baron as well. They're certainly going to be able to use this to also raise the mid inhibitor, or most likely the mid inhibitor turret. They should be able to drive this up mid and capture that. As we take a look at this again, on Fleek, way too eager to keep going in. Onto this Olaf, they don't respect the Galio at all. In the follow-up, Leo, you were just mentioning it, he was so good on this Callista in this game, but getting dragged along in Sin.
Yeah. Sometimes Lee Sin just demands that the rest of you do the same thing. Good sidestep there from Nogri to avoid getting Blast Cone. That's what is able to secure the kill onto Summit in part. So nicely done. Canyon gonna get locked up there by Fate. But Fate only with a couple of items so far. 7 stacks on his Dark Seal as well. But I don't know whether it's going to be a Majai's game this time around. As Beryl could be in a little bit of trouble, but Fate decides to go back to his Distortion, not biting off more than he can chew. 9-12 is the kill score. Pretty good as far as kills per minute. Close to 1 a minute here as we tick over to 23. And 21 out of 23 minutes. Not too bad here in the LCK, of course.
Well, everything is going pretty good right now if you are a Damwon fan. Yeah. And at this point, Sandbox, they're going to be waiting for items to come in. You can see Ornn is very far away from his second ornament. He has Ding 13, but doesn't even have a Catalyst yet, as he's moving towards the Abyssal Mass. Morello was also picked up by the LeBlanc when there was a lot of magic resistance on the enemy team. So Void Staff probably would have been in his best interest, but Lost Shopkeeper strikes yet again.
Well, he's able to get a decent chunk there onto Canyon. He's probably going to tick up his health bar, as we can see, 44 seconds on the next Ocean Drake. And if Damwon are able to lock those down, then it will mean that the Ocean Drake value is going to dissipate based on that Morellonomicon. So maybe thinking ahead to a negative future is the LeBlanc, but that's not exactly what you want to be doing. Total Gold still puts Fate in the lead of Showmaker. You can see Nogri versus Summit is a 4,000 gold difference. And that is big, guys. Don't need to be a mathematician to work that out. In fact, almost the entirety of the gold lead is in favor of Nogri versus Summit.
Yep. That is where it really is just coming in. So Summit struggling in this game, does end up getting hooked right here. Still ways away from being able to do anything. Bella's Breath going to come out a little bit too late, getting CC'd up. Doesn't have
no flash available.
He's
just dead. As the box comes in, that's going to mean that there is no way for the Ornn to escape. And right as the Ocean Soul spawns, as you can see, Fate over to the side, did have a ward in there as Beryl might actually just get taken down. Yeah, pops over the wall again, does Fate, as the Chains of Corruption are going to miss, but double flashes come forward, and that is a very angry Damwon that take down the mid laner and the Dragon.
They bring the game now to Soul Point. Damwon are just so far ahead at this point in the game. They're up probably going to be 8,500 after they get this turret. And things just got completely blown open off of that team fight in left side river, leading to the Baron capture and level advantages as well. If you look at them, it is 3 levels in top lane.
Ooh, Showmaker goes golden.
Yeah, he almost dies actually. He might die actually.
Horn comes in. Thankfully, the reposition does go down with his Proto Belt on Fleek lurking on the north. As you can see, Leo trying to hop forward Summit once again looking for another follow-up, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, as Zonfleek was thinking about taxiing, and it's not going to happen. And Damwon walk away with their 9,000 gold lead. This is just a game that is starting to get well and truly out of hand for Sandbox, and it has a lot to do with this Jace just smashing the Ornn. In the laning phase, Summit has not exactly had the best game so far.
No, and this is also like in game number 1, Summit fell very far behind in the laning phase as well. And this time he also got outplayed on some of the trades. Couldn't really win the war of attrition. And even though the matchup was actually favorable for Ornn, he didn't ever really manage to stabilize and get on an even footing. And that was against Nuguri, who opened with Call into Pickaxe to try to keep up the pressure before transitioning to the Miramana. And now, if you're Sandbox with this kind of a team composition, you're probably losing hope in this game. 3 minutes until Ocean Soul comes up. They need some sort of a miracle kill to come back, or they need some sort of a miracle Baron steal.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it. Of course, their base not broken just yet. One inner turret does remain on the top side of the map, and there is a lot of standing gold. They've only taken the bottom outer turrets so far on Sandbox's side, so trying to look at getting control of their lanes. Might of the Ruin King is done here for Leo, as Summit has hit level 14. We're going to see whether he can deliver a Luden's Pulse over to Fate as well as this game continues. Certainly going to be good news for the mid laner of Sandbox. He's certainly feeling like the player that they're playing around in this series. But Canyon going to go back. We've got Baron spawning in 20 seconds. He's going to be back here, loaded up with control wards, looking to try and lock this one down. Very close to his Spirit Visage as well. He's going to be a very tanky boy on this Olaf, who's gone full tank. And the Lee Sin just struggling to hold on to any sort of relevance, as is Lee Sin's fate at this stage of the game. If he gets one of these good kicks, there might be a chance for him to get some work done, but it's going to have to be a miracle kick. And he will probably die afterwards anyway.
Well, 2 minutes until the Ocean Dragon comes up, and if Galio doesn't have the Rabadon's death cap by that team fight, maybe there's some hope in the sense that Jace has been mostly full item for a little while now. Olaf is not picking up any more items that is really going to change how he conducts himself, and Might of the Ruin King is helping, or it's helping lessen the gold gap, because there's a lot of stats that are now present on Sandbox that isn't accounted for. So you have the Infernal Mask, you have the Forge Fire Cape, you have the Might of the Ruin King. I don't know if Summit's going to be able to ding 15 and perhaps hand over the Obsidian Cleaver or the Luden's Pulse, but these are nice little completions that can matter. And also, as this continues to go on, the experience lead. Feral is still up 2 levels, Ghost 1 level, Nuguri
3 levels.
still staying. Yeah, at 3 levels.
Yeah, it's some scary stuff, and Summit has to flash. There's the Ornn Horn. We're looking for this kill under Nuguri, but he avoids every single part of that ultimate. And Damwon are now starting on this Baron. Showmaker not going to get chained up. You can see Gorilla, Fate, and Leo all in position, but it just doesn't look like they're able to stop this, as Nuguri split pushing on the bottom side. Fate diving in, but unable to get any sort of steal, as Fate's call is going to come down. But there is a Ragnarok, and that is going to mean that Canyon is absolutely fine. In the meantime, this inhibitor is going to be taken. Summit, absolutely nothing he can do about it in the face of this very large Jace. And he also has his Mortal Reminder completed. He goes back to base. We'll see what item he's going to collect. Umbral Glaive just out of nowhere. But deciding not to pick that one up, he knows that he's up against a tank, so it is going to be the Blade of the Ruin King build as item number 6 for the Jace.
Teleports up into top lane, looking to raise that turret. But it leaves me wondering why he would do that, because Ocean Soul is what should be the highest priority right now.
I guess they just think that if the Jace
is Damwon just going to lose this
turrets,
team fight? No, they have Ocean Soul. How can...
No, they can't lose the team fight. And Sandbox are just too slow. They're trying to deny that. They didn't know whether they needed to go in and try and stop Nuguri, or whether it was to try and stop the Ocean Soul from coming down. And indecisiveness was their biggest enemy at that stage. But right now, I mean, 12,000 gold is also a pretty large enemy in this game. We can talk about ornaments all we like, but they're never going to be worth 12,000 gold at 30 minutes into the game, especially up against an Ocean Soul.
Yeah. Ocean Soul probably going to be way too oppressive for Dom1 to do anything against. So the ornaments, they are really nice, but they're not as nice as that dragon.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Well, it depends which team you are, I guess. As Summit gets engaged on, and he's just dead. Not really much of a tank is this on. As now Gorilla in trouble. He's going to get taken down, and this looks to be the end of the game. Shock blasts are really starting to hurt. Leo cannot take auto attacks from Noguri without losing half of his health bar. And these Nexus turrets are going to be next on the chopping block. A redemption goes down just to celebrate. And that will be that. Dom1 fight back in game number 2 against Sandbox. As Sandbox are one step closer to the promotion tournament. Showmaker dying on the fountain is sort of a sign of how they feel after winning finally in this series.
Well, Dom1 getting that win here is nice. It puts them back on the board. And Noguri sort of redeeming himself with this Jace play in game number 2. And Sandbox, I mean, they've drafted some pretty sinful team compositions.
Yeah, once again, the Lee Sin, 12 losses in a row, making sure that we keep that stat alive. I think when it comes to 2020, he won 2 games. Dread and Bono both won a game. But then before that, there was another 8-game-in-a-row loss streak. So it's now like in the last, in the last 22 games, he's like, 2 wins out of 22.
Yeah.
Lee Sin just not so good at the moment. And so these LCK teams need to probably figure out that they don't want to pick it anymore.
Well, unfortunately, it did not find its victory here today. And Sandbox, that has to be a pretty tough loss for them. As we'll see where they're going to be at in game number 3 when it does come back. I don't know who to give player of the game to other than Noguri. I don't think anyone else is actually able to even be a candidate.
I think Beryl might have some sort of a standing as far as the player of the game is concerned. Finding that hook, for example.
Yeah.
That's a toughie.
That one was a bit of a cheater hook. That did get the ball rolling. Also, the double call completion of this game helped a lot as well. Now, this was pretty big. That was a 4-man Ornn knockup, also an interrupt onto Showmaker. And this was Sandbox looking like they had managed to bring themselves back into the game, but On Fleek extremely eager to become on throw with follow-ups as we go here to this highlight. Now again, if Olaf just hits Ragnarok, you are flashing to get Ragnarok. I'm not gonna try to sugarcoat that. That was one of the most donkalicious moves that we've seen in LCK 2020.
It was not a great one. And some of these fights actually started relatively well, but it just felt like Dom1 were able to fight back too effectively. Because Summit, although the laning phase went really badly, he was able to find a lot of really good ultimates in the early game. Like, the team fighting out of him early was fine. But in the end, they lose some key fights. This one especially being a real bad one. This one ended up being a Baron over to Dom1 and felt like just the end of the game right here. Sandbox sort of fighting tooth and nail and not being able to come out on top as we do have an 8-game day on our hands.
Yeah, this was a very long one. 8 out of 9 potential games.
Would you give it an 8 out of 9 as a rating?
I would, no.
No?
No, I would not.
What are we going to give it out of 9?
I am, well, we did see Souls die. We saw Souls lose the games. I'm going to give it a, no, never mind. You were trying to trap me. I know where you were going with that one.
I don't think I was.
I think you planned this all along.
I know the number that you were thinking now. I'm really glad. Okay, this was Summit pretending to be a tank. He wasn't a tank. He got absolutely slaughtered. This was the end of the game. Very heavy wallets of Dom1 were too much for Sandboxes. Leo had a great early game, 4-0 and 4 actually, to start this one off. But in the end, Sin it to win it didn't really work out for Sandbox. And Dom1 were just too large.
Well, that is a pretty... Now, Sandbox... It's 100%, right? They're now in, even if they win, correct?
They can, if they manage to win the next game, I think there's still a possibility that they can avoid relegation. Let me have a look. Yeah, so if they win here, they move up to 6 and 12, and they will be on -10. And then if Hanwha Life lose their next match, then Hanwha Life can get down to -11.
All right.
And the same, and APK Prince can get down to -10 as well, and we'll either have a head-to-head situation or a tiebreaker. But we still need a game number 3, so we're going to go to that after a short break.
반갑습니다.
잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘돼 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 새끼. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 라이어가 멋이 도동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동동작. 에이 5, 6월 설이 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 하다 현타 푸동동작. TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작. 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 패치 우주 푸동동작. 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작.
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, this is LS, and it is game number 3 time between Damwon and Sandbox. Sandbox not out of the woods yet. They need to win this game to save any sort of hope for them not to be in the promotion tournament. If they win here, chances are pretty good that they are going to be safe, because it's likely that Hanwha or APK are going to lose tomorrow. Of course, Griffin versus Hanwha Life is going to be that matchup. This is a Griffin that are already in the promotion tournament, so you can imagine that Hanwha likely to win that one, but going to be a tough ask for APK to beat Dragon X. So still a possibility, but Sandbox needs to win this game right here. This gentleman going to pick up player of the game, 900 points now on Noguri. And if Damwon are able to win this series, he might be going up to 1,000 as well, because he certainly has been a standout player so far.
Well, did have a really good performance here on this Jace inside of this game. Managed to win a lane that should have been pretty hard for him to win, but he did so also in dominating fashion here against Summit, who was on the
with a different build as well.
Yeah, Miramon and Jace ended up coming out. It's been a while since we have seen it. He opted for the call into the pickaxe to maximize lane pressure, is what he ended up doing.
Yep. Also able to win out a little bit more there, as Noguri going to move up to 900 by himself, just behind aiming there, who's made it to that magical 1,000 point mark. Chovy still with an opportunity of taking down BDD from his throne. So that is going to be tomorrow. And there's not going to be a chance for aiming anymore. KT are done, and Noguri can only get to 1,000 points if he wins this next match and gets player of the game.
Alice, I don't know. Chovy's already at 1,300.
All right. Yeah, no, I forgot about that.
We've already put in the votes.
Project Shill is definitely coming in there. As we should just write it down now in our little chat channel.
Yeah, we
get it all confirmed. Yeah. Well, 9 out of 9 is my rating for Noguri as well, and that is what everyone's going to say as far as the player of the game vote is concerned. We only made it to 8 out of 9 as far as games for today, but it has certainly been a long day. It's like 10:40 p.m. right now. I'm getting a little bit tuckered out, but we'll hopefully make it through this next game, and hopefully Sandbox and Damwon make it entertaining. Sandbox, my heart goes out to them. They are desperate to win this game.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and they need to do it. This is going to be the game that decides if they're going to not be done for another couple of weeks, because promotion does happen at the very end of the month. So see what kind of a draft they have in store for themselves this time around, as things are getting a bit crazy here. So what kind of draft also is Damwon going to take?
Yeah, well, they are still waiting on their first ban. Kiana going to come down first up against Fate. They don't seem too worried about his LeBlanc, but they are going to worry about his Kiana. As I heard the sound of the Aphelios being banned, but I didn't actually see it be banned there, but eventually it comes down. As Damwon, do they just ban away Kiana and LeBlanc and force Fate to play something new?
That could be one of the things that they might think about as, all right, well, we are going to get a new champion pick. And it's really interesting, right? Where some of these mid laners that they come up from the Challenger Series, they seem to basically hug a very small champion pool, obviously cover likes to hug the Aurelia as well as the LeBlanc. Over on APK. Sandbox.
Yeah, what are we going to ban next?
Yeah.
Set off the board.
And
Varus ban?
Varus or Kalista?
Oh, Kalista. Yeah, Kalista probably should be banned here. 14 seconds to go. And our Ghost was certainly one of our legacy Kalista players, but not going to be banned. And now Noguri and Ghost can flex the Kalista between themselves if they would like to. See whether there's anything else that they want to lock in, but the answer is no. Kalista just too high priority and is going to be taken away. Now, Sandbox, thinking about the Trundle, of course, will be very high priority. On Fleek does love it. They're going to lock that one in very easy. And do they take away an 80 carry? They don't have to. Not right now. They could prioritize something else. But, Misfortune, the likely pickup into the Kalista. Bullet time, difficult to avoid.
Well, will they end up locking it in? Does seem like that will be the case. So now it's handed back over to Damwon.
Tarek might want to come in here.
It's like they are going to keep the Olaf going. And okay, Zoe is picked up, and Zoe can be answered in the mid lane here by quite a few champions, even though she has been getting blinded a lot. Obviously, Vel'Koz really good. Syndra, another champion that can handle Zoe, depending on if you're proficient at Syndra. Most Syndra players, they're care bearers, is what they are. They wave clear endlessly. They abuse the fact that she's pretty much gank immune and that she's a giant stat checker, but they never really live up to the hype of what you can really have when you are a very good Syndra. So, Sandbox, they're going to ban away Thresh now.
Taking that off the board, Sandbox focusing towards the support pool. Probably Thresh and Tarek to be banned here, unless they want to pick up the Tarek for themselves. Certainly could work out. Works in a similar vein to that of the Olaf Tarek, that can be very powerful also. Summit's champion pool getting slightly attacked here, but the Kennen ban is an odd one. Maybe just good against something that Noguri is considering at this point in time.
Well, it could also be signifying a desire to play the Aatrox by Noguri, as Yuumi now getting banned away, so we're not going to have any Ashe Ketchum going on here inside of this game. In Sandbox, they're probably going to R-Force support and then go for the counter pick, reserving it for Summit. So it looks like maybe he's tired of not having the edge in the matchup, but that doesn't make any sense because he had the edge in the last game. And nothing came from it. So Aatrox does get banned away.
Well, Jace can be locked in here by Sandbox if they would like to go there. But likely they just steal away a Tarek or something like that. Otherwise, I'm confused as to why Yuumi was banned instead of Tarek. Might be that Ghost and Beryl have been playing a lot of the Kalista Yuumi, and Tarek right here. 4 seconds to go. And it makes sense. It makes their bans make sense if the Tarek is locked in, and Leo is going to pick that one up. So now, where does Damwon go with their support choice? It might be something like Beryl's Alistair for a deciding game. That would certainly be fun.
Well, will we get a mage support is a question that I guess I have. And okay, thank you.
Nice.
Bard is picked up, 50% win rate, so this is do or die for Bard. And Jace is here. So what is going to be the answer? It looks like Summit, he wants to Sin.
Well, this is Sandbox. Of course they want to Sin. But Aurelia would be a more interesting one. 11 seconds to go. Sinning or not sinning? That is the question. And are they going to lock away the Lucian? No, we're definitely sinning this game. Come on, like there was any question.
And you know, isn't Lucian's, what is his nickname in LoL? It's the Purifier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not purifying anything here. He's tainted.
Yeah. It's ironic.
Yeah.
Yeah, his little name, yeah, it's ironic. We're a bit ahead of the curve here in League of Legends as far as writing the lore. As Sandbox is going to be their roster. We'll see whether it's going to work out. Of course, definitely aimed around the early to mid game, trying to get advantages, and with a bit of lane kingdom mixed in. But Damwon do have a lot of mid game control for themselves, a lot of poke, and a lot of siege potential with Nogari's shock blasts as well as the trouble bubbles, and Beryl being able to play pretty far up and having Fate's Call to get him out of the way. Not to mention Tempered Fate being able to lock down turrets and allow dives to be a little bit more clean. And we'll see whether Damwon are going to be able to utilize that as this game continues. I'm just excited to see Bard here as the answer into Taric.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it as well. As Jace, Olaf, Zoe, Kalista, Bard, there is a lot of individual skill expression that can come out here. All of these champions want to try to get control over their lane. The only person who could maybe actually struggle here should be Showmaker. Jason Lucian is extremely volatile and a bit of a knife fight. And we'll just see how this manages to basically pan out. Damwon, they have a lot of control on their side, and they're going to have to try to use that to influence it in the early stages of this game.
Well, hearts go out to Sandbox, who are desperately trying to avoid relegation. They have to win this game up against Damwon to stand a chance of not being relegated, and then Fate won't even be in their hands, despite the irony of Fate being on their team. As Damwon looking to try and put the last nail in the Sandbox coffin.
Start here has Beryl looking to run around with Nuguri. As, okay, that it, Showmaker, he's talking a lot of smack right now. In the mid lane. Yeah, he's dabbing on him. And you have to wonder if Syndra is very furious, because you can see that it's the Snow Day Syndra skin, and so one of the questions I have is, maybe this is sort of like in Mario when one of the characters gets lost, and this is like Princess Peach looking for one of her lost penguins.
Ah, okay. I think I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like
I don't even know what I mean.
From the Mario 64 level, where you have to do the slide.
Yes.
And that's what Showmaker has to do to try and help find the lost, to bring the lost penguin back to its mother or something like that.
You get me.
Yeah, don't worry, I got you, mate.
All right.
I got you. Easy
Valdez probably didn't even own an N64.
Probably. He was probably too young, even if he is older than you.
Doesn't even make sense. All right. Well.
This is Showmaker's Zoe. He's definitely a proficient Zoe player. Likes to get redemption at about level 2. And that is the sign of a good Zoe. Missing a few of these CS, but is able to pick up at least 5 out of 6. As Summit versus Nogari, we saw this lane go in favor of Keen, and then the Lucian just won the game earlier on today. And we'll see how it goes here in favor of Summit. I hope that we don't see Summit flashing into a team fight to lose the game, because that's what got him benched for half a season. And we'll just have to see whether Summit has evolved since then.
Well, see what he can do up here against Damwon, or well, Nuguri on this Jace. Because remember, he picked the Lucian into the Jace. So down here in bot lane, the MF and the Taric, they're going to be on the back foot, and a lot of this stems from just Bard's presence inside of the lane. Really good champion, also really good at invalidating Cosmic Radiance in the later stages of the game, because when Taric casts his ultimate, Bard just basically says, shut up. Yeah. And he throws the Tempered Fate onto Taric's team. And that can be a bit problematic. Also, Bard, lots of utility against Misfortune if she tries to bullet time.
And we'll see whether that is actually going to come into effect. That is sort of their only real answer to the bullet time, apart from Showmaker landing a clutch bubble at exactly the moment that the bullet time was being considered to cast. But Tempered Fate's what they're going to be looking for as far as denying that particular ability. But Leo should be able to keep himself within a position where he can make things work, and the Tempered Fate's going to be useful for lots of different things this game. As even using it on your team as Fate's throwing out an ultimate might be able to mitigate some of that damage, as all of those orbs do fly forward. As we've got a bit of a fight for this blue buff. Beryl making his way over. Fate in here as well. And it is going to mean the blue buff is secured. Fate somehow avoids that sleepy trouble bubble.
She has been going to the gym.
Oh,
I think that is what went on right there.
Practicing on the slide, I think.
Yeah.
Making sure that she can take all of the penguins home. That's what's been happening.
Makes sense. I mean, those snowballs that she has floating around her, they didn't make themselves.
True.
So
you got to roll them down a slide. That's how you make snowballs. Pretty sure. That's what I read in a book once. Yeah, you can tell that it's game 8. There's Beryl. He's here in the mid lane, and On Fleek did a pretty decent job building up this minion wave to make sure that Fate didn't lose any of the CS, but he does miss the cannon. So
he missed the cannon.
Rip. Yeah, it's over. Cancel it. Dumb.
Unfortunate, yeah. I mean, we go on, you know, somewhere else. Not really a big deal at this point, as Fate not really doing the Syndra things that we talked about. Also, Sapphire Crystal. I can't talk.
As that's a teleport to try and defend. As Summit is going to have his Relentless Pursuit pretty soon. That is the real flash out of Showmaker there. As now Summit, he's going to use his flash, avoids the trouble bubble, but they do go for the dive. And Showmaker's going to take the turret aggro. That was very weird, but it worked. So what are you going to say?
Well, that was a sequence of events that I was not anticipating. It does mean that Canyon is here in mid lane picking up all of the XP that Syndra was trying to crash in, so they utilized Showmaker's teleport to make that happen. And we'll see what else goes down here. Looks like Ghost and Beryl are trying to dog down Gorilla and Leo. Not going to be able to in the end. Gold score as it does stand, 500 in favor of Damwon. First dragon of the game is Cloud, so we have an exciting dragon on our hands. The longer that this, well, I don't know which one we're getting. You know which one we haven't had tonight? Mountain.
Yeah, I haven't had a Mountain Soul just yet.
Yeah.
As, yeah, Summit did a pretty good job of dodging and weaving a whole lot of these abilities. And saved his Relentless Pursuit and Flash for the right times. But, yeah, sometimes Jace just says to the skies and you die. And that's what happened.
Well, Showmaker now back in the mid lane, even on CS here with the Syndra, or I guess down a little bit, but in terms of items, for the most part, pretty even. Summit still getting the better end of these trades here against Nuggery. This is very different from the Lucian Jace game that we had earlier on tonight. As,
we're taking a magical journey. Goodbye, Mr. Summit. Damwon, I love that. That's it's glorious. That's called going to Narnia the right way.
That is really unfortunate. It feels like they are really bullying and picking on the solution up here in the top lane as Summit, I mean, he was doing such a fantastic job. He had a 20+ CS lead, he had an experience lead, and all of it is just sort of getting invalidated in this game. Nuggery's going to be able to pick up turret plate here, has a cannon wave coming into him, has the serrated Dirk. And again, this is the difference between how these two champions itemize. Yumu's Ghost Blade versus Blade of the Ruin King. As On Fleek is trying to solo this dragon, and even if he ends up picking it up, it does mean that they lose some tempo in the bot lane. They're not going to be able to utilize their crash wave, and for pressure at least. And so Ghost and Beryl, they're just going to be sitting really comfortable. Also, first Cloud Drake of the game doesn't really do a whole bunch for any of their champions.
Yeah.
And we got Ocean, so there is a chance for Mountain to come up.
We'll see whether we can complete our Pokedex when it comes to Dragon Souls. As Canyon will take down the Brambleback, and he'll continue clearing out his jungle. Summit back up here towards the top side. He is still having a good time. But this gank was pretty unavoidable, honestly. There was no real place that Summit could go without his teleport or flash or anything like that. Of course, teleport's not all that relevant. The Showmaker picks up a hijacked Exhaust in the mid lane, throws it onto Fate for fun. And he still has his heal available. Canyon moving back over here as well is going to start off on Shelly, as Showmaker's going to come and help him. And we'll see whether they can get some decent plate gold out of this one, as there doesn't seem to be too much of a response from Syndra.
Well, Nuggery is most likely going to be able to have this utilized up in his top lane if he wants it, although there isn't any damage onto Syndra's turret, as it does currently stand. And all the other lanes are, for the most part, they're going pretty even and stable. However, Damwon do find themselves with almost a 1k gold advantage. We are only at the 9-minute mark, but things get dicey in the later stages. It's going to be very hard to protect the Syndra against the Bard. And also the MF and the Taric, they're going to suffer a lot against the Bard in the later stages. Lucian will begin to taper off as well inside of his team composition against Damwon. Now, on the flip side, though, Olaf will be a walking bag of meat at some point, once we do go from the mid to late transition. However, if Damwon can roll Mountain Drakes and get it, that is probably just going to cause lights out.
And that is what we're looking forward to, as the Ocean Drake will be spawning in 2.5 minutes time approximately. Ghost here towards the bottom side will be taking down a Krug camp. As you can see, Leo on his Misfortune. 6 CS behind at the moment. And we'll see how Ghost is going to be able to play this one out. Beryl gets underneath this turret, but OnFleek and Gorilla are in position to make sure that Summit is not going to continue to get bullied here towards the top side. Fade taking a bit of damage there as he takes an undertow, but he's not too worried. And Damwon are ready to scuffle. Okay, Summit fighting against Noggery here. Does have the culling available. Shock Blast avoided, but the culling is going to be interrupted early by himself. As Damwon thinking about rotating over to try and take down Summit. I believe he will have Relentless Pursuit, as Beryl and Canyon looking for a potential dive. They will have Tempered Fate available, but it looks like they are going to try and take down these turret plates beforehand. Redemption flies on in for Damwon, of course, as Shelly is taken down. Still, a couple of plates remain on this turret. Trouble Bubble not going to be opted in for, as OnFleek is just going to walk out of it. And now he puts down a pillar, not going to find the stun there onto Canyon. Very, very close as the Paddle Star also goes wide. As Leo's standing in this mid lane just defending against the Callista. Showmaker again finds another bubble. But once more, body blocked by the Sandbox members.
And this is just more and more good news if you are a Damwon fan. Everything continues on as relatively stable. Ocean coming up in a minute. And you can see Showmaker even in the mid lane. He's about level 9.2. So we'll see where Fate ends up at the end of these rotations around the map. Not too much else really going on here, though, Atlas, as this has been a pretty slow game everywhere except for top.
Yeah, and honestly, it hasn't been super interesting there either. It was just follow-up ganks in exactly the right times, and not really much that Summit could do about it either. So, pretty elementary beginning to this game, as Ghost clears out this minion wave. Leo's going to answer it. We are playing some ping pong. And, yeah. Any plans before we get into playoffs, LS? Anything exciting going on?
You know, no. I got, you know, tomorrow and then Saturday, playoffs is there, so.
Yeah, I guess it's like one day, isn't it? It's like, whoa, you gonna do something crazy on Friday?
There is the announced thing, me and Dominate did a mock draft. That's gonna be featured on the LCS stream later on tonight.
That's cool, okay.
That's fun. Mock drafts are really fun. I also have a video uploading as soon as this ends.
Trading an ult for a flash. Otherwise, nothing happening. Beryl gonna eat his own little leaves. I don't like this Elderwood Bard.
You don't like Elderwood Bard?
Yeah, where's the Cup of Cocoa?
Yeah, the Cup of Cocoa Bard is definitely the cutest.
Good avoidance there from Showmaker. Not gonna get stunned up. But yeah, it's 100% the cutest. You just need to take Snow Day Bard at all times. The little penguins that follow you around. Oh my goodness.
Have you seen patch 10.8?
No, I try not to think too far in advance when it comes to patches because I get confused.
A new prestige skin.
Oh god, is it Bard?
Zyra. So
oh, that's cool. Actually, Summit's fighting against Noggery, the culling, and that's a solo kill. All right, sometimes Noggery just wants to die, and that is going to be another isolated death on his record. Is Dazzle going to be avoided there by Canyon? He just steals away the blue buff. But this is great news for Sandbox, being able to fight back as the Lucian on the top side of the map. That's going to mean Blade of the Ruin King, and it's going to mean a fair few minions die to this turret also, as he completes everything he wants, basically. And now Showmaker will find a Paddle Star. Fate takes about a bajillion damage, give or take. That's approximately a bajillion.
Well,
and yeah, that's not going to be great for them. But now keeping it within 1.5 thousand gold.
And Alice, what are you gonna do before playoffs?
Me? I'm probably just going to chill, I reckon, on Friday. I'm pretty sure it might be Valdez tomorrow. I'm not. It's normally Thursday is my day. I haven't actually checked our schedule as far as this weird 2-day week is concerned. I might be casting tomorrow, but I'd assume it's Brendan. So otherwise, I'm just going to make sure my voice is good moving into the playoffs, man.
Perfect.
Speaking
Speaking about whose voices are good, let's listen to some.
Safe stop, safe stop.
J-Stop.
여기 올리브로 들어온다. 보여줄래? 내가 보여주든가. 잘 뺐다. 보여줘. 나이스. 웬일이야, 웬일이야. 여기 싸움 볼 거야? 싸움 볼 거야? 보여줘. 우리 싸움 안 진 거 아니냐?
And that was nice.
Show me what you got. What happened?
Yeah.
that was the responses there. As what happened is indeed the question. I mean, if I just saw that somehow after going down 0-2-0, Summit now just gets a solo kill, I'd also be pretty perplexed. As I don't think Nogari should have been losing in that matchup. But nicely played so far. As Fate just throws down the ulti onto Showmaker. But he's not too worried about it and is able to actually get the trouble bubble down on Fleek, and Gorilla just going to body block for Fate. As Beryl looking for a little bit more there. Now Showmaker off to the side. And Canyon just looking for Sandbox. Sandbox, though, probably want to start making some moves, making some plays to try and get themselves some advantages. The Showmaker, oh, this is a lot of damage onto Flate. Fantastic scat of the week, though, as Ghost is pushed out of the way. And Gorilla is going to find a dazzle onto Showmaker, but still Shirley is going to go over the way of Damwon. And we have Infernal Soul this game as Damwon picked up that Ocean Drake, able to balance things out. So triple Infernal Ocean seems pretty damn good. If I was you, Damwon have the opportunity of locking that one down.
Yeah, Damwon definitely likes the Ocean Dragon as well, because, or the Infernal Dragon, because all of their champions actually utilize it. Olaf, obviously, I mean, he is building pure tank, but does auto attack a lot, so does get some benefit from even a very small amount of amplification. Bard does sometimes build some AP, I suppose, although again, super minor, but you know, whatever.
Yeah.
It is not every time does a team composition really utilize it for every champ. And on the flip side for Sandbox, I mean, likewise, same thing is really kind of going on here, as that's going to be a highly contested dragon when it does end up coming up. Nogari down in XP here against the J Summit, even after everything that happened in top lane, managed to recover really well.
Recover really well, yeah. Close to a 20 CS advantage. As you can see, fair bit of poke going down here into the mid lane, but Fate's doing just fine here in mid lane. He's down 1 assist and like a few gold as Tempered Fate does come in. Trouble Bubble put at the feet of Fate, who is going to immediately cleanse it. And now Canyon's going to get stunned up. Double teleports coming in as Summit, dancing out of the way, clears out the minion wave first. It's just going to dissipate the action. Canyon down to about half health as Gorilla in a bit of trouble, doesn't have flash available as the dazzle comes in. There's the Cosmic Radiance, and that's going to keep him alive. On Fleet diving on after, but the Ragnarok, the extra movement speed, is going to keep the Olaf alive. And now Summit over to the side, looking to see what he can get done. Beryl diving in with the Tempered Fate as Leo trying to flash, but I think he's going to die. Good double stun from Fate, but a little bit too late to save anyone's life, as the Empowered Shock Blast is going to boop Fate and cause him to need to go back home. And Damwon are going to get themselves an advantage, moving in now with Shirley to try and take down this outer turret in the mid lane.
Yep, they're going to end up being able to raise this, and the team fight, it's happening over essentially nothing, and so it's, again, a little bit restlessness out of the side of Sandbox. They don't seem to want to be patient. So let's just take a look at this again. So what is the reason for moving into right-hand side river? I can't seem to locate an objective or meaningful vision, as that's what causes this team fight to start. Now, on Fleek, you know, you gotta give him credit. He almost did manage to bring down the Olaf, and then he would have managed to still make it out had he gotten the kill. On the flip side, 200 years coming in on Zoe, managed to help them bring down the kill onto the Misfortune in what was otherwise a pretty close team fight, with some of the Sandbox members just barely managing to get away. And now as we come back into live, 30 seconds until this Infernal, Nuggery is actually going to be a little bit slow. Or slower on the rotation than, say, Summit would be, who should just be moving immediately down there.
And you can see Sandbox already in position to try and lock down control of this area. Able to get vision in and able to stand in Stalwart. Try and make sure that Dam1 can't get in. Tempered Fate available. Canyon also here. As that's a lot of damage onto the Bard. Remember, very squishy. As on Fleek now with the Bastion, he's going to be very tanky in this fight. Canyon as well going to be difficult to deal with him. As Summit not able to get over that wall. 5 members strong. Tempered Fate only going to find on Fleek there. And now Canyon only going to find Gorilla with that Q. Fate in a bit of trouble, and he's just going to be popped by Noggery. Leo also going to go down as Ghost grabs that kill and another kill. It's just one after the other. Sandbox are falling, and as are their LCK hopes. They're spamming their emotes as well, as Gorilla is going to go down. It's a triple kill for Ghost, and this could be the beginning of the end for Sandbox.
And they're running down bottom lane right now. They're only going to be able to raise this turret before the members of Sandbox would end up spawning and being able to defend. So don't imagine that they'll push on much beyond this. They'll instead pillage the right-hand side jungle. They'll get themselves that Scuttle Crab as well. And Zoe's going to take a nice little recall for herself. So this was a really close call. Fate goes over, and take a look at what happened. Booped Lucian out of the way. So again, a little bit of impatience. If Lucian was there, maybe this changes completely. But Summit arrived really late to the party with his damage, and it's a really unfortunate sequence of events as Nuggery comes around the corner, helped bop everyone right there, and then the Callista just wrecking so much havoc inside of the team fight as well. Dam1, yes, they had the edge coming to this team fight in terms of items.
Beryl absolutely smashed this team fight, just watching land absolutely everything that he needed.
나이스. 루플. 돌아버려. 다 죽여버려. 서밋. 고고고고고고.
Well, we're straight into another fight as OnFleek's going down very low. Showmaker in trouble as there's the Cosmic Radiance. That's going to mean the end of that. Ghost here down towards the bottom side. They're looking for Fate, who doesn't manage to land the stun onto Ghost. Beryl's in here, but Summit's here as well. Ghost should be taken down by the Lucian. No, the culling gonna go wide. No one to die in that particular instance, but I thought that that was going to be death for the AD carry of Sandbox. Sorry, of Dam1. Former AD carry of Sandbox.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Ghost and Beryl are done yet. They're going to come down here, try to defend this turret. And so Sandbox, they're not done trying to fight their way out of this yet, but things are looking really grim for them. It's a 6,000 gold deficit for them right now inside of this game, or actually a little bit more than that, almost 7,000. Plus you factor in the Infernal Dragon. We'll take a look at what happened up here in top lane as Showmaker just pushing a wave a little bit too far up. Canyon comes in with him, eventually has to bail out, say that he's not interested in whatever it was the Sandbox was selling up there. And now just more posturing is going to come in as Dam1 probably just want to wait for some more item completions before actively looking to pursue a fight. And if you're Sandbox, the only thing that you can really hope for is to get some sort of a pick-off with your Syndra, landing a stun onto someone from Fog of War, or even your turret, because in a straight-up team fight, they're going to lose every single time.
Yeah, especially if Ghost is there. He is so far ahead, close to 4,000 gold in the lead here. He's 4-0-1, 700 gold bounty, has maximized that one. Certainly will be a target here for Sandbox to go towards, but you just saw how safe Ghost is with the Tempered Fate, able to zone the Sandbox members away and create the space for Ghost to work with in these team fights. Beryl really has been helping out with his AD carry so far, and you can see it's already proving to be showing its dividends this particular point in the game. Sandbox trying to clear out whatever jungle they can get towards, but you can see OnFleek can't even clear out that last Krug and is going to go to sleep, unfortunately. Showmaker not going to find the Paddle Star onto any opponents, just going to help take down that Krug camp that was started so graciously by OnFleek.
Well, 2 minutes until the Infernal Dragon is going to be coming up. Pure Lethality is the itemization here for Jace, so we're not going to have the Miramon or anything. And obviously that is working out because no one on the side of Sandbox can really afford to build armor outside of the Trundle. And I suppose the Taric. And Taric will make some of the members beefier, but it'll really create the opening for the Zoe and the Kalista. And everyone's just sort of posturing right now. There's no reason to take a team fight. Sandbox can't really do anything without, again, Syndra being the one to try to lead the charge. And their team comp, it's been reduced to essentially 2 champions. It's mostly only Misfortune and Syndra. The Jace is so much more valuable than the Lucian at this point. Trundle not really doing anything either. Things are looking
who are you going to
really
be trying to hit with your Subjugate, you know? There's no real targets. It's just Damwon have a lot of raw damage. So it's not about taking down any sort of front-to-back sort of team fight. And so Subjugate is going to have far less value. And Damwon are starting to suffocate Sandbox out of their own jungle. You can see it's moving up to a 4,000 gold lead. And starting to get really out of hand. Bloodthirster is done. Infinity Edge not even completed yet for Leo. It is double the itemization here available for Ghost to what Leo actually has available to him. And that sort of tells you exactly how this game has been going.
Well, let's take a look here at what's going to happen in this Infernal Dragon fight. 15 seconds remaining. And you can see Damwon, they have all the control, they have all the vision.
And they have a Tempered Fate, and Fate is most likely going to be dead. He cleansed, but he doesn't have Flash, so he's just dead. Not sure why you roam in the jungle as a Syndra.
Yeah, he was moving completely by himself. You see a ping on the Baron by Sandbox.
Hey, there we go. That's what you gotta do. It's Infernal Soul, now available Soul Point for Damwon in 5 minutes time. And yeah, Sandbox is not going to be able to do any Barons or anything like that. That Infinity Edge that we were talking about finally completed. But Ghost is once again sitting on a fair bit of extra gold. As Leo moves topside just to try and augment his build a little bit further. But I just don't know whether he's going to be able to get to a point where he's able to actually find anything. Because he will move down, grab himself his red buff, and maybe Sandbox have one more team fight in them.
Well, it is going to be the final team fight no matter what they want it to be, because Infernal Soul, once it goes over, it's going to be all too easy for the Zoe and the Jace to basically one-shot anyone on the side of Sandbox with their poke and make the team fights extremely lopsided. Kalista could probably just move towards Guardian Angel if she wants to be super safe at this point in time. Zoe going to be going towards the Death Cap, and Nuguri, well, Fade.
Ow.
Yeah. Sensed that something was maybe going to happen to him. Plays very careful. And the owl really does capture the essence of Syndra's damage.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't really have too much. As Morellonomicon is now completed to make sure that all of the healing is going to be mitigated here on Damwon's side. Canyon just keeping an eye out for his opponents. You can see the gold lead has stagnated a little bit. When it stagnates at around 7,000, that's probably fine. You can imagine that Damwon are still very comfortable here in this particular scenario. Ghost is looking for his QSS. Once he collects that, he's going to be able to go hopping mad in these team fights and not really worry about anything. It's Scatter the Weeks that he's really had to be concerned about so far is now Gorilla. Possibly out of position is Canyon looking to dive on top of him, but Undertow not going to slow down Sandbox quite enough at this stage. And we just have a lot of vision now being accrued. Leo getting chunked. On Fleek thinking about that last remaining team fight, that last remaining opportunity. And Tempered Fate is going to go wide this time. Bubble also not in the right position. You can see how much Damwon can control an area. And Showmaker now with another redemption built up for himself. But all the best Zoes are pretty good at collecting. Magical Journey going to bring Damwon over here. But looks like Sandbox do have themselves in a pretty good position to lock down this outer turret. And they do so. But it's going to be traded for the top inner turret that Showmaker was just able to pick up for himself. The split pushing Zoe, not exactly something that we're used to seeing. As Unfleek puts down the pillar. And that's going to buy Sandbox enough space. Trouble Bubble avoided. And that minion not going to be so lucky.
Well, Infernal is going to be coming up in 2 minutes. And Sandbox, even though they do get themselves a little bit of gold, it's still such a large deficit. It's going to be really hard to overcome. Because when you look at the item inventories, that really paints the picture. Syndra has been stuck on Morello, Sorkpan Boots, and Ludens for a while. and any recipe item that she's going to end up getting is not going to be as meaningful as Zoe's 2 recipe items or more that she's going to end up picking up.
Oh,
That's
God,
going to be the
Battle
Baron.
Star. Yep. Nothing that they can do. Gorilla is just dead. And Summit is still running out of the base. On Fleet goes up in the air. Bouncy castle just for fun. But this isn't a birthday party. This is feeling a little bit like a lost cause.
Sandbox, they can try to resist this, but they do not have any wave clear unless their Misfortune is going to be around with her ultimate. So this is going to be the middle inhibitor going down. You can see Nuggery at the top trying quickly to bring that one down as well. The inhibitor's about to get raised. Now, if Damo wants to be Captain Careful, they could back up, wait for the Infernal Soul to come up, and then just play it out like that. And it does seem like that's going to be what they want to do. 50 seconds until that does end up spawning. And it's going to be a near impossible task for Sandbox to win this next team fight. Lucian is down 2 entire core items. The Olaf is so much bigger than the Trundle. The base levels as well. Another thing that has to be considered, because that all ends up invalidating certain spell casts by the opponent. Yeah, I mean, it's all right about a bit of damage.
Yeah.
Take it away, Atlas.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage there. As Leo, he's going to be building up towards his Bloodthirster next, but desperately trying to catch up to the extraordinary array of items that Ghost has collected for himself. Damage dealt, certainly going to be Nuggery in the lead, landing all of those shock blasts as this game has gone on, but Fate has been able to do some work, just not able to do anything that's actually consequential, which is really the worry. As Summit desperately trying to clear out minions as quickly as possible. They will keep this bottom inhibitor turret alive. And you can see Ghost going to move over and just solo away this Infernal Soul. And that should spell the beginning of the end here for Sandbox.
Well, there it is. Infernal Soul is captured. And Damwon are, well, okay.
Well, Summit is looking to try and take down this kill. He is able to get Canyon there as Tempered Fate flies in. Showmaker looking for Summit as the exhaust comes down as well. Ghost now looking to jump on over the top and will be able to lock down the Lucian. Now 4 versus 4. As On Fleet just stands in that vision. And Beryl pops on over, looking to try and get himself this stun. Should be able to find it into a wall potentially. And On Fleet just has absolutely nowhere to go. No flash, no nothing. And Beryl just meep slaps him to death.
Bar. I mean, Brad.
Yeah, Brad.
I'm sorry.
Brad the Chad.
Yeah. You go to high school with this guy or no?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
We weren't friends. I rollerbladed too much. He didn't think I was cool enough.
There were no seats available at his lunch table.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. They even pulled out booster seats so the teachers could join.
As Damwon still just bouncing around the enemy base. Fate's Call comes in. They're just going to wipe out the Taric and the Misfortune before any sort of Cosmic Radiance could come in. This Brad is the only man that can be cosmically inclined in this particular game. As Summit, he throws out the culling, but he's shooting his own Nexus, guys. That's sort of what this series feels like now. Damwon will get the 2-1 victory. They already had 5th place lockdown. They are in the wildcard match against KT, but now Sandbox are in the promotion tournament with Griffin.
Yeah, Sandbox is going to be joining them. So, what a tale of fates for 2 of these teams that are gonna now be in the promotion match, and they used to be 2 of the big Challenger Series teams that made the climb up.
Yeah, these were the ones that came in together, and they're looking like they're going to join one another on their way out also, theoretically. But we have to remember that I think, team dynamics looks pretty good coming up from Challenger. I'm not sure about the 2nd place team. A few interesting names on that squad. But I don't know whether the caliber of talent is quite going to be enough coming out of Challenger, but we'll just have to see whether Griffin and Sandbox can get it together and find their way back into the LCK for summer, or whether we're going to have, some of these former Gen G players and former MVP players making their way back in on Team Dynamics. Of course, that is the team with Kuzan, with Rich, and with Beyond on it. Certainly a fun squad to watch.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what does end up happening. in that series. And we are going to have to see what this now means for tomorrow's games, because do they mean anything?
Yes.
Oh,
DRX are fighting for second place.
DRX
APK fighting for nothing. They are safe. And yeah, there is the first game means absolutely nothing. That is a for fun series.
That is absolutely for fun.
As I think, LS, I think you might need to do a POG vote.
I do need to do a POG vote.
You do need to do a POG vote.
I have completely blanked on that one.
Yeah, you need to give it to Brad the Chad.
Yeah, I gave it to Brad.
Yeah, good. Brad the Chad definitely deserves it. Phenomenal play out of the Bard, and definitely demonstrating that ranged supports absolutely have a place in this meta at the moment, if picked in the right locations. Summit did his very best. Being able to grab that solo isolated kill against Noguri in a losing situation in that lane was certainly impressive. Ultimately, though, just not enough to really do anything.
Well, unfortunately for Sandbox in this game, Summit was not able to influence the game enough. He was doing really good in the early stages of the game, but then they camped him. Not a word that we get to use all that often anymore, but did happen this game a bit. He managed to bring it back, though, with the solo kill, but it wasn't enough to really ever get any sort of footing in this game. And when the Lucian falls behind, Sandbox are basically playing 4 versus 5 from that point, because the Jace is going to be worth so much more in the later stages of the game. And that was the beginning of the end. This was the team fight that really just, I feel, put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and Beryl played it out absolutely perfectly. He missed one cosmic binding at the very end where it didn't matter. Otherwise, he binds 2 people together. He immediately goes into his stopwatch after Meep slapping the heck out of them with a whole bunch of Meeps built up. He really was absolutely brilliant on this Bard. A lot of the Tempered Fates also either created exactly the right space that Damwon were looking for, especially for locking down as many bubbles as possible, but also able to just create situations in team fights that they were able to take control of, as Canyon not going to survive this one, but ultimately Sandbox overextending for a kill because it felt like they didn't really have any other choice.
Well, they were very desperate, and they tried to do something. They knew that they were facing up against an Infernal Soul, perhaps thinking if they could take one of the members, maybe they could win a 5 versus 4. But even then, it would probably only end up resulting in buying them time. As we listen in on Ghost here.
야, 트런들 준다. 야, 노플. 잔다르크. 노플. 얘네 빼고 보나? 빼고 보면 바텀 밀어 하거나 그냥. 이대로 탑 가라. 무빙. 이대로 탑 가라. 네이트. 건방져. 네이트 잘리는 거 조심 지금. 납사다고. 나 우리 탑 아직 안 들어가. 이제 들어가. 이제 세게 해야 돼.
얘네 미드도 받아야 돼 근데.
깨자. 나 맞으면서 깨자. 바텀으로 갈까? 더 가질 것 같은데 미드? 하거나 와볼래?
그냥 바텀 해보 이제 스릴 들어와.
3대4. 야 이제 준다. 정합수. 뽕.
나이스 끝내자. 나 탈진 있으니까 루시안 오면 박아줄게.
잘 가라. 루시안.
아 루시안 탈진 걸고 싶어.
랜드박스 딜ኩ니.
26 하지마. 나이스.
Nice, but not too excited here, as this didn't really mean too much for Damwon, but definitely sad for Sandbox, who have now joined Griffin in the relegations. And we'll see what they're going to do up against a couple of the squads from Challengers Korea. Likely to be Team Dynamics joined by one other squad. Things not quite wrapped up just yet, to my knowledge, over in Challenger. We'll just have to see how it is going to turn out as the season goes on. But congratulations to Damwon. It was hard fought, and Sandbox looked great in their first game, but just weren't able to hold it together. And with all of the pressure, you could imagine that it is a little bit difficult. Team Dynamics are actually 3rd at the moment. as still not quite finished yet with their season. Breon Blade are in second, also another pretty impressive team coming over from Challenger, and Sorobyor Gaming in first place at 9-3, not doing too badly either. And I believe that is Cacao team alongside Sangyun, which is exciting.
Well, Beryl does end up getting the player of the game on the Brad. As here's this magical journey, and OnFleek had to nope out of that one, unfortunately.
Yep, it seems like we had voters of all the people sitting at the table of Big Boy Brad, and all of his goons were able to get together and make sure that that vote was working. He is the prom king this time around. And this particular play was just wonderful from Beryl's Bard, and good to see him getting his act together as we move towards the playoffs, because Beryl is such a clutch player in so many instances. 8 out of 9, as I think maybe that was Dongjun. I don't know. He's looking a little bit forced smile on the Korean broadcast at the moment, so perhaps it was him. But everybody else, they knew that Brad the Chad was doing it. Maybe he wasn't invited to the table. It's always a little bit unfortunate, as we are going to move towards an interview, ladies and gentlemen, with Noguri and Beryl, and we'll see the state of Beryl's hair, as he certainly was in need of a haircut last time we saw him, as I believe it is going to be... Oh, there we are. And he did get a haircut. So let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translations.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steven with the Intermission translation, and we'll be hearing from Noguri and Beryl from Daman Gaming, having their last game of the regular split. How do you feel, guys? Noguri. Well, what should I say? I got carried so well. I feel sorry to my teammates. Can you be more specific? What was the point that you felt sorry to your teammates? Well, in game number 3, they gave a lot of kills to me, but I wasn't able to snowball it throughout the game. And Beryl, how do you feel picking up another win? That was the last match of the regular split, so we wanted to show strong performance before heading to the playoffs, but we could not. So it's a little bit unsatisfying, to be honest. Beryl, you got a haircut. When did you get it? Yesterday, I had some downtime, so I went to hair salon and got my haircut. Well, because there are some players with jinx and stuff like that, not shaving or not having a haircut. So Beryl got a fresh haircut yesterday before going into today's series. So about my beard, I actually shaved yesterday. I didn't expect this to grow out so fast, so I was a little bit surprised seeing myself on this camera with a lot of beard grown out. So let's go back to game. Noguri, you said you got carried this time around. Well, but you did a lot of damage compared to your opponents. Is that still a getting carried status? Well, in game-wise, game 2, I got allocated a lot of things, and game 1 as well, but despite all the allocation on me, I wasn't able to snowball it a lot, because the reason I had a huge goal difference is my teammates were burning a lot of time for me to farm the side lanes. And I want to ask you about the solo kill. I mean, like the support roamed and there was a kill. So it should be a very winning matchup, but it was not. So I thought maybe I did not play well. Or maybe I was in a rush. So I was like being too aggressive, so I just died. Yeah, I mean, Noguri was fat at that point of game, and he suddenly got solo killed, so a lot of people were surprised. And bro, I saw a smile on your face. What happened? What did the players feel at that moment?
근데 이게 원래 좀
I mean,
탑이 이게 원래 좀 힘든 구도인 것
usually,
같더라고요. 이렇게
it was a very hard matchup.
커버 안 되면 악이에요. 이거 원래 이기는 건데 그냥 본인이 잘못해 졌대요.
전 다른 라인 구도 같은 것도 좀 약간 좀 관심 많아가지고. 근데
Because
보는데
I also like I'm
근데
also
이렇게
interested in the
아래쪽이
matchup in other lanes as well. But we were leading in the bot side. But even though Nuguri died, he didn't use his flash, so it was okay.
그때 너무 뭐라 해야 되지?
I mean, I'm so embarrassed right now.
그래도 이겼으니까. 그렇죠. 원래 혼자 하는 게임은 아니잖아요. 막하전에서 또 뭐 갚을 것도 있을 것 같습니다. 근데 오늘
So,
상대가
Sandbox.
레오가 나와가지고
This time around, Fate and Leo played, and Fate LeBlanc was also as powerful as that of Faker's LeBlanc. So what did the players react after seeing the starting lineup from Sandbox?
일단 페이트 선수가
Well, Fate,
르블랑 과감하게 뽑고 이제
he
라인전할 때 보는데
went with a very
라인전
aggressive
잘하시고
LeBlanc pick, and he was really good at laning
로밍
phase.
움직임 같은 것도 되게
And he
잘하셔서
it was really having a great roam play, so we were really surprised.
이게 되게 압박을 되게 잘하시더라고요. 저희가
He was
이게
really good at
1경기
putting
때
pressure
이게 엄청
or control
불리한
around the
그렇게
map.
불리한 그 구도가 아니었는데
We
이게
were not
되게
having a losing matchup, to be
웨이브
honest,
같은 걸 이렇게
but
압박 되게 잘하시더라고요.
he was really good at
하나
using
볼
the
때마다 약간
minion
이렇게
wave and putting
이거 먹으면
pressure.
넌 맞아야 되겠다 이런 식으로
Like
많이
he was so good at
혼내주시거든요.
adding he was so good at trade. Like if you are gonna take to CS, you're gonna be like chunked down.
이때 느낌이 어떻던가요?
But Onflick played Lee Sin in game number 2, which was on a 12-game losing streak.
저주 느낌이 들던가요? 어떤가요?
저는 원래 한
Well,
이렇게 뭐지? 한 2라운드
coming
전대부터
into
리시는
like before going into round 2, I knew Lee Sin is an unwinnable champion.
버리자고 저희는
So we all just decided to just
리시는 애초에 안 좋은 걸
leave
알고
Lee Sin
있었는데
away.
다른
We
팀은
knew
쓰는
it
거
was a
보니까
really bad champion,
이게
but seeing
그래도
other teams
맞는
picking
것
it
같구나 싶었어요.
and losing on this champion, I guess we were right.
자, 그럼 이제 고스트가 마지막에 진짜 막 감정
And Ghost with the sandbox emote at the end of the series.
오늘 진짜 친정팀 상대로 꼭 이기고 싶다.
What did he say before going into the series up against his former team? Was he like extra into this game?
이게 용준이가 경기에
I mean,
전부터 무조건
before
이렇게
the beginning of the series, he was like, "We must win this."
이렇게 무조건 이겨야 한다 하면서 막
Like he was keep saying that we must win this all throughout the
많이
game.
열심히 했던 것 같아요.
So I think he was working really hard. So yeah, the emotes were enabled. So does that kind of add more fun to games?
오늘부터 풀린 감정 표현 어떻습니까, 선수로서?
이게
Well,
경기다 보니까 약간 좀
because it's a
집중해야 돼가지고
competitive game,
감정표를
we
쓰는
have to
그런
focus.
타이밍이 잘 안
There aren't
나오더라고요.
many
그래서
timings where we can use the emotes.
저희가 그 바텀 한타에서도
So during the bot lane team fight, we were a little bit relaxed at that point, so we used the emotes all together.
영향이 좀 있었던 것 같습니다. 자, 이제 와일드카드전 남겨놓고 있습니다. 이
So you guys are heading to the wildcard round, the playoffs.
그럼 이제
This is only the beginning, so how are you guys gonna prepare for that?
한 3일 뒤에 거의 바로
I think we have 3 days to prepare,
잘 준비해서 좋은
so
모습
we will do our
보여드리도록
best
하겠습니다.
and try to come back stronger and show good performance.
저희가 작년에도
Well,
와일드카드
last year we also started from the wild cards in the spring split, and we remained first place. But this time around, I want to make it to the finals, so I will definitely put a lot of effort into it. And this will be the end of the interview with Nuguri and Burrow from Diamond Gaming, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, as usual, G-Sun, for your interview translation. And that will do it for tonight. 8 out of 9 games played. And as you can see, the promotion tournament is already locked down. Sandbox and Griffin are both going to be there, and we'll see whether Griffin can get themselves a little bit of a victory as they move on down, because any sort of momentum is good moving into the promotion tournament. They're going to be taking on Harmor Life tomorrow. And Sandbox have played out all of their games thus far, so they will be joining them. There is no way that Harmor Life or APK can get down there. And you can see APK, a difficult matchup for them against DRX, as DRX fight for second place. If they get a 2-0 victory, they will be able to knock T1 down a peg and grab themselves that particular spot.
Yeah, and so that also does mean that if APK win game number 1, the series ceases to matter at that point.
Yep.
And so tomorrow, depending on how the games go, the first 2, the first 3, they could just mean nothing. And then depending on the first set of Dragon X versus APK, everything could just stop right there in terms of meaning. But we'll have to find out what does end up happening tomorrow. Dragon X would probably like to play one less series, although whoever's going to win this is probably... Whoever's going to run the gauntlet's going to run the gauntlet.
Yep, I think so too, but we're going to have to find out tomorrow. As for tonight, we are done. So we'll see you then for more LCK.